Hello and a very good morning. Welcome along to the second day of racing at Silverstone, courtesy of the 750 Motors Club. It's the fourth event that we're live streaming with Alpha Live this season, but we're about midway, just past midway through the 750 Motors Club's championship calendar, and we're racing here on the 1.85 mile international circuit this weekend. That's on the southern end of the Silverstone campus, so using the Grand Prix pit lane. Forecast for today, a bit like yesterday, showery. We've had some rain during the course of this morning already, a few millimetres of rain expected. Going to be a bit cooler than yesterday as well, about 18 degrees the maximum, with a light breeze as well. So changeable conditions in the offing, and as I say, we've already seen that during the course of the qualifying sessions that we've had today. Which, working the final few minutes of the last of this morning's qualifying sessions at the moment, which is that of the Bernie's V8 and Calm All Porsche Trophy, and we'll see these cars later on for a 40-minute race. That's going to be at around about 25 past 3. Let's have a look though at the rest of the day's schedule if we can, and we're going to be getting underway with the first race. It's going to be a little bit after 10 past 11 as it turns out, due to one or two delays this morning. That's for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, and they're only on their third meeting of the season in actual fact. Then we've got the Toyo Tyres MR2 Championship. That's entering its second half now. That championship very nicely poised. Then we've got the BMW Car Club Championship, again about halfway through the season. That's going to be exciting, a multi-class championship, and it's one of the Class 6 drivers, Ben Pearson, leading the way in that. Then during the course of the lunch break, we will have a walk down the pit lane in the company of Josh Barrett. He'll be catching up with some of the drivers. We'll have a feature on Sports 1000 after that, and then we get back underway after lunch at 1:30 with the main event of the weekend, the 100-minute race for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. Then we see the Bernie's V8s and the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Those cars coming to the end of their qualifying session at the moment, and then it's a repeat of the first three races that we're going to have before the lunch break for the K-Tech Racing Clios, the Toyo Tyres, Toyota MR2s, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So that's what we've got coming up for you during the course of the day. We should be finished by around about 5:45 this evening, all being well. So my name's Ian Soman. Here in the commentary box we've got Josh Barrett. He'll be reporting for us from the pit lane as ever, and alongside me in the box is Marcus Pye. Marcus, a very good morning, and plenty to look forward to here at Silverstone today.
Yes, very much to Ian, some really close one-make racing. That superb Enduro, the entry for which is absolutely astonishing, and probably changeable conditions to add a frisson of excitement to proceedings. One thing is for certain, it won't be predictable as the afternoon goes on.
No.
Silverstone after all.
Absolutely right. Actually, during the Club Enduro qualifying session, we had a red flag, and during that red flag period, the weather conditions changed. It got much wetter, and that meant that there was no real improvements in the lap times in the second part of that session. That could prove to be quite crucial, I think, when we look at the grid for that later on, because one of the championship contenders from Class B, Luke Handley, didn't get a good lap time in before the rain set in, so I think he'll be about 6th on the grid within his class, and he can't afford to drop any points today.
But we're not going to see the 100-minute Enduro sorted in the first stanza anyway. Anyone who thinks they can win a long race on the first lap is deluded. So it should be very exciting, and it has been in previous years on this circuit. So today we're looking forward to a really entertaining afternoon.
That's the view over Club Corner out towards the Vale. You can see there on your screens at the moment. And the track, you can see it's a bit damp, but there is a dry line emerging there ahead of the first race, Marcus.
Yes, that's right. And there's not a lot of leeway for overtaking at the moment. So if a competitor is on a really quick or an improved qualifying lap and meets some other traffic, then that lap will be compromised.
Absolutely right, and this qualifying session just about coming to an end, 18 minutes deep into it. It's scheduled to be a 20-minute session. This is a category that will include some cars which have two drivers, so both of the drivers need to make sure they get their 3 laps in during the course of this session to be able to qualify for the race later on, which will be a 40-minute race with a pit stop included in the middle chunk.
It's a really nice mix of cars, isn't it, in this Bernie's V8s and Porsche pack. And you see there's TVR Tuscan Challenge cars, there's some quick Porsches out there, the mighty Ram Cobra as well goes through. So it's certainly going to be interesting on this circuit.
I hope as well that when we do get the race for these cars, it's a dry track to showcase some of these cars to their best.
That's right, and we see some great Americana among the field. Chevy Camaros and things are pretty well known, but there's a huge Galaxy by the looks of things in there as well, which is redolent to the days of 1963 when the great gentleman Jack Sears won his second British Saloon Car Championship.
Yeah, we should be seeing former 750 Motor Club champion out in this race later on, that being Josh Cook, who won Stock Hatch in 2010 and more recently a race winner in the British Touring Car Championship, but he's sharing with Pete Halford later on.
That will be interesting because he's a really quick young driver, and it's good to see him returning to his roots.
Absolutely right. So having a look see if the checkered flag is yet out on this session. I don't think it is quite. Once it is, we'll start looking ahead to the first race of the day. It's been a fantastic event already, this, Marcus. A record-breaking meeting, I think, for the 750 Most Club. I think around about 400 entries received across the 2 days. We saw a completely different set of categories yesterday.
That's right, and as we were saying yesterday, I mean, this last 18 months of uncertainty in life as a whole has focused competitors on what they have with the 750 Motor Club, and they're ever so keen to get out there and maximise their enjoyment of what is still not an ideal season, but it's one that the club has pulled together as pragmatically as possible and takes them to a lot of their favourite circuits.
Yep, absolutely. After this, 750 Most Club visits Anglesey next, and then Alton Park, and then Brands Hatch again. We go back for a second meeting at Brands Hatch in September, and we will look forward to bringing you more events on the live stream during the course of the remaining part of the season.
It's been a bit of a revelation, hasn't it, live streaming over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and it does enable us to bring the club's wares to the attention of a far wider audience.
Yeah, and particularly over the course of the last 12 or 18 months, when it's been more difficult for families and friends, supporters to come along and see their mates racing, they've been able to do it from the comfort of their own home.
Yes, absolutely, and we've noticed in the past, particularly in sort of local championship events, the inability of competitors to bring their families, their neighbours, all their buddies down for a good old social has impacted on numbers on grids, and when you have to hire a circuit to get racing at all, you need those cars on the grids to amortise the costs.
Absolutely. It's worth drawing attention to the orange heart that those of you watching the live stream can see in the left-hand bottom corner of the screen, and that is in memory of Rob Foote, the marshal who tragically lost his life at Brands Hatch last weekend. I'm sure you've all heard about the terrible accident that happened there, but also to say many thanks to all of the marshals who continue to do tremendous work. We saw them very busy yesterday. Sign there for the fire extinguishers as well. There was a fire that they did have to deal with down at Stowe Corner yesterday in one of the races. Fortunately not too severe an issue. But that qualifying session, as you can see, has now come to an end. So we will look ahead to the first race of the day, which is the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Now, we're here in August, of course, but actually this is only round 6 of 14 in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Just a couple of meetings have been held so far at Cadwell Park and Donington, and it's Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury that arrive at Silverstone, level pegging in the points. They're 18 points clear of Ollie Wained, and Andrew Harding a further 10 points behind him. Let's have a look at the grid then. And this, of course, set by times set in qualifying this morning. So pole position will go the way of number 3 then, Jack Kingsbury, the man that won all 3 races last time out at Donington Park, and alongside him is the ex-stock catcher, number 14, Jason Pelosi. The second row, one of the returning drivers to the Clio Championship, number 21, Scott Edgar, and 11, Jack Dwayne, who's the other driver that's level pegging at the top of the championship, having had a pretty consistent run so far. I think he's had 4 second places. Third row, on the inside, we're going to have the number 22 car of Chris Keir, and 7, Stephen Richardson, is next to him. On the fourth row, it's going to be the 23 car of Jason Powell, and Gareth Tansey, 26, beside him. 66, Ross Borman, and 56, Chris Lawrence on the 5th row. The 6th row is Justin Griffiths in number 55 and Josh Larkin 13, possibly a bit further back than he'd have liked to have been. Row 7 is 44 David Garside and 77 Andrew Harding. He might be expected to come through the field as well. The 8th row 12 Greg Hill and 29 Harrison Fox. The 9th row 73 Brian Reed and 83 James Hayden. Row 10 is 80 Christopher Noah and 42 John Lovell. Row 11 30 Darren Ransom and 24 Samuel Johnston. The 12th row is 46 Jamie Flynn and 27 Scott Smith. And finally on row 13, 99 Neil Heath, again a bit further back than he might have expected to be, and 79 Christian Little, and 33 Nick Brady rounds out the field. The 27th car on the biggest grid so far this season in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship.
I didn't hear the name of Oliver Wained mentioned, Ian, and you'll probably know why.
Well, I know why in the fact that he's not here, but why he's not here, I don't know. I don't think he was even on the original entry list, so I guess he's just possibly away. It's holiday season, of course, and a great shame for Oliver, who did get off to that good start in the championship, winning both of the races at Cadwell Park, that he's not here this weekend. He didn't have such a good meeting at Donington Park, finishing further down the order there. He was sort of 6th and 8th and 9th, I think, at Donington, so he fell back a little bit in the championship after that strong start at Cadwell, but a shame that he's not here to try and get back into contention this weekend.
Yes, very much. He comes, he's 3rd on the table at this point, but he's going to drop back. Yeah,
these will be rounds that he can drop, and drivers can drop their 2 worst scores at the end of the season, and that means that it's possible that he may be able to remain in contention when the championship moves on to the next round, which is Anglesey. Actually, it's a triple header at Anglesey in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, that's right. The other name I noticed on the entry list I was intrigued by was that of Greg Hill, who is son of Mick Hill, the great Super Saloon exponent. Who, people who were here at Silverstone in the 70s would remember in his Jaguar engine Ford Anglia, before he built the 2 V8 Ford Capris, then the Beetle Chevrolet, etc., the Jaguar, the Skoda, etc. And good to see Greg Hill, who's an absolute guru of radio-controlled car racing, in harness.
Absolutely, and I guess it's something quite different to that sort of super saloon type racing, the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, catering as it does for something really quite standard.
You probably find the car cost about the same as his old man made the first super saloons for, because they were made out of sort of Lola T70 corners that were redundant and therefore available cheaply.
Yes, the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s, another very affordable way into Tin Top Racing. We saw the Tiguan Type R Trophy yesterday. We've seen that some drivers have moved across from one to the other, and I think it was Mark Barmer we heard from after the Civic race yesterday, saying he might as well have thrown away all of what he'd learnt in Clio racing when he moved across to Civic. So it's interesting that that the two cars have such different characteristics.
Yes, what I like about it, of course, about this particular type of one-make class, the Renault and the Type Rs, is that the manufacturers have made quicker and quicker, more powerful road cars. I'm not quite sure why, given that road limits don't seem to be going up anytime soon. But nonetheless, you can the numbers they've been made in ensures a really big pool of cars when you're moving into this type of category, and it makes it much more viable for the man in the street, the weekend warrior, the woman in the street too, to get out there and do it. The other thing is the cars are made very, very strongly.
Yes.
They've got very, very comprehensive cages in these cars, and if someone does have a big whoopsie, it's almost better to throw the shell away, go again, and have a spare engine and gearbox in stock.
Absolutely. These cars are very standard. It's very tightly controlled. It caters for the Mark II Renault Sport Clio, the 182 Cup car from around about the mid-2000s. They run on K-Tech Racing coilover suspension, run on Yokohama tyres on Team Dynamics wheels, and the disc brakes are pretty standard.
It's very much a fixed spec, isn't it? And K-Tech Racing, the Renault specialist down on the road out of Dorchester in Dorset, are leaders in their field.
Absolutely right. So the car's heading off on the green flag lap ahead of this 15-minute race. And the majority of the races today are sprint races, 15 or 20 minutes, but we've got the two longer races after the lunch break of 100 minutes. Or 40 minutes in the case of the Bernese V8 race, 100 minutes for the Club Enduro. But this is a 15-minute race. If you'd like to follow the live timing, we'll bring you, of course, the timing tower down the left-hand side of the screen once racing gets underway, but you can get the full live timing on the 750 Motor Club website. That's at 750mc.co.uk/calendar, and you'll see there the links to the live timing. You'll also see the links to the digital download of the race programme if you want to get a full rundown on all of the entry lists for these races. In the Clios, we're guaranteed a new champion this year because all of the previous champions have moved on. It was Ryan Polly, and we saw him out in the Civics yesterday, that has been the champion for the past 2 seasons. Patrick Fletcher won it for the 3 years before that, and James Bark won it back in 2015. So a new champion guaranteed in the Clios this year, and at the moment it looks like it's between, in particular, the two Jacks, Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. Kingsbury having a very successful weekend at Donington Park last time out. Dwayne yet to get his first victory of the season, but he's had 4 second places and a 6th so far. Other drivers to appear on the podium: Andrew Harding's had 1 third place, and David Garside has had a 2nd and a 3rd as well so far during the course of this year. So just making their way around, it looks like they might in fact be doing 2 green flag laps, and that will be because of the change in conditions. So these cars qualified first thing in the morning, when I think it was pretty much fully dry. It did then rain and the track got damp, but I suspect the main problem now at this stage, Marcus, is offline rather than online.
Yes, exactly. We've got that dryish line appearing, but when these cars they hunt in packs, and they tend to be 3 or 4 wide going into some of the corners. The grip levels will not be consistent across the width of the track.
No, and indeed, not the width of the track, but from one end of the circuit to the other. We certainly saw during the course of yesterday's racing, there was a storm that arrived at this end of the circuit that we're seeing on screen now first, before it arrived at the opposite end of the track.
We had the same thing last weekend at the Classic at Silverstone. We had heavy rain, torrential rain in Buckinghamshire, and a bone-dry track in Northamptonshire, which that county line kind of straddles the track, I think.
It certainly does. As we watch these cars come onto the grid, start line marshals there, ready and waiting to line them up.
And you can see that the sides of the track there, we've got one side pretty much in the lee of the wing pits, the Formula One pits. that side of the track, as the drivers look towards Abbey, that right-hand side of the track is considerably damper than the left.
And the left being the racing line, really, isn't
Yes.
it? Down the straight that's normally taken by the drivers. And that will be to the advantage of pole position, because for these standing start races, pole position is on the left-hand side of the track. We're looking there at number 21, Scott Edgar. He is well down the championship order, actually, coming into this weekend, and that's a surprise because he's the sort of highest placed returning driver. 10th he is in the championship coming into this weekend, so a bit surprising to see him as far back as he is. But up front we've got the 3 car of Jack Kingsbury on pole position, just ahead of 21 Scott Edgar. You can see his car. Behind him is the 22 of Christopher Keir. There is Jason Pelosi, and he had a reasonably strong start at Cadwell Park, but had a midfield finish at DNF and didn't take part in the 3rd race at Donington last time out.
This could be quite interesting as they get away, because the front drive car scrabbling for grip, and I wonder if we're going to see a marked attack from those on the right hand side of the circuit as we look towards it, left hand side of the grid as they leave, where they're going to find just that little bit more traction.
Almost ready. I think the last couple of cars just being brought up into
a lot of
position.
novice crosses there on display, which is good to see, and newcomers to racing. They'll shake those novice crosses after half a dozen satisfactory races, be signed off by the clerks, and be able to remove those crosses.
Green flag waved at the back then, so almost ready to go. There it is, Jack Kingsbury on pole position, Jason Pelosi in the sort of very dark purple car alongside him. 15-minute race about to get underway. Red lights go on and revs rise, out they go, and it's not a good start by Jason Pelosi. As we thought, the drivers on the left-hand side of the circuit, right-hand side as we see it, have generally speaking made a better start, and it's Jack Kingsbury then that gets ahead of Scott Edgar and Jason Pelosi as they go down into the first turn at Abbey. That's the right-hander, and they swing through the left-hander at Farm and head down towards the hairpin at Village for the first time. These two slightly ahead of the rest. So it's number 3, Jack Kingsbury, the triple Donington Park winner, that leads the way at the moment. Then from in 2nd place, Scott Edgar, and Jason Pelosi, despite starting on the wet side of the track, he swung on to 3rd.
Yes, he has. He managed to sort of bustle up into Abbey Corner, which is a pretty quick turn, and at least not sacrifice another place. But it's Kingsbury who leads the way from Edgar, the white car behind the grey, and then Pelosi in 3rd. Then the kind of Leighton House car, which is number 11, chasing on, which is Jack Twain.
And Jack Twain, the man that's level on points at the top of the championship with Jack Kingsbury, with a bit of work to do then to try and get on terms with Kingsbury in this race, because already he's with Scott Edgar breaking a little bit clear.
Twain up the inside into Vale, grabs 3rd place in the bright green car. So it's, in fact, he doesn't. He got it coming in, then must have scrabbled wide and lost the place again. But he certainly got he's certainly up a place through there. Here comes the rest of the field, and as they move into Abbey for the 2nd time, there's Jason Pelosi in the car, which actually is a kind of purple colour, isn't it? It looks black from a distance, but it's a purple colour with those vivid day-glow flashes. He runs in 3rd, and Dwayne's losing out on the inside there. Is that Richardson? I think in
Richardson,
7, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Stephen Richardson managed to get back up the inside, I think, and Dwayne there rides the curbs quite heavily. He's back ahead of Richardson now, so a good scrap going on between these two.
They're delaying each other though, aren't they?
They are. It's not helping Dwayne get on terms with Kingsbury. Dwayne appeared, I think, for the first time at the end of last season. I think it was the December meeting we had at Donington Park, which was another rearranged event due to COVID. That was his first appearance in the clears. That was a pretty strong showing then, and he's back for a full-time tilt at the championship this year, but he needs to sort of get away from this battle with Richardson.
Yeah, exactly, and I think Dwayne is now moving away from Richardson. He's got Christopher Keir behind him in 22, and he comes down into that very, very tight left-hander, through which you can build the speed if you get your line right and don't go too wide out over those curbs to maximise your velocity through Club Corner and over the timing line.
Lap 2 completed then, and it's a 9/10 of a second lead for Jack Kingsbury over Scott Edgar. just about a second back to Jason Pelosi in third, but Dwayne in fourth has got a second and a half very nearly to make up on Pelosi, the third place man. There is the 22 car of Christopher Kia, and he was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. Ross Borman in the 66 car there. He at the moment is running in 8th place, just behind Chris Lawrence. Borman, who raced regularly, then took a bit of a breakaway and has come back into the championship.
Yeah, it's quite compelling, isn't it? These drivers have missed it when they've gone away, but it's good that we're going to have a new champion this year. Kingsbury's been there and thereabouts, hasn't he, for a long time, as a race winner in the past.
Yes, he has. He's won races over the past 2 or 3 seasons before this, but I think this is really his first full-on attack on the championship. That's the 13 car of Josh Larkin, isn't it, that we can see. Now, he's obviously dropped back down the order in the first couple of laps because I'm trying to see where he was. He might have been 21st, I think, at the end of lap 2 by the looks of the timing screens.
It's a sister car to Pelosi's, isn't it, in colour, in terms of colour scheme?
That's right. So there is Dwayne and Richardson going through. It's the 66 car of Borman, then we pick up in 7th place, and it's really a 4th car spot. It's actually Larkin. Now, that's interesting. Larkin's transponder can't be working because he's not showing up on the timing screen at all as they come through as being part of that battle. Also
found no grip when he turned into Abbey. The car suddenly sort of lurched into an understeery slide, but got it back after a trip over the curbs. By my rating, Larkin is 11th on the road, but as I say, not showing on the timing screens, and that must be because his transponder is either not there or not working. And so we'll see whether he actually gets included in the results of the race or not as a result of that. There's one going slow. That's the Lawrence car that's lost a place coming out of the link, the yellow car at the back of that group. It's kind of Works Renault BTCC colours of yore, isn't it? It is. 56 car, isn't it? Chris Lawrence. So heading down the slight slope into the Vale and then Club Corner. Looks like that's Andrew Harding there in the 9th place car now. Well, he looks at 8th in fact, with Chris Lawrence having fallen back. There's Larkin, still struggling to find the grip, but that dry line just looks to be getting ever slightly wider. Yes, as they explore it, it will, and you can see there the angle of turn into Abbey Corner. It's tighter than it looks, but it's very quick. Because there's a reasonable amount of room on the exit if you get the line right, but you have to start right over on the outside of the circuit to cut into that apex and try to reduce your input on the steering to stop the lateral loads building on the car. Last time round, Jason Pelosi, who we could see on screen there, did his personal best lap of 120.74, so he's right on terms with Scott Edgar now. This is the battle further down the order, and that is John Lovell in the 42 car now with number 30. With number 30, I should say, Darren Ransom. There's Darren's car, and that's the battle for second place turning through Stoke Corner, and Pelosi now has got right on terms with Edgar and will be almost overlapping, I think, as they head down towards the Vale and Club Corner. Yep, sweeps out wide. He wants to try and get that cut back through the apex. Edgar's kind of see the roll on it as it goes through, and he's right up on the back bumper now is Jason Pelosi. Is he going to be close enough to have a go into Abbey? I suspect not. It's not really an overtaking manoeuvre unless you've got a big run on your rival. And again, the car understeers through there, and he's dropped back a few lengths as a result of that, but he might regain it under braking for Village, which is the next tight right-hander here, which takes him up into the loop, which is a sort of a borrowing kind of right, left, right, out onto the Hangar Straight. Of course, the exit speed from this link is very, very important, because this is the big overtaking manoeuvre of the lap down the long Hangar Straight into Stoke Corner. Yeah, and you've got Pelosi right in the toe of Edgar there. Then just behind, you've got the turquoise livery of Dwayne, but here comes Pelosi trying to go around the outside, but it looks like Scott Edgar's cut that move off. Can Pelosi get the cut back here down the inside on the exit of the corner? No, he can't quite make that work. Just looking, is Dwayne closing in on them? He took out a couple of tenths on the previous lap.
We might get a 3-car battle for second place before much longer, but Jack Kingsbury's more than 3 seconds to the good now. These two clearly slowing each other up, and so far Pelosi's not been able to make it through, and I think just on that damp piece of tarmac it's just that much more difficult.
Yeah, using plenty of track and a tad more over the curbs here, because the green car of Jack Dwayne, number 11 behind, has made a little bit of ground to the eye. He was quicker than those ahead of him, the two ahead of him last time round, but he remains about a second shy of the pair.
He does indeed, so they're turning their way out of Village towards the link for the 7th time already in this race. We've only got about 6 minutes of it left to go. Best lap of the race so far has gone to the race leader Jack Kingsbury, a 1 minute 20.41, and the lap record for these cars is 1:20.60, so he's already gone underneath the lap record, which was previously held by Patrick Fletcher, the 3-time K-Tech Racing Clear 182 champion. But here we are for second place, and it's well, no, I thought Pelosi was going to have another attack there into Stowe, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, Kingsbury clearly on it, because the circuit cannot be at its absolute best. Having said that, it's quite damp in the air, which is good for the engines, and that will help them develop their maximum power. But it's very close, and it's going to be 3 for that second place before too long if this Edgar and Pelosi tussle continues.
Up and over the line they come to complete lap number 7. They're now 5.5 seconds behind Edgar, but only 2/10 between the two of these.
Yes, that's right. And Edgar, who's again back in the 20s, he's quicker than anyone by a second pretty much. And it's reflected in this 5.6 second advantage is up front.
Just looking a bit further back down there, I don't think we've had too much in the way of changes inside the top 10 at the moment.
This is an opportunity for Pelosi. He's up alongside, and there could be a cumulative tow for Jack Dwayne from the 2 cars ahead of him. Pelosi has his front bumper ahead, if nothing else, as they come down to the braking area for Stowe. And look at Dwayne menacing in the background in number 11. He turns in really quite aggressively into Stowe. Now he's with them and wants to stay right where he is for the time being, because this probably isn't quite an opportunity for him to make a place, but he can easily throw away those yards he's gained.
Yep, Pelosi up to second though, ahead of Edgar and all of that down at Stowe. Dwayne unable to follow through, but he did take out 3/10 or so on the previous lap. Then he's got into the tow, and he has, as we've thought, made it a 3-way battle for second place here. So Kingsbury leading by 7.25 seconds now. He's just pulling it out another sort of 3/4 of a second or so every lap at the moment. Then you've got Pelosi in number 14, Edgar 21, Dwayne there in the 11th car. Then it's another 2.5 back to Stephen Richardson in 5th, Christopher Keir about 8 tenths behind him.
Edgar's back up the inside of Pelosi, who got into the 20s last time round, and if he's not careful, he's going to lose that place again, maybe on the hanger straight down towards Stowe. But Dwayne now is also taking the attention of Scott Edgar in 21.
Yeah, Dwayne desperate to get as many points as he can out of this, because if it stays this way, Kingsbury will go into the lead of the championship on his own. It was 154 points apiece coming into this weekend, and Dwayne has made up a place on Edgar there by the looks of it.
He's got to be brave though, because he's not, bumper is not ahead. Oh, and a real moment there, because into the braking area you saw the grip unlock from Edgar's car. He's trying to hook back to the inside going through Stowe down to the Vale.
But it looks like he has indeed lost third place. He's trying to fight back down into the Vale though. He's going to... Oh, and we've seen that happen so often. A car get up on 2 wheels there. Sometimes they go over. That's allowed Edgar to go back through as Dwayne rode the curb there. And behind him, it's Stephen Richardson and Christopher Keir in the 7 and 22 cars. They're pretty much side by side as they come over the line as well. So that's given Jason Pelosi in second place a bit of a break now. There's Edgar in third, but the side-by-side battle for 5th position. And we do have a change, because into Abbey Curve on lap number 10, it's Chris Keir that's gone through, number 22 ahead of Stephen Richardson.
Yeah, so Keir in 22 ahead of 7, Richardson. We are into the last couple of minutes or so of this entertaining race. They've done 9 laps so far. It's going to go 11, isn't it?
Yeah.
By the looks of things. Onto the Hanger Straight they come again. Kingsbury down into the 20s, 20.41, 20.81, 20.7. I think he went as well at one point. He's really been the class of the field, but behind him, sort of 7.5, nearly 8 seconds behind, Pelosi, Edwards and Dwayne, not much between them. Here comes 7 back past 22, and Richardson and Keir continuing to have their battle. Richardson prevailing.
For the moment, I'm just wondering as well if a bit further Scott Edgar's going to be able to get back on terms with Jason Pelosi. He's 1.6 seconds behind at the start of the lap. We'll keep an eye on that gap as they come over the line to complete lap 10.
Keir in the podium car was very hot into the corner at the end of Vale, but he hasn't thrown away too many yards out of all that.
Edgar's taken 0.3 of a second out of Pelosi that time to get the gap down to around about 1.3. As they probably, though, are now going on to their final lap, I would think. I didn't see if the last lap board was out or not, but certainly we're into the closing stage of this race. This is going to change again, the battle for 5th.
Yes, Keir back in front of Richardson at Village, up into and run the outside through the link. They change again. This is very entertaining, and you see they slide most beautifully through the apex, and now 22 on the inside coming down towards Stowe. 3 ahead of them in Linus Stern in the order of Pelosi in 14, Edgar in 21, and Dwayne in that green-nosed car behind him. But it is 22 who is on the inside, but carrying more speed on the outside is 7, and that's Richardson, and Harding in 77 is on their tail as well in the blue car.
Yeah, I think in actual fact the last lap board is about to go out to Jack Kingsbury. Yes, it is. As meanwhile the battle for 5th rages on. They're bringing Andrew Harding into this as well. It's Keir in the podium car that goes back through on the inside there, and Harding pounces and he gets through as well. He goes up into 6th place at the expense of Richardson, who loses 2 places within a corner as these cars are now going on to their final lap as well.
Yeah, this is going to go all the way, isn't it? 77's done really well out of this. Andrew Harding. And he's got the place into Abbey and not washed out, which is useful. They've got the left-hand kink at Farm, flat out, but is he going to leave the door open going into Village? Because 22, Keir isn't quite close enough, but does 77 know that he doesn't want to be leading this group onto the Hanger Straight? He's trying to make that little bit of daylight, which will probably make him safe going down into Stowe.
Yeah, meanwhile there's Jason Pelosi, our 2nd place man. He's 8.5 seconds behind the leader, Jack Kingsbury, who'll be coming up towards the checkered flag. He is heading down towards the Vale and Club now, so he'll be about to take the checkered flag. I don't think we're going to see any more changes elsewhere in the top 6 or 7 places either. They've all managed to spread themselves out, but coming through the final corner about to take the checkered flag then is going to be Jack Kingsbury. Just some back markers coming through ahead. Here is Kingsbury though, car number 3, and he takes the checkered flag and wins the first of the day's races here at Silverstone. It's round 6 of the 2021 K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, and that makes it 4 wins on the bounce for Jack Kingsbury. A dominant win as well by almost 10 seconds from Jason Pelosi, number 14, and 21, Scott Edgar. That entertaining scrap for 5th place resolves itself in favour of Andrew Harding, who already emerged in that battle a lap and a half from the end, number 77, ahead of 22 and 7, Christopher Keir and Stephen Richardson. And checkered flag going out for the rest of them: Ross Borman, Jason Powell and Justin Griffiths rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Stephen Richardson lost out in those last 2 laps. He'd done most of the work to stay ahead of the other pair for the majority of the race, but got outfoxed towards the end. Such was the intensity of their 3-way struggle.
I think the only one that we lost during the course of that race was Christopher Noah. He managed to complete just 3 laps, but generally speaking a relatively incident-free race and a race of little attrition.
Yeah, and Greg Hill up to 12th in that race over the course of it.
Yeah, there is Jack Kingsbury though. He is our first winner of the day. 8 races we've got for you today here at Silverstone, and he's pleased with that, pumping his fists as he goes around on the slowing down lap.
He'll be rather pleased with the lap record as well, won't he?
Yeah, 1:20.41, takes a couple of tenths off the previous mark set by Patrick Fletcher. Final cars just take the checkered flag. Looks like the last one to do so is the number 80 car. Oh no, so Christopher Noah was that last car, and he must have got back out again towards the end of the race.
Only 3 in the 20s. Kingsbury 1:20.41, Pelosi 1:20.74, and Richardson 120.91 down in 7th place.
There's the confirmation of the results then. Jack Kingsbury taking the win. 12 laps completed, and in those 12 laps he reeled out more than, or almost 10 seconds over Jason Pelosi. So number 3, the winner from 14, Pelosi, 21, Scott Edgar third, then 11, Jack Dwayne in 4th place, the joint championship lead coming into this event. 77, Andrew Harding made up 2 places in the final couple of laps to get 5th. Chris Keir, number 22, was 6th, and Stephen Richardson 7th, number 7, 8th, number 66, Ross Bourman. Jason Powell, number 23, was 9th, and Justin Griffiths rounded out the top 10 in car 55. As Marcus mentioned, Greg Hill, son of Mick, managed to make it up to 12th position in car number 12. Gareth Tansey was 13th, James Hayden 14th. John Lovell, he had an encouraging race to take 16th position. And just looking at the final few finishers on the next screen, Neil Heath, I thought that he might make some progress, and he didn't. So possibly some issues with his car this weekend. So that's Neil Heath, who finished 22nd. But down in the pit lane, I can see that already we have Jack Kingsbury with a garland around his neck. He's taken it off now to make me look like a fool as I hand you down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane for the first time today.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. With Jack again. It's been a while since Donington Park where you took your victories, but you've carried on in the same guise as, what, about 3 months ago?
Yeah, that's what I say, don't they? Start as you mean to go on. Hopefully we can do the same again here, like we've done at Donny. It was a great race. I thought Scott was going to put more of a battle up, but I think he then got stuck in a fight with Jason, which basically gave me a track to myself. So, but no, it was a good race. The car performed well, and yeah.
Nice big gap you managed to pull out, which I guess when you just drive your own line, what are the conditions like out there?
The conditions were dry. It was full dry setup out there. A bit of rain come down, but it was nothing that changed the lap times or anything. Yeah, the gap was nice, but like I said, when there's a battle going on, you're in your own world. You're just putting your laps in consistent.
Well done, and good luck later on.
Thank you.
In 2nd place was Jason Pelosi. Jason, first podium of the year on your return. Well done.
Yeah, so pleased with that. Yeah, so finally got the car set up. I feel comfortable in it. Yeah, really good. So don't think we was keeping up with Jack, but had a good little race with Scott Edgar, so I enjoyed that. And yeah, he got past me on the start, but obviously then made it back during the race. So yeah, all round all good.
So obviously you had to start on the damp side of the track, which hurt you a bit, I think.
Yeah, I didn't really get a great start. Had a little bit of wheel spin, and to be fair, where I'm so tall, I couldn't actually see the lights. So that's something I'm going to have to look at, I think. But yeah, no, it was a really good race, nice close race with Scott, but you know, no contact as it should be. So I'm really happy with that.
You enjoyed coming back this season?
Yeah, it was had a little bit of a rough time at Donington. Obviously, car ended up on its roof, and I was doing well in that race, but yeah, nice to get the car back together and manage to repair it all. And yeah, I'm enjoying it now. Obviously, once I get up there on a podium, I'm happy.
Well done on your 2nd place. Then in 3rd place was Scott Edgar. And Scott, you were well and truly involved in those battles as well.
It's been nice to be up the front again, yeah, after the first 2 rounds we've had, so yeah, it's good.
You've had a big gap from Donington to here, so have you worked on the car to help that?
Yeah, we've done loads, to be honest, because it wasn't very good, as you can see by the results. So yeah, we've done loads and loads, and it's paid off. So.
And you had a good battle with Jack when he tried to get past you, then you seemed to get back underneath him.
Yeah, I think the only reason we were back is because me and Jason were battling, and it drew him in. But yeah, it was all right. 2 corners, and we've done the job. So.
And now looking forward to the race later on?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully the conditions stay one way or the other, because that hurt us then. We went a little bit in between, and it hurt us after a lap 3. So. Yeah.
Well, best of luck later on. So that's our top 3 from the K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship. And next up is the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yes, a very big grid of MR2s making their way out onto the circuit. There should be 40 of them in all for round 9 of the championship. And it's a championship that's being led at the moment by Aaron Cook, but only narrowly from the multiple champion Sean Traynor. And Cam Walton 3rd, but it's going to be those 3 drivers amongst the leading contenders for this race as well, with Aaron Cook qualifying fastest. He's had 4 wins so far this season, with Sean Traynor having 3, and those 2 drivers are on the front row of the grid for this race. 96 Aaron Cook and 27 Sean Traynor. Cam Walton, he's going to start the race in 5th place in car number 30. Sorry, 6th place in car number 50 even, if I can read my screen. And he is going to be behind Adam Lockwood, Neil Stratton and Lee Brown as well. So it's going to be 96 Aaron Cook and 27 Sean Traynor on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is going to be 11 Adam Lockwood even, and 84 Neil Stratton. Third row is going to be 86 Lee Brown and 50 Cam Walton. Fourth row will be 22 Nick Williamson and 26 Paul Cook. Let's have a look at that now, just to confirm what we said about the first few rows of the grid. So Cook, Traynor, Lockwood, Stratton, Brown and Walton on the first 3 rows. Then Nick Williamson and Paul Cook on row 4, Sam Harper 18 and Rhys Dorman 13 on row 5, Ben Rowe number 2, all the way from Devon, and Daniel Sylvester number 24 on row 6. Row 7, number 6 Darren Oldworth and 4 Pete Higton. Row 8, 34 Shane Mansbridge and 78 Jim Mew. Maxine Nichols going very well indeed in number 17. She starts 17th. And Georgios Georgiades in 18th place, number 36. Row 10, John Wilson making his final appearance in the MR2 Championship. Number 72 starts 19th alongside 95 Larry Andrews. Veer Aldridge 65 and Josh Lambert 49 on row 11. Gary Patterson 12 and Andrew Strange 51 on row 12. 13th row is 5 Dave Hemingway and 79 Jonathan Grimes. They've got Jim Cook, number 68, starting on the 14th row. He'll actually be beside the 67 car of Simon Quinn. Row 15 will be 74 David Mustard and 42 Michael Japp. Then Cameron Bell, Stuart Briley, Gareth Baxter, Nathan Harrison, David Rowe, Nick Emeny, Andy Williams, Patrick Furman, Martin Davis and Phil Collins will round out the 40 car field. And there we can see, Marcus, that actually the front of the grid is very much dominated by roadsters now, and it's always been the Mark IIs that have been towards the sharp end, but roadsters dominating the grid, the Mark III cars.
Yeah, the roadsters have been around for quite a long time, haven't they? But they were out in pretty small numbers for a few years, as the majority of competitors stuck with the familiar Mark IIs, and there used to be 1 or 2 Mark Is even would turn out, and I think I can see a couple of them down there in the grid, just coming forward, the white and red cars, the original Mr. 2s as we call them. But it's roadsters all the way up front now. Maybe that's also a reflection on conditions, as well as the fact that they've been taken up by a lot of the quicker drivers.
Possibly so. The MR2s running in 3 classes to reflect the 3 different models, the Mark 1s from the 1980s, the Mark 2s from the 90s, the Mark 3s from the 2000s, and the Mark 2 is actually the more powerful car, but they're also heavier. And generally speaking, the Mark 2s and the Mark 3s are pretty evenly matched. Some circuits favour the Mark 2s, some the Mark 3s. And there you can see on pole position, it is the number 96 car for Aaron Cook, the reigning champion. He has switched from a Mark II to a Mark III for this season, as too has Sean Traynor. Well, he swapped this season before. He was in a Class C car last year, but he is the man that has now won. And let me just check this. 1, 2, 3, 4 titles, Sean Traynor in 2015, and then 17, 18 and 19. So looking for a 5th championship, and you wouldn't write him off because he's only 13 points behind Aaron Cook with still half of the races to go. 5-second board is being shown. This big 40 car grid about to get underway for a 15-minute race. So the black car of Cook on the right of your picture, the white car with the red and blue stripes of Sean Traynor on the inside. And then the second row, it's 11 Adam Lockwood in the silver and red car. The yellow car is 84 Neil Stratton. The race gets underway, and it looks like everyone is away cleanly at the moment, but it is the black car from the pole position from the left-hand side of the circuit that is going to sweep through into the lead, I think. So Aaron Cook from pole position is going to be able to hold on, I reckon, from the silver car that's gone into second place. So that looks like it's Adam Lockwood from the second row of the grid. And once again, Marcus, the drivers on the right-hand side of the circuit have struggled a little bit more.
Yeah, 84 got tagged in the middle of all that, and that has certainly not helped his chances.
That's Neil Stratton, who started 4th. So he's lost out. There is a gap you can see emerge there between third and fourth as they come down the straight.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's some damage to the steering geometry of that car. It just got a bit of a tag. Down here we've got Sean Traynor trying to wrest second place back, but it's the black car of Cook, who, rather like Traynor as champion, hasn't gone to a number one, but sort of kept a number that he's familiar with and happy with.
Absolutely right. So they're turning their way through Stowe for the first time, and Traynor still trying to get that place back from Lockwood. The two of them more or less side by side. He's done it now though as they head into the Vale, and then you've got the first of the Mark IIs, and that is number 50 Cam Walton. He was going well in qualifying for much of the session. He was fastest for a while, but then he was overhauled and fell back to 6th on the grid. Well, he's back to 4th on the road now, partly because of the incident involving 84 Neil Stratton, and there's a big gap that's opened up between 4th and the rest. Walton
in the best placed of the Mark II's, number 50, and he runs 4th ahead of Daniel Sylvester, and there's a gap back to Paul Cook, quite a big gap back in actual fact. This is the breakaway group.
Yeah, Daniel Sylvester, you're right, in 5th places with these as well. Aaron Cook was 0.8 of a second to the good at the end of lap 1. You can see on the timing tower the blue squares on the numbers indicate it's a Mark 3 car, reds for Mark 2s, and you'll see that Mark 1s are another different colour as well as we head down the screen.
Yeah, Paul Cook made a pretty tardy getaway. He was on the slipperier side of the circuit, and he got jumped at the start by one of the roadsters behind him.
Into Stowe again.
Trainor's car's just got a bit squirrely going into Stowe, just lost a bit of grip.
Looks like Lockwood's capitalised on that and is alongside at least, but Cam Walton's going to try and get past both of them and braking down towards the Vale. Just has to back out of that, otherwise he could have gone into the side of Trainor's car potentially. So he stays 4th for the moment. Cook is still there but not getting away too much in the lead. Then you've got Traynor 2nd. Then it's the 11 car 3rd of Adam Lockwood. 4th is Cam Walton and Daniel Sylvester 5th. Paul Cook has Sam Harper behind him. Harper's in 7th, and further back it looked like Darren Aldworth and Nick Williamson were going to swap 8th and 9th as Cam Walton using a lot of curb there on the way through Abbey Corner.
Yeah, it's interesting. They say those heavier but potentially more powerful Mark IIs, the 2-litre engines, 1800s, aren't they, the Roadsters, and there's that Rogue Motorsport car, that familiar name around MR2 racing. It's the sort of the name that's on most cars down the average field, and Cam Walton hanging in there in 4th place, but Trainor's got a little bit of daylight between himself and Lockwood in the battle behind leader number 96 Aaron Cook in the black car.
Turn their way into Stowe for the 3rd time. It's a 15-minute race. Look at the lap times. It's a 1:21.86, the best lap of the race so far. And the lap record for these cars, well, that's in the 120s at 1:20.46 for Sean Traynor in the Mark III. So they're about 1.4 seconds off that pace at the moment, which is interesting, seeing as the Clio's achieved a lap record, but still only in the very early stage. They've only done 1 flying lap, of course, make that 2 flying laps as they come over the line once again. So it's Cook, Traynor, Lockwood with Walton attacking him now, and he is again trying to make a move into Abbey. He's not even halfway alongside though, so it doesn't work out.
He was squeezed over the curb, but he did back out of it very neatly.
Daniel Sylvester at Village is trying to attack, goes to the outside. That then sort of becomes the inside for the next left-hand kink, but it's not really a corner, and so it doesn't do him any good. So they come now through the Lincoln back onto the Hangar Straight with just over 10 minutes of this race still to go. Cook now 2.42 seconds ahead, so he's going to take some catching in this race, a bit like Jack Kingsbury in the last race for the Clios. Just Cook able to ease away from the rest. The difference this time though is Traynor now is going on his own in 2nd place.
Yes, that's right, but Cook is making his own hole in the air. There comes 50 up the inside. That's Cam Walton up inside Lockwood into Stowe. Sylvester still there in the red car at the back of that quartet. But yes, even on his own, Aaron Cook, the only driver in the 121s so far, but that's probably down to the intensity of this 4-way scrap for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, which has a new 3rd man in Cam Walton.
Yep, Toyo Tyre is the championship sponsor. You can probably anticipate what kind of rubber they're using in this race. Wipers on for Sean Traynor. and also for Sam Harper a bit further back down the order, so possibly a little bit of light rain falling out on the circuit at the moment. There is the 13 car, the bright pink car of Rhys Dorman. He's making up a place there, goes up into 13th ahead of Peter Higden in the silver version.
Last time round, Aaron Cook was only 200ths of a second quicker than Cam Walton in third place. But this is a tight old tussle. We've got 3 roadsters. Again, that yellow car that got bustled out early on, the 84 of Neil Stratton, has been hung out to dry. A little bit sideways there for the 34, but that's Shane Mansbridge, another long-time exponent of this series.
Yeah, someone again who just went away from it for a little bit but has come back, and it's good to have Shane back in the championship, which has still got 3 more events to go after this one. It's good to see some scrapping down the order here. Also involved in this battle, there you can see the blue car with the white stripe going down there. That's John Wilton, and he's having his last meeting in the MR2 today. I think he's got the car up for sale as we watch now the battle a little bit further up. That's Jim Mew, number 78, with Ben Rowe, who was the championship runner-up just behind him.
And there's Wilson, who's been a front runner for many years. Is he do something else?
I'm not sure what his plans are. I think he is just stepping away from racing. He'd been away from the MR2s for a bit, came back, but is deciding to call it a day.
Now, is Trainer's car coming back to him a little bit now, I wonder, because he's made a bit of ground. He's made about 0.3 of a second that time round, 22.37. The rest of the top 10, now all the top 10 in the 22s that time round.
So 7.5 minutes, just under, of this race left to go. It's a bit wetter out there now, isn't it? You can see the rain on the camera lens. So this is what we are expecting throughout the day, changeable conditions.
It's not hit the lap times, has it? But you can see but the bit of spray that's being kicked up that it's not ideal.
Down the Hanger Straight again, and we're watching now the battle for third place, because that is Adam Lockwood, who's gone around the outside of Cam Walton there, using a little bit more of the circuit than was perhaps intended, and he has still got Daniel Sylvester involved in that. Cam Walton will try and fight back, but undoubtedly the rain now starting to become more of a factor. I suspect this will play into the hands of the roadsters.
Yeah, and the times lengthening into the 23s.
Yeah. And yes, the rain definitely falling a bit heavy, yes, and the 25s a little bit further down the order as well. So yes, definitely this is starting to have more of an impact, and this will be more difficult now, I think, for Cam Walton in that Mark II. The MR2 Championship has a sort of dual point scoring system. The overall championship is decided on based on overall finishing position, but there's then separately a class championship for the Mark IIs and a class championship for the Mark IIIs and the Mark Is as well, for that matter, with points awarded on where you finish within your class. But it's the overall title that I think most people are interested in.
Yeah, here's Walton trying to go round 11 Lockwood, coming into Stowe. Not quite close enough, but he tucks in tight on the exit as Lockwood scrabbles out towards the curb, but Lockwood hanging on down the inside into the tight left-hander at Vale. Oh, a bit of a slide there for number 50, the Rogue Motorsport car of Cam Walton. Someone else getting it all wrong. That's 22 going round. 72 going round.
And that is John Wilson, I'm afraid, and he's got some damage.
And Stratton's got damage as well.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shame.
And you can see there's been the car's been savaged around the front, John Wilson.
Neither of them are going to go any further. They're both pulling off into the pit lane entrance there, which is right by where the incident occurred. This is Walton and the Lockwood car going side by side. They're down into Village in heavy rain now, falling at this part of the circuit. Lockwood's holds on to third at the moment, and Daniel Sylvester still there in fifth position. Just looking to see if anyone's sort of making a move in these conditions. I can't see anyone that's sort of making progress on cars ahead of them, particularly towards the sharp end of the field. There's one of the Mark Is heading through shot.
The parakeet coloured car.
That's the 55 car of Martin Davis, Derby driver. He's going to be lapped by these two. Walton up the inside of the 11 car again, and this time he's made it through, I think. So Walton's going to get back into third place, or is he? No. It didn't work out for him.
It looked like it was done, didn't it?
It
And
did.
there was another spinner just out of the first element. It's getting very skitey out there, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like the
21, was it?
Yeah, might have been Patrick Firmin, yes, and that almost caused the green MR2 Mark 1 to have a little moment as well ahead of the leaders. It's pretty hairy stuff. We're watching now, I think that's the number 12 car coming
Trainer
towards us, Gary Patterson.
Trainer has taken quite a lot of time back that lap.
Yeah.
In 27 there, just 1.92 seconds behind leader Aaron Cook.
56 Nathan Harrison going through shot as well in the Mark 1s. Just having a look who's leading the Mark 1 category at the moment. It is Dave Hemingway in 20th position
And there
overall.
was another spin there just going out of our shot between the end of Vale and the start of the long right-hander, which is Club.
Lap times are now sort of plus 8 seconds on to what people were doing at their best.
In the old days, it was a straight line between the exit of Stowe and the entrance to Club, and that was a seriously quick corner. The right-hander, both of them were.
Picking up there on a battle outside the top 20. That's the battle for 30th. Simon Quinn, number 67, and Michael Japp, number 42. They're behind as well. I think that's the Andrew Strange car, number 51 as well. His roadster with the green and orange design. Making their way out onto the straight with 2.25 minutes left to go. A bit further up the order, you've got Nick Williamson there in 22. He's right in behind Sam Harper now. So this is the battle for 7th. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th are right together there. You've got Sam Harper, Nick Williamson, Ben Rowe, Lee Brown and I think Darren Oldham. So 5 cars disputing 7th place as they go on to their final couple of laps.
Yeah, Ben Rowe all the way up from Holsworthy in North Devon, where the late Ken Nichols made the Nike racing cars.
Always a bit of a haul to almost any motor racing ticket with Ben as we watch the 6 and 86 cars go side by side. That's so Darren Oldworth, that is, trying to go up the inside of Lee Brown to get inside the top 10.
Yes, I think since David Stowe in Cornwall disappeared off the radar a long time ago, he's always been faced with a trek from there.
Absolutely. A minute and a half or so to go, so there'll be probably one more lap to go at the end of the one we're on. There's Rhys Dorman in his 13 car, which certainly stands out from the rest, the bright pink one. Further up, it looks like one of that group, I think the 86 car Lee Brown, has made a bit of a mistake there at the link and dropped to the back of that group. It's Sam Harper at the head of it, and this the fight for 3rd place again, still going on between Cam Walton and Adam Lockwood. It's been raging all race long. Paul Cook though is now with them because he's got ahead of Daniel Sylvester.
Yes, that was last time round, and Cook's had a bit of a moment, I think, out of our sight, but here is 50, which is Cam Walton, who continues to lead the B class. Going on to the last lap, the board was shown there from the pit wall. There is the yellow-tailed car of Paul Cook that was slow away on the slipperier side of the circuit at the lights, but is now back into the top 6, well into contention.
There's the race leader though, number 96, Aaron Cook, 1.6 seconds ahead of Sean Trainer. Then is working his final half a lap or so, heading through the link down onto the Hanger Straight. We'll see possibly as if he's got any more traffic to deal with in the final few corners. There is one slower car, but I don't think he's quite going to catch that before the end of the race, so it shouldn't be a particular problem for Aaron Cook as he looks to secure his 5th win of the year.
Yeah, the times have tailed off by pretty much 6 seconds now from where they were earlier in the race. Sean Trainer not close enough coming down into Stowe. In fact, the next pair are there around the outside. That's Sylvester trying to go around Cook just in the background, but there's 11, which is Lockwood. Has Sylvester made it? It would have been a bold one if he did.
Cook though making his way, that's Aaron Cook rather than Paul Cook, making his way through the final couple of corners out of Club. He comes with 0 on the clock, checkered flag is going to go out to him now, and it does, and it's win number 5 of the year in round 9 of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship for Aaron Cook. Sean Trainer takes his second place finish of the season. Daniel Sylvester just about gets his car straightened up again, ending it in the gravel trap there. It was Walton 3rd, Lockwood 4th, Cook and Sylvester 5th and 6th. The rest of the field making their way through that battle for 7th backwards has resolved itself in favour of Sam Harper, Ben Rowe 8th, Nick Williamson 9th and Darren Aldworth rounding out the top 10 at the end of 11 frantic racing laps.
That was all quite exciting, wasn't it? And a consummate drive by Aaron Cook out front.
Certainly was. In terms of where he's had his wins this season, they've come at Cadwell, at Brands, he had a couple there and one at Snetterton as well. So add to that one at Silverstone now, who'll look to do the double a bit later on. I can tell you that Dave Hemingway has won Class A for the Mark 1s, 19th position overall, just 1 place ahead of Maxine Nichols, who's had a good run to 20th place. But there we can see the 96 car of Aaron Cook just behind the 59 car, which is the back marker, which it was David Rowe, but Ben's father. But Aaron Cook there in the black Roadster, our race winner ahead of Sean Trainer at the end of a very exciting MR2 race, the first of 2 today.
Yep, and a good result then for the Rogue Motorsport boys. That's first overall with Aaron Cook, 96, and then Cam Walton in 3rd place in the 50 car, won the B category.
See if we can have a look at the results at the end of 11 laps of racing in the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Aaron Cook, number 96, taking the win by 2.65 seconds from number 27 Sean Trainer. Number 50 Cam Walton took 3rd place overall in car 50. He won the class for the Mark IIs as well. 4th place to number 11 Adam Lockwood, 5th to number 26 Paul Cook. In 6th place was 24 Daniel Sylvester, then it was 18 Sam Harper, 2 Ben Rowe, 22 Nick Williamson and 6 Darren Aldworth rounding out the top 10. Further back, Rhys Dorman, his bright pink car, finished in 12th place, Shane Mansbridge 13th. Dave Hemingway, as I say, 19th overall in car number 5 to win the Mark 1 class. Beyond 20th, it was Jonathan Grimes 21st, Jim Cook 68th, David Mustard, he was 24th. And we should have one more screen of results because we had a near 40 car grid, and sad to see that we did lose Neil Stratton and John Wilson, I think Patrick Firmin possibly as well, towards the end of that Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship race. There's another of those at around about 10 to 5 this afternoon. You can see cars heading into Parc Fermé. The cars also lined up at the 1, 2 and 3 boards in the pit lane as well. So hopefully we can head downstairs to the pit lane, and once more it's going to be Josh Barrett this time talking to Aaron Cook first of all.
Thanks, Ian. So it was again an Aaron Cook victory. Well done, Aaron. Slippery conditions, I should think, out there to win in.
Yeah, it was really good to start with. We thought in the dry we'd struggle here. We was praying for rain. We got off well in the dry, and as soon as the rain started falling, it felt like a really long race from there. Sean was catching, but he could gauge off of me where my braking points. I knew he was going to come in hot, so I had to ramp it up again towards the end just to pull away, risk a little bit of move just to get it around the track. But yeah, we done what we needed to do. First place, yeah, brilliant.
You've obviously switched to this car this year from the Mark II. How have you found the difference?
It's a brilliant car to drive. The Mark II was a lot more unsteady. This is, you can really turn it in and get on the power. I mean, Rogue Motorsport prepared this car for us. They run it on the track day. They look after it. They do a great job. I mean, we're pole and we're right up there, and we're leading the championship at the moment. So, yeah, Sean's our main guy at the moment. So as long as we can keep him just behind, we'll be good.
It's quite interesting this time, lots of roadsters at the front for the first time really ever this season. Do you think that's a better car over a lap than the Mark II?
I would say at this track in particular, I would have preferred a Mark II here just because of the straight line advantage you've got, but these are great in the corners, so you can, any advantage they got in the straights, you can really make it up. As long as you don't make a mistake, you're back there.
Well done on your win and good luck later on. So that was our race winner, Aaron Cook. Second was Sean Trainer. Sean, you were catching towards the end there.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for the flag on the lights. So I was there waiting for the red light, and when you're on the front row there, you've got a job to see the lights anyway. So I'm sort of bent down looking, and then all of a sudden I see it with a flag, and before I knew it, everyone else has gone. So I got a slow start. I've been getting good starts all season, and once Aaron had got that break, we're pretty evenly matched on the thing. I thought I'm not going to. I think I got behind Cam, and I think at one point Adam was in front as well. So by the time I got back past them, Aaron had the gap, and then it was just a matter of him making sure he just kept that gap away from me. So we'll have a look next. I don't know where we are for quali times next time, but we'll see what I can do off the lights. Hopefully get them lights working for next round.
Interesting this season, isn't it? Because obviously you switched to the Mark III last year, now Aaron has this year. Obviously you two have won most of the championship, or mainly you, Aaron, last year. So how are you finding the comparison between the two types of MR2?
I don't know, I still prefer the Mark II. Okay, I've still got it tucked away in the garage, and it's like, do I get it? Even Lee, the mechanic who looks after the car, he said, are you going to get the Mark II back out next year or what? And I went, I don't know, we're still on debating it at the moment. We'll see how it goes. I can't get the grips with it in the wet. Even though I was managed to pull Aaron in a bit towards the end, I think he was more managing the gap and didn't want to go chucking it off, rather than, I think if he had to push a bit harder, he could have probably pushed a bit harder. So, and even though they're supposed to have, with the coilovers, you're supposed to have a bit more handling, but I still prefer the Mark II.
Well done on second place. Right, then Cam Walton was in third. Cam, well done on third place and the best of the Class B Mark IIs, and a good battle, I think, with Adam there towards the end.
Yeah, it's tricky. Really, the priority after quali was really just to try and stay ahead of class, especially in front of, in a pack of 5 of us fighting for the class championship at the moment. Yeah, managed to mix up with the Roadsters a little bit, but the strengths and weaknesses is quite different, and especially when it comes to the wet, they've got ABS and I don't, so can make moves around the corners like round at Stowe, and then it gets pretty tricky into Vale. Even if he's 4 car lengths back, he's going to get me. So yeah, massive respect to Adam, because we had an awesome battle, really close door to door, but no contact whatsoever, just complete respect, and had a lot of fun.
And this year you've come back to racing in the MR2 Championship. How have you found getting back into the swing of things?
Yeah, it's been a bit of an adjustment again, and that car, the Rogue Motorsport car, is a little bit different to the car I was used to driving back in the day, with different springs and having to drive it in a little bit different way to get the most out of it. But it's an awesome car, really enjoying it, super competitive up the front this year, especially with the Roadsters with Sean and Aaron. So yeah, having a lot of fun.
And you finding that the Mark II is not quite as quick as the Mark IIIs? Obviously Mark IIIs have won most of the races this year.
Yeah, I think it's really circuit dependent at the moment. The first half of the season we've had a lot of circuits which I'd say would probably suit the Mark III a little bit better, like Cadwell, Brands Hatch Indy. Snetterton should have suited the Mark IIs and should be the same here as well. Unfortunately, I made a mistake in qualifying, lost my pole time, so I know the pace is there. If we have a dry race this afternoon, then maybe we can get a Mark II win for the first time in a while.
Well done on your third place and good luck later. So that's the MR2s. We continue with rear-engined sports type cars, and that means BMW's up next. So let's
It's the BMW Car Club Racing Championships. You see the cars already heading out onto the grid for a 20-minute race. In this case, let's have a look at how the grid lines up. Pole position is number 2, the former British Touring Car Championship driver Rick Kerry, and alongside him 44 Michael Cutt. The second row, 47 Neil Bradley and 28 Brad Sheehan. They've done a lot of the winning between them this season. Then we've got 26 Paul Cook. Hang on, we've only just seen him in the MR2s. He's back out in his BMW this time. And then it's Lee Pearson, number 61, next in. Row 4 is 80 Mike Eustace and 7 Wayne Lewis. 25 Ben Pearson and 67 Adrian Williams are on the 5th row. Jim Benson in 59 and Cass Singh in number 3 are on row 6. 7th row, 77 Paul Travers and 66 Mark Culmer. Colin Whitmore 35 and Dan Harborough 30 on row 8. Row 9 is Bill Radrock, number 8, and Sean Jackson, number 40. 10th row will be Kevin Granger in 37 and Raheem Ballou in 55. Tom Singleton 23 and Clive Watson, number 10, line up on row 11. And row 12 is David Morris in 96 and Carl McMillan in 60. 13th row, is Saranga Soti Sirihari in 82 and Paul Laramie in 31. Mike Nash 48 and Andy Wynn 16 on row 14. Sam Walton in 6 and Gary Burstow 83 on the 15th row. At the back it's going to be 79 Sergei Meniv and William Lake number 4. So we should have 32 cars out on the grid, and the BMW Car Club Championship runs across multiple different classes. Class M1 and M2 for the M Series engined cars. The M1 cars are the quicker of the two sets. You've got Class 6 for 6-cylinder engined cars, and the Cup class, which is for the BMW compacts, the 325 Ti's running in their own division. Championship wise, coming into this weekend, we have Ben Pearson leading the way on 106 points. He's ahead of Niall Bradley, who has 99, and Brad Sheehan, who has 94. Ben is from Class 6, Niall and Brad both from Class M1, and both starting towards the sharp end this time. In fact, both of them on row 2 of the grid. And then fourth in the points is Carl McMillan, who is the leading driver in the Cup class this year. He is on 88 points, the same as Adrian Williams, who's the top M2 class driver. So always intriguing, and that the champion within the BMW Car Club Championship can come from any of the different classes. Last year it was Kevin Denwood that took the title from Paul Cook and Graham Crowhurst, and Kevin, a Class 6 driver. It was a Cup class driver, Matt Page, that won it the year before, 2019 being the first year with which the BMW Car Club Racing Championship ran with championship status. It initially started the previous year as a series of races, and it's been very popular throughout, regularly getting big grids of 20, 30 cars or more, as we have here this weekend. And look at that, a great sight. But it looks like we're missing the car that should be on the front row, and it is, of course, Mike Cutt. That is the car you can see at the back of shot. That is Mike Cutt, with sort of hand in the air saying, hang on, I should be up at the front of the grid. I think he must have arrived late in the assembly area or something, I would think, and he is going to be put into a slot at the back of the grid. So there's a gap on the front row. That creates an opportunity for Niall Bradley, number 47 potentially, and 28 Brad Sheehan. Bradley in the green car, green and white car, Sheehan in the sort of pink and white car, with Rick Kerry's 1 Series, the blue and white one, on pole position.
I wonder potentially whether Mike Cutt has made some setting changes or tyre change to cope with these conditions.
Yeah.
And therefore was prepared to turn up late.
Possibly. Red lights are on. They go out now. Let's see what Mike Cutt can do in this race. Well, he at the back is trying to find a way around the outside of some of his competitors. Looks like it's going to be Rick Kerry, but is going to lead into the first corner, or is it going to be the Brad Sheehan car from the 4th position on the grid? Now, is Kerry that's got away quite well? No, it is Sheehan as they arrive down at Village that's nosing into the lead. A lock up a little bit further back. That's from the Lee Pearcey number 61 car. He went very well in wet conditions at Castle Combe earlier in the year, and Kerry there all over the curb has dropped back to 4th place.
I was watching Cutt, who was halfway up the field on the outside coming into Abbey, and there was contact.
And there he is, he's in the gravel trap. So if it was a gamble to start from the back, it ain't paid off, unfortunately, for Mike Cutt. So there was contact there. He's ended up in the gravel trap. Rick Kerry trying to get 3rd place back here, away from the number 26 car of Paul Cook. Well, Paul Cook will know better than anyone what these conditions are like, because he was only racing them about 6 or 7 minutes ago in the MR2s. And look at that, 3 wide for the lead as they come down into the left-hander at the Vale, and it's 47 that goes through to take the lead. That's Niall Bradley. Paul Cutt's gone through to 2nd. Losing 2 places there was Brad Sheehan, and a braking for the left-hander. And 4th is Rick Kerry. What an outstanding start to this race.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And here comes Rick Kerry with the V8 bowling up the inside. He's not close enough to into Abbey to wrest 3rd place back. But Bradley, Cook, Sheehan and Kerry are our leaders.
They certainly are, as they head over the line to start lap number 2 of this race. I've said it's a 20-minute race, so slightly longer than the ones that we've had already today. And there they go. Oh, and that was up the inside. That was always going to end in contact, and I think it did, between Brad Sheehan and Paul Cook. They've both gone a little bit wide. It allows Niall Bradley to make his escape somewhat out in front, and it has brought, actually, Lee Pearcey's managed to get through into 4th place as well, and we know he goes well in the wet, the ex-single-seater racer.
Yeah, indeed, and I saw the pink car get very, very out of shape coming onto the Hanger Straight. Such was his speed. And there's a big slide out over the curbs in the chase group, the blue car.
Look like Jim Benson, and he's battling for the lead there with Ben Pearson. Ignore car 3, that's Kaz Singh. He's in one of the M1 class cars, but the next 2 cars are the 2 class 6 leaders. Ben Pearson, number 25, and Jim Benson in number 59. So those are very close. And Lee Pearcey has trying to swing past the 28 car of Brad Sheehan here to go up into 3rd position. He's quite wide there going through the farm curve, and yes, he has to slot back in behind Sheehan now, with Rick Kerry and Mike Eustace right behind him in 5th and 6th positions. It's letting Niall Bradley and Paul Cook get away a little bit though. There's Pearcey once again, the only driver apart from Bradley and Sheehan to win a race outright this season. Bradley has won 3, Sheehan has won 4 so far. There's some damage there from someone's car, a yellow flag waving because of that. Looks like a bit of a splitter or something has come awry, and there is Kerry trying to go back up the inside of Pearcey, a bit too far back.
There are a couple of bits of debris there in the track on the approach to Stowe. It looks like flat pieces of... and there comes Kerry up the inside. He's grabbed a place back from Lee Pearcey in the Team FSR car. That was into Vale. And those times now coming down. 13s for Niall Bradley, 1:13.14. New fastest lap of the race. Cook only a 10th or so slower.
Yeah, the pole position time was a 1:12.67, so they're only about half a second off the times that they were doing this morning, and they are underneath the lap record as well, which was a 1:14.27 to Rick Kerry. So Niall Bradley now has the new lap record. So this scrap going on still for 4th place between 61 Pearcey and 2 Rick Kerry. Kerry, who spent some time racing the British Touring Car Championship, back ahead of Pearcey once again. Still these yellow flags though down the hang straight into Stowe, which does take away an overtaking opportunity. Double waved yellows now, so I wonder if there's perhaps a marshal has been onto the circuit to try and retrieve that bodywork. It's not there anymore, and the yellow flags have gone in as well, so that's good news. As Pearcey in 5th position then chases after Kerry. You can see, or you could see on the previous shot, the 3 cars ahead of him. I can tell you that there's still a good battle going on in Class 6 as well between 25 Ben Pearson and 59 Jim Benson.
Yeah, that's a battle for 9th place out on the circuit. That car of Rick Kerry, that snorting V8, sounds fabulous, doesn't it? And there he is.
Yep, certainly does sound good. So it looks like the conditions are... Paul Cook's got the new lap record now, 1:13.05. He's just done that. He took 3/10 out of Niall Bradley's lead that time as well. And I think the top 5 all in the 1:13, so all of them underneath the old lap record held by Rick Kerry. There's Kerry doing his best to fend off Lee Pearcey now. Pearcey carries a good deal more speed, it would seem, onto the hang straight. This time is right in the toe of Kerry, but possibly this is where Kerry's V8 power tells, and he is just able to ease away from Pearcey.
That Class 6 lead has changed to Jim Benson ahead of Ben Pearson, incidentally. But here they come, Rick Kerry with the 1 Series V8 down into the Vale, hard on the brakes, down the gearbox, lock up from Pearcey behind him, looking for a neat exit to get maximum speed up the straight. White and green car is your leader, that's Niall Bradley. Lead 2.26 seconds. Fastest lap down to a 1:12.85, so Niall Bradley has reduced that lap record still further.
That's a very impressive time indeed, as we're watching this battle still for 4th and 5th place between Kerry and Piercy, Kerry back in front once again. So constantly changing. So Bradley still leading by 2.26 seconds from Paul Cook. So watching the 80 car of Mike Eustace, he's all on his own now. He's quite a long way clear. He's about 10 or 11 seconds clear of Wayne Lewis, who's in 7th position. There is Wayne now, and he's got behind him Cassing. And then this is the battle for the Class 6 lead. You just saw it going into shot there, just behind Wayne Lewis. And that looked like it was still Jim Benson, the 59 car, ahead of 25.
Pearson trying to go up the inside, wasn't he, in the darker car? And you're right that Benson has prevailed for the time being. It's getting smoky, isn't it?
It is.
And it's not just bodywork on tyres.
It's not. That seemed to come on all of a sudden as well, didn't it? Yep. As well. So that's potentially something for Wayne Lewis to be worried about, and also Kaz Singh, who's following not too far behind, about 2 seconds and 3/4 behind him. Just be mindful of that grey smoke ahead of him. So that's Wayne Lewis, number 7, heading down to Village once again. But you can just see in the back of that shot the Class 6 lead. That is number 8, Bill Redrop. He's now fallen behind number 40, Sean Jackson, in the battle for 18th.
The wing's hanging off the yellow car, isn't it? At the head of that group, the front wing is flapping at the bottom, where it's been tattered.
Try and get a look at the number on that one. It is the number 55 car. So that is Raheem Ballou.
He's lost the front valance as well, hasn't
I think his might have been the bodywork that was in the track down at Stowe.
Yeah, no front valance on that car, and
look at him, he's just ahead of the Dan Harborough car, the E30. There's not too many of the E30s on the grid, and they look absolutely fantastic.
Great looking things in E30 still.
Yeah, no, it's kind of timeless, isn't it?
Aged really well.
Yeah. So you imagine that Raheem Ballou had some contact a few laps ago down at this part of the circuit to dislodge some of his bodywork. But he's still pushing along in 15th position overall, just ahead of Dan Harborough. Harborough, one of the Class 6 winners, Ballou running in the M2 class. This is the battle for the lead in Class 6. 59, Jim Benson. 25, Ben Pearson. It's been Ben Pearson that has taken 4 class wins so far this season, and Jim Benson has also had 4, but hasn't had the consistent results of Ben during the course of this season so far. But these two drivers proving themselves very evenly matched indeed. You can't even see Ben Pearson's car there because it's hidden right behind the blue car, looking a bit further up the road.
It's just popping out from behind in the slipstream.
Yeah. There they go. He's up the inside, Ben Pearson.
Yep.
Into Stowe corner, and I think he's done it. He's made that work. He's gone through into the lead of Class 6 and
he's
9th
retaken it, in fact, because he was leading at the start of the lap. Then Benson got him, and now he's back ahead. So that class lead has changed.
Lap times have been going out again. I think there is a bit of rain falling. Now I can just about see it on the cameras, can't you? Just a bit of light rain in the air, dampening the track once again. But lap times certainly just well, they're working. Some of them are going out more than others. There's Wayne Lewis. He's certainly got his wipers on, hasn't he? And look how the Class 6 cars have now got more on terms with the Class 2 car of Wayne Lewis and the Class 1 car, the M1 car of Kaz Singh, and that possibly indicates that the conditions are coming to the Class 6 cars, which are less powerful.
And up front, whether it's been traffic or otherwise, Paul Cook has halved, or in fact reduced by 2/3 the lead of Niall Bradley. It's down to just under 0.6 of a second.
Look at this, there's back markers, some of the Cup class cars involved as well here, as Jim Benson and Ben Pearson try to find their way through. It is Pearson ahead at the moment. Marshall's waving from their blue flags to warn the slower cars that there's quicker cars coming through. And there's Paul Cook now. And has Paul got the lead? That's Abby. Yes, he has. Paul Cook has taken the lead. I think, no, he's not. Sorry, I was wrong. It's Brad Sheehan there. But you've actually got the 3 leaders now pretty much together. So it's Niall Bradley by 1.17 seconds at the start of the lap from Paul Cook. The gap having gone out again by 0.6. But Sheehan closed the gap to Cook by 0.6 that time through.
Yeah, Sheehan in the whites and pink car with almost kind of NASCAR-esque. Kerry all over the grass coming onto the Hangar Straight out of Chapel. That's well, it's Chapel on the Grand Prix circuit, the link on the international that we're on. And there coming around the outside is 28, which is Brad Sheehan, goes round the outside of Paul Cook. But on the exit of the corner, who's going to prevail?
Let's wait to see what happens at the Vale, and it is Cook. So Cook hangs on to the second place there, but that little bit of scrapping has slowed them up slightly.
Sheehan's car picks up its front wheel through that corner, which is quite interesting. It lifts off the deck.
Right, traffic for the leaders to deal with, and that has cost Niall Bradley in the lead 4/10, the gap down to 3/4 of a second now. And traffic really is a feature of these BMW Car Club Championship races. There is a variety of different specifications of car, and they're slightly longer races at 20 minutes as well, so the traffic does come into play. The Cup class, by the way, is still being led by Carl McMillan, who's been the class of that field so far this year. But this is the battle for the overall lead. Niall Bradley in the 47 car out front from 26, Paul Cook. Cook has not yet had a win this season. He's had 3 third-place finishes during the course of the year so far. And problems for Brad Sheehan there. Problems for Brad Sheehan. He has slowed dramatically. So from third place, it looks like he's going to pull off. Can we see what might be wrong there? Nothing obvious, I don't think. So possibly something internal. The issue for Brad Sheehan, and that's a great shame because he was the man third in the championship coming into this weekend. As Bradley goes over the line again with 6 and a bit minutes to go, he's just lapping the Dan Harborough car there, so he's lapped up to and including 17th position, make that 16th position now as he goes past Sean Jackson. He's picking them off all the time now. Oh, and a spinner. Oh, it's Harborough that spun in the E30. He's pointing back in vaguely the right direction again. Hopefully he's not picked up any damage there. So Paul Cook, we can see on screen, the number 26 car, same number that he races in the MR2 Championship, the driver from Stonesfield, getting past the number 79 back marker there, which is Sergei Meniv, and he continues his chase of Bradley, but he has lost a place to Rick Kerry in all of this, hasn't he? And now has Paul Cook got problems? I've missed Kerry getting through, to be honest with you, but he clearly has done, and Paul Cook now has Lee Pearcey all over the back of him.
Yeah, I think the track's coming back to them again, isn't it? And that's allowing the power of that 1 Series V8 of Rick Kerry to make its presence felt. Cook under pressure from Pearcey now.
Yeah, Pearcey, the Castle Coombe winner. The third of the 3 different overall winners we've had this season. There is a board that's gone out. I don't think that can be the last lap board just yet because it is a 20-minute race rather than a 15-minute race. This one, as Pearcey carries more speed through Abbey, and can he attack Paul Cook then on the way down to Village this time? Looked like he might be able to. Just saw that in the background there. Paul Cook, I think, just about managing to hold on. We're watching Niall Bradley, though, the race leader. 3.13 seconds he was to the good at the start of the lap. But yeah, the previous lap, Paul Cook dropped about 6 seconds. He did a 1:19 compared to the 1:13s that he's been capable of. But Bradley, with blue flags waving not at him but at back markers, heading down to Stoke Corner on lap 13.
I wonder if Cook went the opposite way on tyres and he's run out of grip.
That is possible. It's something we do hear drivers talk about in these BMW Car Club Racing Championship races. Here's the 47 car coming through for the 13th time, and we're going to get the checkered flag a little bit early for some reason, I'm afraid. So checkered flag goes out to Niall Bradley, then he takes the win from Rick Kerry in second place. In third place is going to go to Lee Pearcey. So Lee Pearcey right at the end has got into the podium positions. He's squeezed ahead of Paul Cook, who takes fourth place in the end. Mike Eustace, it is about 13 seconds back, takes 5th. Cass Singh, it is number 3 that takes 6th position. And then the rest of them will be coming through. There is Jim Benson, and it looks like he is clear of Ben Pearson. Pearson's not the car alongside, it was the car just in the background there. And that's the number 7 car of Wayne Lewis going across the circuit, and Jim Benson's got caught up in all of that, and that means that Ben Pearson has pounced. So I think that was Jim Benson slowing in reaction to Wayne Lewis steaming across the front of his car. So Ben Pearson has gone through to the Classic 2, and Jim Benson's car stopped. I wonder if there was some contact between Benson and Wayne Lewis there, because possibly he's picked up some damage, because he's not made it to the checkered flag. Well, Niall Bradley's taken the checkered flag for the second time, but I'm not too surprised because it did go out much earlier than we all expected.
Yes, you might well have had a sort of a clock in his running in his car, and confused by that. Here comes poor old Jim Benson.
The body language wasn't particularly happy body language.
No,
I don't think so. We didn't see the start of that incident with Wayne Lewis going skittering across the grass.
There were 3 cars very, very close together, because Benson still had the class lead coming down into the Vale, and right behind him was Pearson, his rival in 25. Next thing we saw was the car spinning like crazy, and
Wayne Lewis was the third of those cars. So you imagine there must have been a bit of contact there somewhere along the line.
And Jim Benson trudging back.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a transponder in his pocket to trigger the timing. He's a bit late for that.
Chuck it over the finish line, yes. That's disappointment for him. That's more points dropped in the championship. Wayne Lewis wandering over to have a word. Let's see if we can bring you the results of that race then. And it was a win for Niall Bradley. 2.17 seconds clear of Rick Carey, so 47 the winner from number 2, Rick Carey. 61, Lee Piercy was in 3rd place. 4th to 26, Paul Cook, just pipped at the post. 5th, number 80, Mike Eustace. 6th, number 3, Kaz Singh. Ben Pearson winning Class 6 in 7th place overall. Gary Burstow, number 83, took 8th. He won Class M2. Mark Coulmer was 9th, 66, and Colin Whitmore 10th in 35. Paul Travers, Raheem Ballou, Sean Jackson, Clive Watson, Bill Redrop rounded out the top 15. A bit further back, Carl McMillan, 19th in the end, the best of the Cup class cars. And if we look on to the next screen, we will see that the final cars were all 1 or more laps down. Andy Wynne, Paul Laramie, David Morris, Sam Walton, William Lake and Sergei Miniv. So an entertaining race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, with conditions changing as we went on there. We see Wayne Lewis on the left and Jim Benson in the middle there, with the marshal on the right, discussing what went on in that incident down there at the Vale on what proved to be the final lap. Cars heading down the pit lane, Niall Bradley being signalled in to the number 1 slot, alongside the cars of Rick Carey and Lee Piercy. There is the car now of number 47, Niall Bradley, who's yet to get out of the car, but is clambering out, or trying to clamber out now. So we'll head down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane. Just waiting for Niall Bradley to get ready before we hear from Josh, who's getting his helmet off now, and his balaclava as well. And Niall getting his 4th win of the season, and I think now he probably is ready to speak to Josh Barrett.
Yeah, thanks Ian. Niall Bradley, our race winner. Niall, I'll give you your winner's garland. A really difficult race that looked, with changing weather throughout.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, we opted to change the tyre pressures just before we went out because it was wet, and it was real handful towards the end there because they just expanded too much. But no, really enjoyed that. Really hard work, but I enjoyed it.
There was quite a battle at the start of the race. I saw Paul and Brad as well. I think you were 3 wide at one point.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sure whenever we went down and around through the chicane here, I don't know the name of the corner. I think Brad went to defend Paul. I seen a bit of a gap on the opposite side, so I went for the inside, and it worked. It worked really well. But no, good race. Really enjoyed that.
And championship-wise, I don't think Brad finished. He had some kind of issue, so points. That's good for you.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Brad. Don't like seeing anybody not finishing the race. I hope it's not too bad. But yeah, I was leading the championship by 5 points. But if we take drop rounds into consideration, we were neck and neck. So yeah, every point helps at the minute. Yeah.
Well done and good luck later on. So that was Noel Bradley, our race winner. We've got the top 3 overall for this. Second place was Rick Kerry. So our interrupted. Well done, Rick. Second place. So that was.
Yeah, had a fight for it a bit.
This season hasn't quite gone to plan, but it's back on track now.
Yeah, well, I've had sort of quite a few issues with the car. Nothing major, but we've had a clutch issue, we had a suspension issue, and it was nice to go test on Friday and actually have a smooth day with everything running right. Put a good time in, but I think I was touched tentative on the first corner, got hit in the back, and then end up on the outside, sort of like nearly 4 abreast. But that was good to stay with the pack and trying to pick off as and when I could. But yeah, it's nice to be back up the front again.
Obviously, your car is very different to everybody else. Everyone else is the M3. You've got this 1 Series. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, it's a 1 Series with the V8, the E92 M3 V8 engine. Taking a long while to get it where we want it, but it's very different. Sounds different, I think, to the rest of them. It does get a bit of attention.
And do you like having something different, or do you just like this particular type of car?
Well, I used to run a 1 Series when I was in other championships before, so I stuck with the 1 Series, even though I had an M3 before. But I suppose I've gone so far down the line with it, you got to try and make it work. But it's very different. But there you go.
I guess you'd prefer it to stay dry, would you, for the race later?
Yeah, I'd like it dry. I mean, I'd like it to either be dry or wet, but not the sort of in between. It's when you're sort of starting on dry and it rains halfway through. But then the change of conditions are the same for everybody, so it could make it good fun.
That's what the conditions seem to be today, isn't it? Well done on second place, Rick Kerry. Then in third place was Lee Piercy. Third for you, Lee. I guess you'd like a bit more rain, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we've done all right in the rain earlier in the year, but we're working on the car and we're trying to get a dry setup. So we want dry weather, to be honest. We want to run with the guys. We want to get near the guys at the front in the dry. So yeah, the sketchy conditions didn't probably favour our new setup, to be fair. We've probably now got a dry setup and a wet setup. So we're coming. We're getting closer to the front guys. But it was an exciting race. It was good. It was there's cars everywhere and sketchy conditions and the rain and on and off. So but no, third place. We nicked it on the last lap. So no, we're pleased. Really pleased.
Lots of traffic, like you say. A big circuit though. So is it not too bad round here?
It's not too bad. It depends where you catch them. If you catch the back markers in the complex, obviously there's one line you can't get past them, so you're stuck for 3 corners. So it is nice and wide, but if you get them in the wrong place, then yeah, it can be costly. So, but yeah.
You've been back in car racing for a few years now. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's still good. We come back to do a bit with my dad. So this year doing it on my own. Obviously, me and my dad are always here together. We do it as a team. There's talk of someone trying to convince me to do an 8-hour endurance on the bikes at Brands GP in October. So we'll see. The levers might come back out for a one-off. But no, enjoying the cars at the minute. And it's a good crowd, a great club. What Neil's put together and a good bunch of lads and good racing.
Great stuff, well done on third place. So that was the completion of our morning racing. But coming up after lunch is the Tagierwa Club Enduro Championship. What we're going to try and do now is catch up with some of the drivers, although it may be a bit more problematic than yesterday because quite a lot of the garage doors are pushed down because the conditions here at Silverstone aren't great. It's windy and a bit wet as well. So we shall see if there's any drivers about for our next race that we can catch up with. This will be the 5th of 6 rounds for the Club Enduro Championship, and the championship can be won this weekend. I see Steve Cheetham. Steve, can you come and have a chat with us? Much cooler conditions than Snetterton, and I'm sure you're pleased about that.
Yeah, just a bit. I invested in a cool shirt after Snetterton, but I don't think I'll need it today, so different conditions again.
It's very hard to know what the weather's going to be like. Is that difficult over a long race to know how to set the car up?
It is difficult, really. Yeah, we've got 3 choices of tyres, and we're going to go for the middle one, really, which are okay in the wet if it does rain. We're not going to go for wets. Unless it suddenly does something strange. Yeah.
Is a tyre change possible in one of these races?
I think so, but you're not allowed to stop for half an hour, so whatever you pick at the start, you've got to put up with for half an hour, really, because you can't have a pit stop out of the window.
You stepped up to Class A a few seasons ago. What did you have to do to the car to make that happen?
We just put a bigger engine in it, to be fair, you know, and we tried to cope with it with just the extra power, but since then we've added bigger brakes, you know, we've upgraded the suspension. It's still a development, really. We've still got a bit to go to get it on the pace of the you know, the TCR cars, but we're keeping on it. We're trying all the time. Every race we come with a little upgrade, so yeah, fingers crossed.
I think back to Croft, that went really well, didn't it? I think second you got there.
Yeah. It all fell our way at Croft, so you know, it's just funny. We just can't predict what's going to happen today, really, with the changeable conditions.
And the team have 2 cars out now with Colin as well. So how's that all going?
It's going really well. Colin had a win in the Road Sports yesterday, so he's happy, and yeah, he's third in his class today. So it's nice to see 2 cars out there. You know, we had the car sat there, and the shame not, you know, I can't drive both cars at once. So yeah, it's nice to see Colin with a team.
Well, I hope it all goes well for all the team and for you in the race coming up quite shortly.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Good luck. So that's Steve Cheetham, who's driving this Porsche that is here. So the Club Enduro Championship is a long distance race today. It's a 100-minute race. It's got 3 classes for production, sports and saloon cars based on power to weight ratio, as majority of 750 Motor Club categories are. You can see a big mix of cars in the pit lane. You've got BMWs, lots of them. You've got Minis, and you've got the front-wheel drive Seats as well. Lots of the teams preparing at the moment ahead of this race, and we heard from Steve there, with these changeable conditions, it's very difficult to know how to set the car up. So you've got a Golf in here and MX-5s, and then you've got the Area Motorsport team in the next garage with some of the Seats as well. I see Luke Handley over here. Let's have a catch up with him. Hello, Luke. You're in Class B, I think, again. It's really competitive this year, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah. I mean, last year was competitive. This year's like another step up. So, yeah, difficult qualifying. Obviously 1 lap, and then it was basically fastest lap first, and then we had the red flag, and then it rained. So, in 6th in class, so a little bit disappointing from where we wanted it to be, but long race, isn't it? So, yeah.
With how close it's all been this year, is it more like doing a sprint race, having to push all the time?
I mean, yeah, Croft, you saw that, and Snetterton, the heat. But yeah, both times it's been, you know, hour and a half into the race, still people telling me I need to set like fast lap times to keep back. You know, there's such a difference in speed and distance and ability because of the Lotuses being faster on the lap times, but obviously us being quicker on the straights and things like that. It's been great, but it's really good. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
It's always interesting to watch those races. I don't know what it's like to be in them where you've got, they say, the Lotus really quick through the corners. Is that difficult to race against or quite enjoyable?
The Lotuses are difficult, to be fair. As you say, exactly that. Normally faster on the straights, but they're much faster in the corners. So that's where we struggle. But it's great that you can have a hatchback versus a rear-wheel drive Lotus Elise, and all be still really close racing. So yeah, good.
Slightly shorter race today. Is that going to change anything in the tactics?
For us, yes, a little bit. We run a 120 litre fuel tank, so basically means we run out of fuel, so we can keep that in the bag should there need to be a tyre change, looking at the conditions. But from qualifying this morning, the dries do go a long way into the wet before you would see any benefit of pitting and then changing to a wet. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting.
Obviously, you're in the Area Motorsport team where they're running lots of cars. Is that going to be difficult if there's a big rain shower and everyone has to change tyres?
Yes. I mean, we all get our own engineer, and so everyone's obviously, you know, able to have their tyres changed as they need it. But yeah, as you saw this morning, pit lane congested, people, everything like that. Yeah, it will definitely be, if there's a safety car in amongst the tyre change or a serious rain shower, then yeah, it's definitely going to be spicy. Yeah.
Interesting to watch. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
So that's Luke Handley out of the Golf, and I think will probably be about it who we can catch up with. Not many drivers in the pit lane, all getting ready for the race that's coming up later on. But let's head back to the commentary box and over to Ian.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. So we'll look forward to the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, which is due to get underway about 37 minutes from now. After that, we'll have the Burnings V8s and Carmel Porsche Trophy, plus the second race of the day for the KTAC Racing Clear 182 Championship, Toyo Tyres MR2s and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. One category that's not here this weekend is the 750 Motor Club Sports 1000 Championship, but we'll hear a little bit more about that in a few minutes' time. But first, let's take a quick break.
Toyo Tyres.
Got blue, baby. Blue.
is the heart that yearns to explore. Blue is the pull of the unknown. Blue is the fire that burns inside. Wake up your blue with our tires. Ignite your blue. Toyo Tires. Toyo Tires. Blue is the heart that yearns to explore. Blue is the pull of the unknown. Blue is the fire that burns inside. Wake up your blue with our tires. Ignite your blue. Toyo Tires.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise. To only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Club Motorsport in the United Kingdom is seen as one of the most interesting, competitive and exciting in the world. And for the remainder of 2021, I'm going to take you inside one of the UK's flagship organisations, the 750 Motor Club. We'll get to know the drivers, the cars and the tracks and let you know how you can get involved and go racing yourself. In this first episode, we're going to be focusing on the Sports 1000 Championship. With its extremely high power to weight ratio, these cars can actually lap a number of the UK's venues faster than the British touring cars. So let's get to know some of the drivers in the Sports 1000 Championship and their journey to getting here and racing with them in 2021.
My name is Rich Miles and I compete in the Sports 1000 Championship with 750 Motor Club.
My name is Colin Chapman and I race in the Sports 1000 Championship.
So going back a few years, what's your earliest memory of motorsport, maybe just as a fan?
Oh, as a fan, probably watching the F1 with my dad on ITV back in the day, like 2005. Springs to mind is the Indianapolis GP in 2005 when all the Michelin tyres exploded. For some reason, that's like my early racing memory.
Well, my dad used to race, so I've been at motocross meetings since I was a baby, go-kart racing, and since I was 3 or 4, and I had a go-kart at 5, but I started racing motocross when I was 10, so I've been racing since the mid-60s.
Wow.
It's something.
I went to watch the F1 at Silverstone, so here in 2005, so that's a good memory, definitely. Good old V10s. I think we went to British Superbikes in 1999 or something, but I was only 5, so
don't really remember.
Don't really remember much about it.
In the Sports 1000 Championship, you can run a number of 4-stroke motorcycle engines from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki and Yamaha. There is some freedom in the suspension and braking and the bodywork as well, allowing drivers to develop the cars around them. The transmission ratios must be standard for the engine that is being used, and also the cars be running Yokohama A048Rs as their control standard tyres, with a different tyre for wet conditions. The outcome of all of this is a championship that gives drivers great value for money over a season, while also allowing competitors to adapt areas of the cars around them. For more details and the championship regulations, please check out the video description. There'll be a link to the 750 Motor Club website where you can get to know more. So what's the story and the motivation to get into racing like yourself, like taking that step?
Yeah, so in about 2014, when I was 19 or so, I decided I wanted to get into racing. I'd done a little bit of karting when I was a young lad, only for a year or so. So me and my old man just decided we'd get an old BMW 318, build it up and enter into the Compact Cup. So we've done 3 seasons of that, club racing, ran out of money, gave it a break for a while. Then we were like, what's faster than that, but for a reasonable price? And we found these, built up a nice Spire, so here we are.
I think I started in '67 at the age of 10 and raced motocross solos, then motocross sidecars, then I had a bit of a break with the kids at the age they were, but still did 1 or 2 things a year. And then I got a kit car to do some track days, and within 3 months I'd taken my hard test and started racing.
First race weekend, outlapping qualifying, pouring rain, Brands Hatch Indy, spun it at Paddock Hill Bend as you do, got a bitch in the gravel, didn't set a qualifying lap, started last in the first race, got taken out of the first corner even though I started last, spun out, red flag, back to the pit lane, repaired the car, out for race 2, managed to finish race 2. So yeah. I'm
one of these guys that started at the back and worked his way up. I'm not a front ender. I'm talent limited, but just keep trying.
We were just thinking about cars. Obviously, the BMW produced fantastic racing, huge grids, but the car itself is a little bit tame, not super fun to drive. So we're thinking, what's a car that even without racing would be, really enjoyable to drive? So you can take these out on an empty track and still have a massive smile on your face. And for the price, it's fantastic. There's nothing that comes close, really. So we just thought we'll take our time, spend probably near enough 2 years building it, just buying parts for it. Here we are, and the race has been amazing.
For the money, there is nothing to compare with this championship performance, because we're doing lap times, the British Touring Car lap times, and we're riding on tyres that last us. If you didn't test, the tyres would last you a whole season. I use 2 sets a year, and they're bog standard engines. You're not allowed to tune them, so everybody's in the same sort of state, and the money, you don't have to spend big money on them. So it literally is nothing, I don't think, for the money that you could get this sort of performance from. It's just, I keep looking around wondering if I should try something different. So I've been doing it for 17 odd years, this championship. There isn't, so I don't go anywhere.
The speed initially bends your brain a bit, just how quickly the cars accelerate, the braking distances, and then obviously in the corners the downforce. And just how raw the car is. It's a proper driving car. When you're sitting there you feel vulnerable, which is good. It feels like an old school F1 car almost. So it's just engaging, you can't drive these and not be switched on.
Creating a club motorsport series that is sustainable, good value for money and enjoyable is actually a lot harder than you think. But the 750 Motor Club have done a fantastic job over the last few years, especially in creating this great environment around all their series and championships. This year, the Sports 1000 Championship will be running a calendar that includes Silverstone, Croft, Snetterton, Anglesey, Brands Hatch and Alton Park. And these weekends typically offer a 15-minute qualifying session followed by two 20-minute races. And where possible, the events will take place over just one day. This helps cut the costs for the competitor. So what are the costs for the Sports 1000 Championship? Well, first off, you're going to pay the £25 for the club membership, then £120 for the yearly season registration, and then the entry fees, they're looking at between £295 and £395. That's very, very reasonable in club motorsport. And then for the car itself, if you want to buy one that's ready-made, possibly of someone who's been racing in this championship, you're probably looking at between £12,000 and £15,000. But of course, you can also build something up from scratch yourself. So something that I've noticed around the 750 Motor Club paddock is the incredibly friendly staff, drivers, helping each other out to have good fun out on track, whilst also maintaining a really healthy social side to the club and the championships outside of the racing.
They're not as planted as some cars. They move around a lot, which is great. The performance is so good, and the noise they make is mind-blowing. You can't read a 13,000 RPM bike engine compared, nothing else is the same. I don't know why people put car engines in race cars, personally. My two closest races ever were here, with the guy next door, with Tim, a couple of years ago, where we were this far apart on the last corner. I was on the international track, and he beat me by 0.001 of a second or something by going off the track. And then here again on the national with Albon about 10 years ago, where we must have overtaken each other about 20 times during the race. So those are two of my favourite races to watch.
But the goal essentially is just to be competitive. So every weekend, if we can just turn up and just put a bit of a fight up, we'll be happy, because we're just here to have fun, really. It's not super serious. So if we can just turn up, be competitive, if we get a few wins along the way, maybe even fight for the championship, that's an added bonus. Generally just have a laugh.
And as with every championship and series that I'm going to be featuring in these videos, you can follow the links in the video description to learn more, you can read the regulations and find all the possible contacts to get racing yourself. I want to say a massive thank you to the 750 Motor Club for allowing me to create this series. I'm really looking forward to competing myself more and also releasing more of this content, allowing you inside one of the UK's biggest club motorsport series and championships. It really has been a fantastic start and I can't wait to do more. See you soon.
Welcome back to Silverstone, the international circuit, the venue for the latest of these Alpha live streams of 750 Motor Club Racing. It's the 4th time that Alpha Live have streamed an event this season, the 2nd at Silverstone. We're here at the national circuit in April, but we're on the international circuit today, which is on the southern end of the Silverstone campus, 1.85 miles in length, utilising the Grand Prix pit lane, the wing building, as you can see there, resplendent in shot at the moment. And so the car turn right at Abbey, head round through Village, and then they use the little link to get onto the hangar straight up to Stowe, and then to Club and back again for a 1.85 mile lap that takes somewhere between just a low 1 minute and about a minute and a half, depending on the type of car that you're in. Forecast for this afternoon, much the same as it has been this morning. More showers due to go through. Bit of blue sky up above at the moment, but not an awful lot. And temperatures about 18 degrees, just popped out at lunchtime, and it felt a little bit more like October than it did August, if I'm honest with you. Let's have a look at the schedule for this afternoon. And as we've mentioned, the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship is what we've got coming up next. First race of the afternoon, 100-minute race. And then we've got the Bernice V8 St Carmel Porsche Trophy. That's a 40-minute race. And then 3 sprint races to round out the weekend's action. The K-Track Racing Clio 182s, the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2s, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship all have their second races of the weekend. So changeable conditions ahead here at Silverstone, but let's see if we can look ahead now to the first race of the afternoon, which is the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. So the race due off in about 7 or 8 minutes time, but it's a big old grid of cars that we'll have taking the start of this race, which we'll talk you through in a moment. But to let you know about the championship situation coming into this weekend's 5th round of 6, so we're nearly at the end of the season. It is Rob Baker and Carl Swift that lead the way with 61 points coming into this weekend, and they can wrap the championship up today. It just depends, though, on what happens in classes B and C. Luke Handley, who heads Class B, and the Alex Miller and John Langridge combo, who head Class C, they can't really afford to drop any points. If they both drop points at all during the course of today's race, and then I think that will give Swift and Baker the championship, irrespective of what the Area Motorsport drivers do in that number 1 car. So that's going to be something to watch out for, the championship potentially being decided. We'll hopefully bring you the grid very shortly for that. One more race to go after this, though, for the Club Enduros. That's at Alton Park in October to round out the 6-race season that started at Donington Park. Been to Croft, Brands Hatch and Snetterton as well. And here on the international circuit we should have 50 cars lining up for this 100-minute race, which is a little bit shorter than the races that we've had during the course of the season so far, which have, I think, been just over 2 hours in length in most cases. There is, of course, pit stops to be made. Most of the teams using 2 drivers. There's a few drivers that are going solo. That was certainly a problem last time out at Snetterton. It's a very hot weekend, and I think a few drivers did struggle with the heat there, those that went solo. That shouldn't be a particular problem today, thankfully. And I say most drivers, most teams go for a 2-driver strategy. And those pit stops, which have to be at least 3 minutes in length, they do allow for refuelling. Those must not happen in the first 30 minutes or the last 15 minutes of the race, which leaves 55 minutes broadly in the middle for them to play with. So we've got a big grid of cars, which is going to have the championship leaders on the front of it. We heard from Luke Handley just at the beginning of the lunch break there, who's the driver leading Class B in the championship in his Volkswagen Golf, but he explained that because the drivers only really got one quick lap in before a red flag and the rain, he has not had such a good qualifying session, so I think he's back in something like 6th within his class, Class B. And Class C. Where do we have our front runners lining up there? Well, it looks like Miller and Langridge are, I think, about third within their class. They drive Alex's MX-5. John, who's been a champion and front runner in MX-5s and Fiestas in the past as well. So we'll have to see what those drivers can do. Those are the drivers and teams that can keep Rob Baker and Carl Swift from wrapping up the championship this weekend. But Baker and Swift have won all 4 rounds overall so far this year. They have not got fastest lap in any of the races apart from one, though, so far, and those fastest lap bonus points could prove crucial. That fastest lap that they did get was at Croft, 2.5 months ago now, at the end of May. Within Class B, Luke Handley has had a couple of wins so far this season, but there have also been wins for William Stacey and for Phil Dryborough. And in Class C, Jeremy Crook even, and Alec Livesley took the victory in the first 2 rounds of the championship before Alex Miller and John Langridge won the races at Brands Hatch and at Snetterton. So let's see if we can now have a look at the grid for this Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race. And I'll try and give you the starting drivers as we go through as well. So pole position is the number 1 car, but it's actually going to be started by Carl Swift rather than Rob Baker. Alongside him will be the number 86 of Joe Locke. That's the BMW, I beg your pardon. On the second row, number 37, Andy Marston in the BMW, who was successful in road sports yesterday, and 126, William Caswell in the Seat TCR. The third row is going to have number 34, which is David Griffin going solo, and 43, Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Boxster. Fourth row is the number 90 car, that's Alan Henderson in the Lotus Elise, which we saw being driven by Neil Savage yesterday in the road sports. Henderson lines up 7th in number 90. Alongside him is number 7. Matty Taylor will not start that car, though, the Holden Commodore. That will in fact be started by William Ashmore. On the 5th row, number 69, Matthew Hampson in the BMW, and then 235, Sammy Venables starts the 235 car. He'll hand over to Michael Dark. And then on row 6, it's the 27 car being started by Mark Grice, and the 77 car not being driven at all by Finn Jones. Now Rob Ellick will start that. Tony Rogers will be the second driver in that car. Row 7 on the inside, you've got the 21 car being started by Adam Howarth, and alongside him 15, Colin Gillespie. On the 8th row, at 25, Darren Ball, and number 6, which is being started by Matthew Wallace. On the 9th row, 95, Andy Bailey, and number 4, Chris Freeman. We saw those out in road sports as well yesterday. Luke Handley, number 51, lines up on the inside of row 10, and alongside him is the number 18 car, which is actually going to be started by Matthew Faulkner. He'll hand over to Simon Major later on. William Stacey, number 49, lines up on the inside of row 11, alongside 176, Matthew Pickford. 87, George Heller, and 16, Phil Dryborough line up on row 12. On the 13th row, it's going to be number 80, which will be started by Chris Etheridge, and the 55 car of Chris Coomer. He'll hand over to Ollie Barsby. The 555 car, which lines up on the inside of row number 14. We don't know who's starting that one, so we'll go with James Alford. Next to him is number 31, Andy Chapman. The 53 car is being started by Charlie Dark, and 41 by David Mercer. On the 16th row, it's Treble 7 being started by Mark Livesley, Alec Livesley I should say, and 71 by Alex Miller. Then on row 17, it's Edward Christie in 481 and number 10, John Maudsley. On the 18th row, it's number 98, which is Tim Hartland, and number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh. On the 19th row, number 76, Michael Downey. And Manoj Patel is in 112. The 20th row is number 23, Graham Robinson, and 40, which is going to be Rob Fennick. And then on row 21, I beg your pardon, that's going to be Neville Jones, 58, and John Munro, number 59. And I can tell you that the final few rows of the grid are as follows. It's going to be Martin Gadsby, number 117, and Andrew Roby, number 29 on row 22. 316, Ivan Mayers is going to be alongside Paul Sabiani, number 66 on row 23. Row 24 is 707, Jonathan Barrett, and 808, Stuart Nichols. And row 25 is 32, Leon Bidgeway, and number 22, which will be started by Luke Browse. So that's the way of it. And although it was due to start this race at 1:30, we don't yet have the cars on the circuit ahead of the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. We can see, in fact, some of them are still making their way down the pit lane. There's also Jim Benton's BMW from the previous race before lunch that has now been recovered by the looks of it, and that's heading back to the garage. So we've got this 100-minute Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race ahead of us. I think it's not raining at the minute. You can see some spots of rain on some of the cameras around the circuit, but at the moment it looks like it's going to start reasonably dry, if not completely dry, but certainly changeable conditions are something that we're very much expecting in this 100-minute Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race, which should be very interesting as ever. Just having a look at the lap times that were set in qualifying, it was effectively quite a short session which quick times could be set because of the red flag during the session and then the rain that came during that hiatus. But Robert Baker and Carl Swift did a 1 minute 12.47 lap to put them on pole position, which is underneath the lap record, which is currently held by Rory Hines and Owen Fitzgerald on a 1 minute 13.24. So if that pace is repeated in the race, we could have a new lap record on our hands, and they were more than a second faster than Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, who were second fastest, and Andy Marston was another half a second off that pace in third. But have to remember that the times in qualifying, because of the truncated nature of the session, might not be completely representative today, and therefore we could see a bit of a shake-up in the early stages of the race as cars perhaps find their natural position. Of course, the other factor in this as well is that those cars that have two drivers, which is most of them, one driver very often is quicker than another, and some cars will have their quicker driver going up first and some will have their less quick driver going up first. In fact, the exception to that rule of one driver being quicker than the other is the pole position car, because Rob Baker and Carl Swift are pretty evenly matched, and they line up on pole position in the Area Motorsport car. Next to them on the front of the grid is going to be the 86 car, which is that of Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, the Tim Gray Motorsport run BMW E46 M3. And Locke and Hicklin both having raced in the Bike Sports Championship in Radicals over recent seasons, and Joe Locke cut his teeth in Civics before that. Andy Marston, number 37, is going to go from the second row of the grid after his success in road sports yesterday. Then you've got the 126 car of William Caswell and Brad Kaler in their Seat Cupra. They're second in the Class A Championship in the Corton Miller entered Seat Leon. And then you're going to have David Griffin, who's now going sailing, who was slated to be driving with Wesley Butcher, but Wesley has withdrawn, so it's just David driving on his own in this one. And he has Steve Cheetham, number 43, who was the champion a couple of seasons ago in Club Enduro, and he is now in the Porsche Boxster in Class A specification. It was a Class B car when he won the championship in 2019. It was that he won the championship overall. This season, 6-round championship for the last couple of seasons because of the impact of coronavirus and Brexit. Of course, we've not been able to have a round at Spa-Francorchamps, which for a few seasons Club Enduro did have. So that's a bit of a loss, but hopefully it's something that will return to the 750 Most Club roster in future seasons. So just waiting for the cars to be readied and released out onto the circuit ahead of this 100-minute race for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. There you can see a view of the Silverstone wing, with a view looking over from Stowe Corner, and the wing paddock in use during the course of this weekend. So we're expecting the race to be already underway, but there is a delay, and as soon as we have the cars out on circuit, we'll hear the engines fire up, and the anticipation will build ahead of a 100-minute race. It's going to be a rolling start, of course. 50 cars on the grid is what I was going to say. Marcus Pye is alongside me, Ian Sloman here in the commentary box. We'll hear from Josh Barrett in the pit lane during the course of the race as well. But Marcus, we have 50 cars on the grid for this weekend's Tiguan World Club NGO Championship race. I mean, that's a tremendous number, isn't it?
1.85 miles. It's going to be very busy, isn't it? That's for sure. The whole duration. I thought that was that Jim Benson's BMW I saw they were working on in the pits.
Yeah.
There. Whether it's got out or not, I don't know. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this all works, because just staying out of trouble is going to be the key, as in all endurance races, particularly for the first sort of 2/3, 3/4 of the distance, when the majority of cars are still running.
Well, that's right, and I can hear a whistle being blown in the background, which suggests that we're about to get cars released onto the circuit, which is tremendous. The other thing is the weather. We can see on that shot there's a very stiff breeze blowing now, so it's just whatever weather we do get, we're not going to get it for very long, because it's going to blow through.
I think that's right. I mean, I nipped out about 15 minutes ago, and it was drizzling at this end of the Silverstone campus, but it was only very light, and that brisk wind, as you say, was doing its best to keep everything clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite cloudy and overcast at the moment. That's the view from Abbey, from the grandstand that overlooks Abbey, and you can see it's a long way from the edge of the circuit there. The marshal's post down beneath the Abbey grandstand is in its own right a long way from the edge of the track as well at that point. Busy day at Silverstone, not just the 750 Motor Club race meeting going on here. There's the Ford Fair as well, which is based around the national end of the circuit.
I think it's fair to say I've never seen quite so many Fords in one place at one time.
No, well, the Midland Mondeo Enthusiast is apparently a thing I've discovered on my walk around this morning. They've got a display of several Mondeos, as the name suggests. But that's all happening on the national circuit. We're looking forward to the racing on the international circuit. It's 1.85 mile layout, and it certainly is going to be an intriguing race, especially if, as anticipated, the conditions do change during it. There's always the possibility of a safety car. We saw in yesterday's road sports race, we did get a safety car period. What was coming into the sweet spot for your pit stops, and what happened, I think all bar about 3 of them did dive in, didn't they?
Yes, that's right. Over the course of 2 laps, everybody bar 2 or 3 stragglers, as always somebody tries to play a different tactic, was in the pit lane. So yeah, it was very busy very busy and very difficult to escape for some who got there early and then found themselves boxed.
Yeah, and hopefully people will have learnt the lessons from that, as cars are now being released out onto the circuit. I can hear and can see, and there they are. And yes, they will use the full length of the pit lane, because everyone seems to compress themselves into about 20% of it for the road sports race yesterday, which naturally meant that it was going to get congested when that happened, or if that happened. So here they are, Marcus, heading around on the green flag lap.
Yeah, there's some pretty hairy-looking monsters out towards the front of the grid. Lots of big fat tyres and wings and all the rest of it. And you get down to the middle where you've got these very rapid Honda Type Rs, VW Golfs, etc. There's always a few Lotus Elises and Exiges in the mix. They're there too, with some of the Porsche Boxsters and Caymans, etc. And yeah, it's fascinating, because it's 3 races in one, but with everything focused on the potential championship decider.
Yes, absolutely. If it doesn't get decided today, it will be decided at Alton Park in a month or so's time, and it's hard to see the Swift and Baker combo being beaten. Realistically, it's going to take something very special from one of Luke Handley and the Alex Miller-John Langridge combination.
Yeah, or a misfortune, of course, for the team that's run so perfectly this year.
Well, yes, but with 4 wins out of 6 already and 2 scores being dropped.
Yeah, well, they've already got maximum points bar one.
Well, bar
whatever,
3 fastest lap points, and that's the thing that's cost them, or may cost them potentially, at the end of the season. To have 4 wins, but only 1 fastest lap, that's slightly bizarre in a way, isn't it? But I guess it shows that that's been consistent and reliable.
Just remember
well.
what Jack Brabham used to say: win at the lowest possible speed.
Yeah, well, I think that's been the mantra for the Area Motorsport team. They've brought the car home. It's been very reliable. It was reliable as well towards the end of last season as well. They had a string of victories at the end of 2020 as well. They won 3 out of the 4 races. They won at Snetterton, they won at Donington Park, which were the last 2 races of last season. Just to explain the classes, by the way, Class A cars are up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 240, and Class C 180. There is an invitation class as well. I think there's 1 or 2 cars out in that this weekend. So are we going to get a start this time? Has the safety car peeled in? The answer is yes, it has. No, it is not. No, it's not. So we're going to get 1 more lap behind the safety car to make sure that everyone is out of the pit lane.
Yeah, it's just as well because we've got cars down at the back of the field still down at Stowe, so I think that must be about the last of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very difficult to get 50 cars out of the assembly area in 2x2 formation in a reasonably short order to allow a rolling lap to a rolling start to happen just 1 lap later.
Nigh on impossible.
Yeah, so 2 laps needed. Bit of weaving around going on to get some heat into the tyres. They have to use tyres from list 1A, 1B or 1C in the MS UK Blue Book. No slick tyres, so they're all on treaded tyres. There we can see at the back, that was the number 32 car. I think, not 32.
Is that the Browse BMW,
it was
that
Browse.
bright green one?
Yeah, it was, and I'm trying to find their number, but it's the car that's starting at the back, isn't it? Yeah, that's the 22, close enough. It's Luke Browse starting that. They were excluded from qualifying for the infringement, so that's a car that's going for the back, but you'd look at it and think, I think that car should be further up the order, and it probably will be before much longer.
That's they're the Suffolk Glaziers, the Stowmarket glass car. Beautiful looking thing with the full aero package on it.
It'd be interesting to watch out for Stuart Nichols as well. I think he's towards the back along with them in his MR2 Roadster, which he was hoping to race with his father Mick this season, but sadly Mick Nichols lost his life. He was taken ill testing at Cadwell Park the day before the start of the MR2 Championship season, which he was hoping to compete. And all of our thoughts still with Stuart and with Maxine. Maxine, Stuart's sister, I should say, who we saw out in the MR2 race earlier on. So yes, the time has started ticking down. We can see on the clock, which I think is normal when we've effectively had to have an extra green flag lap.
Yeah, pretty standard now. Even in sort of historic Formula 1 races, they do that.
31 seconds. Right, the pace car has pulled in. We've now got the cars in a reasonably good formation, so it's the blue and white and black and silver Area Motorsport Seat on pole position. It's the Joe Locke, number 86, all-white BMW alongside them. It's another all-white BMW, number 37, Andy Marston, just behind him. The red lights are on the gantry. They go out, and the race gets underway for what's left of 100 minutes. Down towards Abbey they will go for the first time then. It looks like it's the Seat that has managed to hold on to the lead at the moment. They're going very quickly. It's the number 45 Lotus all over the grass there. That's Will Stacey.
Hasn't made any ground, has he?
Well, not on the grass he won't do. That's the Lotus line, clearly, because there was a couple of them off on the grass. I think the other one might have been Leon Bidgeway, who started right at the back. They've got 96 minutes or so still to go to get back into the race, as Phil Driver was making up a move in the Porsche on the inside. But all heading through the link and out onto the Hangar Straight on lap number 1 of this race. The leaders already turning their way through Stoke Corner. Absolutely fantastic sight, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. The whole of the Hangar Straight just absolutely solid with cars as far as the eye can see. I think the last of them now pretty much run. The Browse BMW has made up about 10 places.
Yeah, that's the green car that we're looking at on the warming up lap, and he sort of had to catch the next move because and there's been a coming together by the looks of it.
34.
And that's David Griffin. Now he started on row 3 of the grid, and I think he's the only car that's stuck in the gravel trap there. I wonder if that's going to trigger an early safety car. One with damage, that's Sammy Venables in the back of the shot, the white car with the red and blue and black rectangles on it.
And that's broken the tracking, hasn't it? It's all snaking all over the place. Might be a tyre gone down, but it certainly is in big trouble.
And it's got a lap to do to get back to the pit lane as well, so they are going to lose time without a doubt, the Venables and Dart team, because of that. I wonder if they did manage to get themselves involved with that Griffin BMW that went off at the Vale on the first flying lap of the race.
And your tyre smoke up here at Village, that's not going to come out, is it?
No. Much as the hard work is appreciated by the marshals, it's all going to be in vain on this occasion, I think. That's the 25 car of Darren Ball, and there's the Venables BMW that's come to stop, so it's not even made it back to the pit lane, unfortunately. Maybe they'll be able to get it back to the paddock and get back out into the race at some point. That is the Alan Henderson Lotus making its way through. There is the 126 car, and we've got safety car out. We've got a green flag being waved, slightly confusingly, with the safety car boards, we think, also being shown. No, we've not got safety car being shown from the gantry, so maybe the safety car's not yet gone out. Race continues, and it's Baker and Swift at the moment leading Joe Lock by about a second. Now the Venables car I can see is mobile again. We've got the snatch vehicle on the way to get the Griffin BMW out. There it is. And for the moment the race continuing under double waved yellows. There's a little bit of a gap in the traffic, but that won't last for terribly long. So we are working the 4th lap of this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. There's the Stuart Nichols car, and these are the leaders. You can see that there are double waved yellow flags, which means they've got to slow down and be prepared to stop. It means that there's a vehicle or marshals or both on the circuit or close to the edge of the circuit, and drivers have to be very mindful to slow down when they see those yellow flags and certainly not overtake. And Carl Swift did his personal best lap of the race on that lap, a 1 minute 13.24, the fastest lap of the race so far, which is identical to the existing lap record of Rory Hines and Owen Fitzgerald. It's Carl Swift out there in that car at the moment. He's been sharing this car with Rob Baker. They shared a Civic before that as well. He's been doing that for a while. Both of them previously did race Civics in a one-make championship. On to the Hanger Straight comes our race leader then for the 5th time. Carl Swift heading down into Stoke Corner looking for his 5th victory of the season.
Yep, and the first of the big BMWs up behind. There's the Henderson Lotus, pursued by 37, yesterday's Road Sports winner, Andy Marston, with his now B-Wing BM.
Henderson's just got through on this lap, hasn't he? And he's actually already started to break away a little bit from Marston, who's got Will Caswell behind him in the Seat. The Griffin car is now behind the barrier, so that's good news. The racing can continue. But that's going to go no further in this race. So 5 laps completed. Carl Swift extends his lead now to 2.1 seconds over Joe Lock's BMW in 2nd place. There's the Andy Marston car in 3rd position. And the Griffin car is now spreading gravel all over the circuit, which will be much appreciated by all of his rivals, I'm sure. And he's got to do a full lap really to get back to the pits as well.
Yes, that's right, and he's just completing his 1st lap. The leaders are now on lap 6.
Yeah, so Griffin won't be featuring in the sharp end of the results. We'll get the car back to the pit lane, cleaned out, and hopefully get it back out into the race. But it'll be for experience and testing mileage, but not much more, one would think. Still just over 90 minutes to go. So Alan Henderson is the other driver really that's threatened to win a race this season in that Lotus. So we'll see what he can do. The Lotus Elise S2. watching what's going on a bit further down the order. That is the number 10 Golf, which is the car that's been started by John Maudsley on this occasion, and he is running outside the top 20. I think he's running in 28th position, so about halfway down the field. That's the treble 5 car, which is the only one I think we didn't know the starting driver for, but we're going to go with James Alford. I think he's sharing the car with Mark Lloyd-Jones though today. A few of these Golfs now out there. Very competitive cars for Class B. That's the 240 brake horsepower per tonne class. And there is, well, he's not gone into the pit lane, David Griffin, which I thought he was going to. He's opted to carry on, I think, shaking that gravel out of the under tray of the car. There is the Browse car. Now, what progress has that made up the order? Let's have a look. See if we can see that on our screen. It's 25th. I think, so that's come about halfway up the order now, just ahead of the Alford car.
It'll be showing on our main screen relatively soon at this rate of progress, won't it, Ian?
Yeah, it should do. I can see that there's at least one of the cars out there which doesn't have a working transponder, which is not ideal. That's the car that's in 9th position. If we can try and work out who that is, we shall do so. But that TX number means that the transponder hasn't been registered to a particular car. Good group of cars going through here. So there's Luke Handley, number 51. Now he's the Class B Championship leader coming into this weekend, but he only started 6th within the class. He's 22nd overall at the moment, and 2, 3, 4. He's actually 7th in class, so he's lost positions in the early part of this race. So he's not doing what he needs to do to try and stop Swift and Baker winning the championship.
It's another area car, isn't it? So they're doing rather well in this championship.
Yeah, lots of area motorsport cars on the grid. Rob Baker's team, and often we see Carl Swift do the lion's share of the championship. I assume all of those teams in the pit lane are checking on the live timing, or the data, or possibly Facebook and Instagram. It's hard to know, isn't it? There's the 808 car going through, and that is Stuart Nichols. 808 because it looks like Bob, which is what the car's known at. How is Stuart getting on in his climb up the order? He's up to 32nd now, and driving that car solo, as we said. So he's made up about 16 positions over the opening 7 laps or so of the race. Look like the treble 7 Civic of Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley. That's been a double winner so far this season in the championship in the opening 2 races of the year, which were at certainly the first race was at Donington, the second race was at Croft. And that 71 going through the front of shot there, that's the black MX-5 of the Class C championship leader, Alex Miller, starting that car. It's his car. He'll hand over to John Langridge for the second part of the race, and that car is leading Class C at the moment. Joel Oswick's BMW, which is the 53 car, you can see is second within that class at the moment, so that's a good scrap for the Class C lead. Coming over the line then, the BMW coming out of the slipstream, trying to come down the inside into Abbey. They've got the 98 car of Rory Baptiste as well involved, so those 3 cars you can see there are disputing the lead of Class C at the moment. Mazda and a couple of BMWs down into Village, and the 4th car there is the Crook and Livesley Honda, so that's the 4 Class C leaders all together. As we have 87 minutes to go, the Miller car just going a bit wide, I could see momentarily. That's 316 Ivor Mares. Long time Formula Ford race, who's previously raced a BMW and Club Enduro. He raced this Paul Sherdran Mazda for a couple of seasons now. Very grateful to Ivor for delivering chocolate biscuits to the commentary box at Croft. Unfortunately, it was very warm and they melted before we could enjoy them. But not to worry, as we're watching the Golf heading its way down the Hanger Straight. Turning in there with Steve Cheetham just behind. And so that is the 87 George Heller Golf, which is in the invitation class, I think. You can see Ivor Mayers in the 316 car. He has got the number 29 BMW Z4 behind him. That's Andy Roby who's starting that car. And there's the race leader just lapping one of the drivers, or one of the teams that could stop the Area Motorsport crew wrapping up the championship this weekend, because that's the Alex Miller John Langridge car that they've now put a lap on already, only 15 minutes or so into this race. So far so good for Carl Swift, nearly 5 seconds clear of Joe Locke. Just see if we can pick up on the battle for second, which is in the background. Oh, we've got one driver that's in the pit lane. That's the number 6 car of Matthew Wallace. It looks like he's serving a penalty, a stop-go penalty of some kind, possibly for a start infringement, I would think, given that the early stage of the race in which that's happened.
Good battle between the Porsches of Gillespie 15 and Dryborough 16. Very close together, running in 19th and 20th overall, the B category contenders.
This is the battle for second place overall, and Alan Henderson has now caught Joe Locke. There's only about a quarter of a second between these two, and so Henderson has worked hard over the last couple of laps to get on terms. And it is interesting that we've got 3 different types of car in the first 3 places. You've got the Seat Leon Euro Cup car, you've got the BMW, and then you've got the Little Lotus, and they're into the pits. Eventually has come number 34, David Griffin, in the BMW to clear out the gravel, I think, that and maybe see if there was any other damage that needs to be repaired on that car before he goes back out again. Henderson, as they turn through Stowe this time, looks a little bit further away than Locke than he was at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, his sort of sweet spot really is the tight, twisty stuff, isn't it? He'll be outgunned in a straight line, but you'd have thought that in the part from certainly Village to the Hanger Straight through the link there, that the handling of the Lotus would really play its hand in that duel.
So here they are. They're about 4 3/4 seconds behind Carl Swift. Actually, they've caught a little bit onto Carl Swift this time. Saxon Motorsport team awaiting their drive in the pit stop, so he shouldn't be in for at least another 13 minutes because mandatory pit stops aren't permitted in the first half an hour of the race. Oh, and look, Henderson's back on terms again as they come onto the Hanger Straight.
Yes, so the Lotus have a good record here, don't they? Was it Joe Taylor
yeah.
won last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he's gone well here at Silverstone in the past. Man from Staffordshire. And there's the Holden Commodore, and that's going really well, actually. Will Ashmore starting that car. Big 7-litre machine, and I suspect it's suited to Silverstone better than some of the other circuits that car's visited this year.
It wouldn't go awfully well at Capital Park, would it?
You wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think so. What have we got going on here? Well, that's the 21 car of Howarth going through, and that is a change of position, I think, because they're getting ahead of William Caswell now. So that looks like a change. And the 87 car in between them is George Heller. And Steve Cheetham. Champion from 2 years ago is out of the race by the looks of it. He's in the gravel trap at Stowe, that is. That appears to be. So we've got the number 90 car of Henderson turning its way through. Yellow flags there, and that will be because of the Cheetham car that is off. We didn't see how it got there, unfortunately. Where was he running? He was just towards the back end of the top 10 or 12 place, I think, Steve Cheetham, champion from a couple of years ago.
Well, Henderson's ahead of Joe Locke now as they go around Stowe Corner down into the Vale. either side of one of the Porsches, the orange one, the number 76 car.
That's Michael Downey.
481 spun.
That's Edward Christie's E36 M3, one of the Class B cars, and that's at Village, and hopefully he'll get that fired up again. So Alan Henderson now trying to cover an effective path through the traffic. There's another car in the pit lane as well now. That's number 53, which is that's Charlie Dark. And Joel Oswick in that one.
That was in the running, wasn't it?
Was.
In its class.
Will Stacey again trying to use the outside line as he did on the down at Village on the first lap as well, which didn't work to terribly good effect. Where is Will Stacey running now in that number 49 car? He is in 11th position, and he's actually leading Class B. So he's had a good comeback from that. He's in 11th overall, ahead of the 27 car, which is being driven by Mark Rice at the moment. Got Luke Handley in this group here, number 51, as the 23 Lotus either goes slowly or just tries to keep out of the way. That's Graham Robinson, driver from Chichester in Lotus Elise Series 2. And in fact, that Lotus was on the grass there in the background, so I wonder if it's actually got a problem and whether he might be heading to the pit lane at the end of this lap. So there's Handley in 51. He is not yet showing in the top 20. He's in 21st position at the moment, just behind the Andy Bailey Civic at the moment. So that is for class position. They've got Phil Drybrough, another Class B car, ahead of them. So Drybrough, Handley now ahead of Bailey, and Bailey, they're all Class B cars. And they are, I think, about 4th, 5th and 6th in class at the moment. So making their way through the Vale, certainly as things stand, it's looking reasonably good for Rob Baker and Carl Swift to get the championship wrapped up with a race to spare, without needing to worry about the meeting at Alton Park in October. There's Phil Drybrough, number 16, making his way through, and number 80 also there. That is Christopher Etheridge in the E46 M3. He'll hand over to Andrew Etheridge for the second part of the race, the drivers from North Wales.
To see that the 41 car is moving up strongly. That's David Mercer, 3 times a starter at Le Mans 24 Hours. David, the retired dental surgeon, now 71. Finished 11th at Le Mans in 86 in Dane Jens Winter's URD BMW. Started out as a club racer, David Mercer, did a lot of mod sports, things like that. Ended up doing British Formula 2, which was at that stage Formula 3000 spec, historic Formula 1, so he's been around a bit in the old racing game.
There's that 22 car, the Browse car again, that started from the back.
Yeah, it's not a very stealthy livery, is it?
It's not, is it? How far have they got up the order now?
They're into 13th place in car 23.
That is very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Luke Browse taking the first stint in that car, just coming up to pass the Matthew Tidmarsh Mazda MX-5. And look at this is for the lead now. Alan Henderson right with Carl Swift. The gap has gone down from 1.73 seconds to 0.24 seconds within a lap, and Henderson tries to go around the outside of Carl Swift down at Village. He gets the cut back on the exit of the corner. They go through that left-hand kink, then the next turn is the right-hand that brings them onto the Hangar Straight. Henderson tucks back in behind. The Seat washes out a little bit though. The Lotus gets a better exit from the corner, and the two of them will be alongside, I think, as they head down the Hangar Straight, with the Lotus of Alan Henderson on the inside line. But no, there's yellow flags there and he has to back out. Oh, well, that's a shame, because Alan Henderson got a great run out of that corner that brought them onto the Hangar Straight, Marcus.
Yeah, that looks very promising for a while, but due to be dropped in, that's where the Cheetham car is at Stowe, which is in the gravel. Well, sort of approach to Stowe, isn't it?
Yes, it is a slightly odd place to go. So, but it ends up in the gravel, which makes me think that it did spin there. So something broke on the car. If there was a little touch.
Here's Henderson, who's invisible in a straight line.
Yeah, just hiding behind that that Seat. Gap almost exactly the same as it was on the previous lap, 0.25 seconds. Henderson's done the best lap of the race, 1 minute 12.44. He has lapped 8 tenths faster than Carl Swift has managed during the course of this race. He's broken the lap record, and he's going to have another go here. Different line being taken by Swift through that kink and then towards the link this time. Again, Henderson much better through that corner that brings them onto the straight and again gets alongside, but I wonder if there's still going to be yellows out there.
I suspect perhaps not, because there's still kind of cars passing up ahead. Oh, there it is. We saw a pass, but that might have been just before the yellow.
It's quite difficult to get the perspective, isn't it, down the straight.
And Locke is moving in as well, isn't he? He's the big white BMW looks pretty imposing.
If you look at Carl Swift's lap times there, the last lap was a 1:15.87, so he's lapping 2.5 seconds slower than he has been. So I wonder.
Yeah, but Henderson's only a hundredth slower. So,
yeah.
But they did have to back off, didn't they, for the situation at Stowe?
They did. Let's see what this lap time is. They've got the more back markers ahead. This lap time is another 1:15, a 1:15.76 for Swift, a 1:15.91 for Henderson. So the gap stays more or less as it was, but they are lapping a bit slower than they were, and possibly by more than is accounted for by backing off at Stowe.
And a 1:14.36 for Joe Locke in the chase. So he's closing in all the while.
Henderson having another go. He's gone around the outside at Village this time. Going to be on the left-hand side of the road for the kink, down towards the link they come. Again
it's that cutback, isn't it, that works every time to get him alongside, but it's a very, very busy straight ahead of them.
I think there's 7 or 8 cars that they're going to need to get ahead of immediately. And of course there's yellow flags as well, and that's a pit stop. And that could be for a driver change. So the pit lane window is not yet open, is it? No, Ian, do your maths correctly. It's not yet open. So I'll just try and see who that was.
Plain white M3, wasn't it?
Yeah. So here they come, and the top 3 are more or less together now as they work their way past these. Back markers isn't really fair because you've got the cars here that are in and around the final positions inside the top 20.
Yeah.
So these are mostly the Class B cars that they're making their way through.
It's in the thick of midfield, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. That time through, they're in the 1:17s. And there was traffic that time, so you can understand the lap time being much slower there. But the top 3 did lap times within 0.3 of a second of one another.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see who comes through next. I mean, Marston was a long way down. He's still there, so it's not the white car of Marston, the 37. And he's 17 seconds away from the lead.
Through on the inside of the number 80 car of Chris Etheridge, they go at the link onto the hanger straight once again. This is lap 21 of the race. We've had 26 and the 27 minutes of the race so far, so pit lane 3 minutes away from winning. And in the foreground there, a change within Class B. That is Luke Handley getting ahead of Phil Drybrough, and that's going to be for 1, 2, 3, I think 4th place within Class B now. So Luke Handley in the 51 Golf slowly picking his way back through, and we're going to have one area motorsport class leader or class championship leader passing another momentarily, because the 2 of them are together on track now. The Golf and the Seat is going to get it probably around about Village, something like that.
Is that the return of the Cheetham Porsche or another one looking very similar to it?
So we've got there's the Gillespie Porsche out there as well, that's winning in 16th place, car number 15, the teammate to it.
2 cars in the same area, as you might say.
Absolutely. And we do have the lapping going on. Now, where does Luke Handley slot in? He's slotted between himself and Alan Henderson briefly there, doing a slight favour for his teammate maybe. But that's never going to last for very long.
And the BMW's with them, isn't he? And he made up good ground there to Joe Locke. He's got Ash Hicklin waiting to take it over as appropriate.
Yeah, and in fact we've got a change for second there because the BMW's got ahead of Henderson. So Joe Locke, from out of nowhere really, gets up into second place now ahead of Alan Henderson. The traffic no doubt has had an impact there as they've been going through that twisty section onto the Hanger Straight. We've got the two Porsches side by side ahead of them, Colin Gillespie and Phil Dryborough. They go either side of Dryborough, and now they might well go either side of Gillespie as well, because it looked like Henderson was going to take to the runoff area to try and get through. So 22 laps now completed, and all of a sudden Carl Swift has got a 2.5 second lead again, as these two have been delayed in traffic and Henderson has lost out. That is the 87 car of George Heller. This is for 5th position overall. That Golf is in the invitation class. It's not scoring points, but it's got ahead of the Holden
Got
now.
past the Commodore, hasn't he? Yep. And that's the Nichols MR2 Roadster behind, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So I think we've got 3 cars on, or 2 cars on different laps here. 3 of them together, but it was for position Heller getting ahead of Will Ashmore that time. Here's the race leader heading down into Stowe Corner for the 23rd time, and 2.5 seconds ahead of Joe Locke at the moment. There is Locke, and Locke has got a bit of daylight between himself and Hickling now. He's going past the Matthew Tidmarsh MX-5 as he goes through the Vale, and we are now about to get the pit window open. Balls being shown. There we are. We've had 30 minutes of the race, so now we can have the mandatory pit stops being made any time for the next 55 minutes. Those stops have to be 3 minutes at least in length. We don't have to have the extra 30 seconds that we had earlier on in the season for sanitisation of the inside of the car. That requirement by Motorsport UK has been removed now. So there is Joe Locke. He's going past the Bidgeway Lotus, but now he's got the Henderson Lotus back with him again, and again the Henderson car makes a good exit out of the link and onto the Hanger Straight. Can't quite see the Lotus just at the moment, but there is the Locke car. Yes, the Henderson car got not quite as close as I thought it might be as it got past that slower BMW, which I think is... I'm trying to work out which one that is, but never mind.
Yeah, it gets out grunted in the straight line, doesn't it? The Lotus has gone in, and that's Henderson into the pits.
So the first of the mandatory stops for our front runners. So Alan Henderson, number 90, makes a relatively early stop, 23 laps into the race. Also going in for its mandatory stop is number 34, David Griffin. Probably slower than Henderson wanted it to, actually. So Henderson slots into position. So it's at least 3 minutes that the cars have to be stationary. You can see the team on hand to do some refuelling. And the 21 car's been off the road by the looks of it. That's Adam Howarth in his E36 M3. Back onto the circuit now, though. And that was off down at Village.
Leaders onto the Hanger Straight at the back of your screens. They're just hiding behind the graphic at the moment. There is the Carl Swift-driven Honda. Oh, sorry, it's a Seat, isn't it?
And look how Locke's caught him on this lap. 2.34 seconds was the gap. But Swift's been delayed in traffic there. Possibly yellow flags as well if that Howarth car was off just in front of him. The gap seems to have come down a little bit. So I would think a pit stop here is going to cost you about 3 laps, isn't it? 3 minute stop, including getting in and out. 1 minute 13 seconds laps. There's Henderson. He's got out of the car. He's going to get back into it again. I suppose you might as well stretch your legs a little bit while you've got the opportunity. Get a drink of water maybe if you need to refresh yourself. So those are the 2 leads, and the gap came down to 1.13 seconds that time. So that was 0.8 of a second or so found by Joe Locke on that occasion in the BMW. And that car is not particularly well up in the points. It's only had 1 finish so far this season. That was a 2nd place at Brands Hatch. But right with the leader here now. Passing the 481 car of Edward Christie in his BMW E36 M3. I wondered if one of them might dive for the pits, but no, they both stay out for another lap. They've got another 50 minutes or so in which to make their mandatory stop. They've got a big gaggle of back markers to try and find their way past now, though, as they make their way along the Hamilton Straight and in towards the right-hander at Abbey. They've gone through. That time through, the gap had come down to 0.43 seconds, so another 7/10 found by Joe Locke. He's a 1:14.45 and Swifter 1:15.15. Both of them a little bit off their best times, though. Onto the Hangar Straight they go again. That's looked like a good run out of the link for Locke this time.
He's got a lot more torque, hasn't he? He's got his nose ahead now going down into Stowe, but territorial advantage still on the inside with Carl Swift. He manages to so you got there is the Henderson Lotus.
Yeah, that's heading back out into the race, but here are the two leaders. They're going past the 27 car of Mark Grice. He's in 13th position overall, and then they've got the 18 car just ahead of them. That's the car being started by Matthew Faulkner. Hand over to Simon Major. There's the Lotus getting back out into the race.
Which won't feature again until the stagger starts to unwind on the pit stops.
No, and that could take 50 minutes to work out. There's Will Stacey in the number 49 car. He still leads Class B in that blue Lotus.
Yep, he's running in 10th place overall, car number 49, Will Stacey.
You can see the leaders just heading into shot in the background. They've got past, or the leader has got past the Faulkner Honda now, and has put that car between himself and Joe Locke for the moment.
Big green Browse BMW's running 11th, car 22. You can see that car on the straight. I saw wipers go on one of the BMWs a second ago.
Yeah, there's spots of rain on the camera lens there as well, so some rain in the air again, and I wonder if this might prompt a round of pit stops. We've got just over an hour of the race left to go. There in the foreground you can see Alex Miller in his MX-5 going through, but here are the that's the Marston car, isn't it? So that is for not a position on track, is it? That's involving some traffic as well, I think, because yeah, that's Handley a lap down as Marston in third position tries to get past the 66 BMW of Paul Sabiani. So Handley behind him in off position, but the second of those cars, no, that number 6 car, that's also a lap down, isn't it? That's the Wallace car, which had to serve a penalty in the early stages of the race. So that's just, I think, unlapping itself from or passing now Luke Handley for position, to correct myself, and get up to 15th position.
Yeah, Andy Marston was just trying to stay out of the way there, wasn't he? Not to get tagged, which wouldn't be very beneficial. He's running in third in the 37 BMW.
Yes, promoted into that position with Alan Henderson stop, of course. That's also brought the George Heller Golf into 4th position overall in number 87. There's Colin Gillespie in number 15. We've seen him racing a variety of different cars over the past few seasons in Club Enduro, BMWs. I think he's had a Civic on occasion as well. There's Marston though, and in the middle of that shot you can see number 71, which is Alex Miller, just in battle with the number 29 car there, and that is Miller, who's still leading Class C by a little bit from Rory Baptiste in second place within that class. News from Josh in the pits is that there's been no problem for Alan Henderson. It was a stop to get out of the traffic. He felt he was being held up by the leaders, and perhaps could have lapped a bit faster than them. So that's Alan Henderson, who's gone back out into the race.
The Baptiste car is a white and green one, isn't it? And it's a white car with green trim. It's now running ahead of the Mazda.
Yes, that looks like we've had the change then, doesn't it? Just looking at our screens, yes, that did get through. So the 98 car now through, narrowly into the lead of Class C, ahead of Alex Miller. They're also being passed by Luke Handley. So yes, Roy Baptiste in the 98 car. So it's Tim Hartland actually driving that car in the first part of the race. Now ahead of Miller for Class C lead. And again, that means that car is dropping points, which means again that Baker and Swift will win the championship if things stay as they are. There's the 126 car, so that's also in. That's from a top 6 position as well. So that's going to be Brad Kaler who's going to pick up the driving for the second part of the race, and gaps come down to less than half a second again.
That's the leaders just lapping Luke Browse, who is 11th overall in car 22, the bright green Stowmarket Glass BMW.
Almost side by side for the lead down into Stowe Corner. Joe Locke keen to try and make a move on Carl Swift. I think there's a chance that we'll see pit stops before too much longer for these cars. They've still got plenty of time to make them, but
difficult to drive around the outside at Stowe in the dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
There might be a little bit more grip there in the wet, but not in these conditions.
Over the line they go to complete lap number 31 of this 100-minute race. I would think we'll get something like 85 laps out of this. The 69 car is into the pit lane as well. That's Matthew Hampson who's going to hand over to Andy Schultz now. And Andy Schultz therefore will do the longest stint, and he is the quicker driver of those two. So that makes a degree of sense. The lead is still nose to tail though as we come towards the middle point of this race, which will come with 50 minutes to go. Still number 1, Carl Baker. Oh, and there's the 7 car. That's Matty Taylor. So William Ashmore at the moment. So he is still there in 5th place, and he comes up and over the line. He's got a lot of traffic to work his way through as well. This 6.2 litre Holden Commodore, absolute beast of a car. Army Motorsport writ large on the side of it. We've regularly seen Matty and Will out in Armed Forces Race Challenge races in the previous seasons as well. There's the two leaders together. Oh, and that's Stuart Nichols off-road, I think on the tarmac runoff area, just disappearing behind the grandstand there. And that, trying to work out where on the circuit that was. We'll try and pick up, there he is. Yes, that was at the exit of Abbey by the looks of it. He's back out onto the circuit, and I don't think he's made contact with anything. So he's using the tarmac runoff when he joins the circuit at Village. So Stuart Nichols back out into the race in the Imagine Productions liveried car. Leaders go through once again. Half a second between Carl Swift and Joe Locke now, and they are 27 seconds clear of Andy Marston in 3rd position. There's the Brad Kaler car as it now is, getting back out into the race, and that will have dropped probably 3 laps behind as a result of that, but we need to wait for the pit stops to unwind.
Pretty much abreast going into Stowe that time in, but again it's Carl Swift who's managing just to hold on. He's making that car just wide enough to deter Joe Locke, former Radical Racer, from trying to go around the outside.
I do wonder if as they're racing so close to one another, if they might be slowing one another up, and if maybe a pit stop for one or other of them would be worthwhile, because that's what Alan Henderson thought, why he's made his stop. As he watched 55 come in, that's Chris Coomer. He's going to hand over to Oliver Barsby. Chris Coomer, a former Civic Cup racer. So 2 leaders still together. Class B, that's still being led by William Stacey, now up into 8th position overall, with some cars ahead having made their pit stops. And Class C, that's still being led, well no, it's now being led I should say by Alex Miller again, because I wonder if the Heartland car has come into the pits, but certainly it's Miller that's back out in front in Class C in the MX-5, and there it is briefly, we saw it on screen there. There's the Holden Commodore screaming its way through, and there's Alan Henderson back out on track. So where is he running now? He's a few laps down. To try and pick up where the number 90 car actually is, having made its stop. He's 25th, and he's done a 1 minute 12.44. That was done in the first part of the race. He's been lapping in the 1:15s since he came back out, but he'll have been in traffic.
Had just over a third of the distance, haven't we? Down to what, 55 minutes. There's something with there's a car with something hanging off it coming onto the straight.
See if we
There's
can
a bit of
pick up
bodywork
who that
flapping.
is. Darren Ball been off the road, 25 in his BMW 1 Series. Yes, that car that you referred to is the Treble 5 car, which is the James Alford and Mark Lloyd-Jones car. We didn't get the start driver for that car, but it looks like it's been a bit of a biff maybe, and the bodywork that goes over the wheel arch.
Yeah, it's just the back of the wheel arch that's taken the trim with it, isn't it? It's, yeah.
So that car continuing along for the moment. I think some of the drivers are a bit concerned about tyre wear on the front wheel drive cars. Certainly the tyres on the car 126 that had been into the pits. That was the William Caswell car. They'd taken a bit of a beating. So that's news from the pit lane.
David Mercer up into 6th place in 41. But he's got William Stacey in that Class B leading 49, Lotus just behind his BMW.
There is the Wallace car being shared by the two brothers, Matthew Wallace and Simon Wallace, who both used to race in MR2s. That's where they started their racing careers. They've been racing in Club Enduro for a few seasons now. And that car running in 12th position overall as things stand. That car there alongside is the 69 car, which is now being driven by Andy Schultz, who is the quicker of the two drivers in that team. Car shared with Matthew Hampson. White flag being waved, and that's for the slow car of Darren Ball, I think. It was on the right hand side of the circuit. The white flag being used to signify that there's a slow vehicle on circuit. It can also mean there's a service vehicle, an ambulance or a fire truck or something on the circuit as well, but in this case the slow car of Darren Ball. That's the 176 Lotus of Matthew Pickford, which Brian Chandler will take over in the second part of the race. And for the moment that car is in 26th position, one of the Class B cars. There's the Mini, number 58. That's Neville Jones. Christopher Jones will take over in that one. There's the leader, and still got Joe Locke only just behind him in the number 86 car. Darren Ball now into the pits, having driven slowly up the hanger straight a moment ago. So, and there's some smoke coming off the brakes there.
Locked on, I wonder, or?
Yeah, it could be. Oh, there's the flapping bodywork on the Treble 5 car, which has now got its wipers going as well. So, punishing race this for some of the competitors on the tyres. In particular, I think the Chris Coomer and Oliver Barsby car, the tyres on that Seat have also taken a hammering in the first 48 minutes of the race, so whether they'll be able to get back out or not, I'm not quite sure. But certainly tough circuit on the tyres, this Silverstone International circuit. Of course, the circuit was fully resurfaced, wasn't it, a couple of years ago, after some some issues which affected the MotoGP race. So coming up towards the halfway mark here, and still the two leaders yet to make their stops, well, of course, because they're still leading. But there's Henderson, who's on the charge through the field, having made his stop very early on.
Yeah, it's really close run out front. It's just nipped out to over a second, but that's in traffic as much as anything else.
What lap times is Henderson doing now? He's in the 14s.
Where's has the Seat gone in?
There's the lead Seat, still out there at the moment, just ahead of the 86 car of Joe Locke. Will Stacey's Class B Lotus right behind us at the moment as well. There's the Tim Gray Motorsport run BMW in second place.
Do they normally run halfway, half and half, the Seat crew?
I think they broadly will do, but it really does depend on the strategy. If there's a safety car, that they will go one way or the other. And that's is that the Faulkner Civic that's off there? That is at Village, I think, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's on the approach to Village. It's a
it's
strange
farm,
place
really.
to be. It's a long way off.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, yeah, a long way off there. Green flag's waving on the approach to Village. There's another car involved as well, I think, down there. I wonder if there's some fluid or something on the circuit.
There is a car over the back there.
It's a Golf, isn't it? It's the 10 Golf.
I think so, yeah.
Which was started by John Maudsley today.
That's the Salons Direct car.
And there's 37, Andy Marston, our third place driver. He's got George Heller in the Golf, only about 6 seconds behind him now. The Golf, an invitation class car, however. You can see that we've got the Z4 into the pits of Andy Roby, 29 as well. There is number 4, which is Chris Freeman in the Honda Civic Type R. 66 getting back out into the race is Johnny Hayes now, taking over for the second part.
There's some more, there's some better parking today, isn't there, in the pit lane? Nose in, taking up a little less room.
Yes, and we've not yet had the situation where we've got most of the field descending on the pit lane in one go as we had yesterday.
Into the just into the second half, aren't we, of the 100-minute race?
Absolutely right. There is the 37 car of Marston making its way through. Quick rundown on the positions as we are just over halfway. 1, Carl Swift leading from 86, Joe Locke 37, Andy Marston 3rd, 87 George Heller 4th. 7 Will Ashmore 5th, 41 David Mercer is 6th, 49 Will Stacey is 7th and leads Class B, 22 Luke Browse is 8th, 9th is number 4 Chris Freeman, and 10th is number 27, which is Mark Rice, and Class C is being led by Alex Miller at the moment in his MX-5. As into the pits has come number 23, that's Graham Robinson to hand over to Ben McCauley. Of course, the rundown on the order is only of academic interest, really, because we've still got drivers to make their stops. Now, the 69 car here is Andy Schultz, who's going rapidly, and he's probably capable of lapping at least as fast as Andy Marston, but he is at present only in 23rd position, and yeah, he is 3 laps down on Andy Marston because of the mandatory pit stop that he's already served.
So Andy Schultz used to race in Ford 2000, didn't he?
Yeah, quite an experienced driver. Oh, and Marston's come into pits. The safety car's out now.
And it's picked up the leader by the
It has, which may be a first for the weekend, so that's good. But I suspect that this will now signal a flurry of pit stops for those drivers that haven't already made it, and some frustration for those that have. There is the 71 car. That's the car leading the Class C Championship. Alex Miller, it will be handing over to John Langridge. Alex getting out of the car, and John Langridge going to get in it. And the safety car out. Now, is that because of the 2 cars that we saw off at Farm, I wonder? I've not seen anything else to suggest that we'd have a full course yellow such as this. But we've got a safety car leading these cars around, and as you can see, Marcus, lots of them heading into the pit lane.
Yeah,
now.
the big Holden's among those that have come in.
Yes, Matty Taylor will take that one over from Will Ashmore. But I suspect most of these cars in this queue will dive down the pit road very shortly. Just looking at the MR2 there, that's Stuart Nichols. I've been told that's had to borrow the suspension off sister Maxine's MR2. She was out in the MR2 race before lunch, and they're hoping to put it back onto Maxine's MR2 for her race later on this afternoon.
Leaders in with 45 3/4 minutes to go. In they come then. That's Carl Swift in the number 1 car, the Area Motorsports Seat. And next into the pit lane is the Joe Lock BMW, which will be handed over to fellow Radical racer Ash Hicklin.
Just hearing from down in the pit lane that the Area Motorsport team are concerned about the brakes on the race-leading Seat. They are going to do a pad change, I think, during the course of this mandatory stop, which lasts for 3 minutes. Now, they need to do the refuelling first. They can't be doing any other work on the car while that's ongoing. So the question is, can they get everything done that they want to do in the space of 3 minutes? That could well be a challenge.
Another of their cars in as well, so it's is that a Seat's been in already? I think it might well be. And there's the 10, the Summons Direct Maudsley Golf.
Yeah, the other car that was there, I can't see just at the moment.
The bronzy coloured, bronze and white Seat.
Yeah, so I think that's the number 6 Seat that's in there, which is the Wallace car. But you can see all of those Area Motorsport cars lined up. I think all of those that you can see in shot there were run by Area Motorsport. Luke Handley was explaining on the interviews that they do all each have their own race engineer. That's the Faulkner car that's being recovered, so that car is still there, as you can see.
So there's the one up, and you can see the guys diving in to those brake calipers.
They'll be timing the pit stop as well to make sure that they do at least 3 minutes, because if they are short 3 minutes, there'll be a penalty that's applied.
If it's a short 3 minutes, I suspect it won't be 3 minutes.
Well, correct. It'll be 170 seconds or something like that. So the safety car is still out there. It's now got some different cars behind it, because some of them have gone into the pits and some of them have come out of the pit lane as well.
There'll be time for these as well, though, won't there? Because here comes 37, which is Andy Marston back out.
And also the 71 Mazda with John Langridge now aboard.
Yeah.
Going back out into the race as well.
This is where the complexion of these races tends to shuffle around a little.
Yeah, I wonder how well this will work out for Alan Henderson.
Holden's coming back out.
Yeah.
That's got Matty Taylor now in it, hasn't it?
Looks like they are doing some work on the...
yeah, they are.
They were hoping to do this pad change. Wonder how the tyres have fared on this car, because for some of the other Seats, I understand that there have been some concerns with how much they've worn. So safety car period's going to go on.
They could change the fronts on that conceivably, couldn't they?
Well, I suspect so. Yeah, I'm sure they could. That's Ash Hicklin being strapped in by the looks of it. 30 seconds being called by one of the mechanics who's monitoring the length of the stop. Also, there'll be 750 Motor Club officials down there to do likewise, to do the official pit stop timing and make sure everyone's complying with the regulation.
There's a town crier in the background. 15 seconds.
Absolutely. He's missed his vocation, clearly. There is the work still going on the leading car. Now, of course, they don't necessarily need to win the race.
10, 9, 8.
We can even see how long there is to go on for the Chris Freeman car, which is being stopped. This car came in a little bit later, I think. That was a close run thing between the Chris Freeman car, which was being pushed backwards, and the 707 car, which had right of way, which was Jonathan Barrett. damage was averted, but it's still very difficult in that pit lane, even though they're going in at 45 degrees, and even though we've got the full length of the pit lane to use. But yes, I was saying for the Carl Swift Rob Baker team, they don't actually need to win this race because they can't add any more wins to their total this season. They can add more fastest lap points. That's all that they can do. And the way things are going for other outfits so far is that they may have done enough.
It's interesting, isn't it? The George Heller's best lap is only a 10th outside that of Swift's in the erstwhile leading Seat.
Yeah, George Heller's invitation class car. Not sure what specification that's running to precisely, but either not complying with the regulations or not registered for the championship. But certainly it's a more than 3 minute stop being made by the Area Motorsports Seat.
The air jacks have been dropped. The lights are back on.
Carl Swift, they're going to push the car backwards, having got out of the car. Rob Baker now aboard. There's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car, though.
So he'll hook on the back of the queue, won't he?
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this shakes out once we get going again. There it is, heading back out into the race. Don't think there's anyone of huge significance that's yet to make a stop. So it should be pretty much as we see it on our timing screens once the race gets back underway. The leader at the moment is the number 80 car, which is now being taken over by, or hasn't yet been taken over by Andrew Etheridge, but that car has yet to make its stop, I think. But I think everyone else has done, and of those that have, it looks like Andy Marston has come out in the lead, number 37 from George Heller in second place, and Ash Hicklin now in third position in the BMW. So German machinery in the first 3 places. If we take out the Etheridges, because they've yet to make their stop. Is that the Etheridge car? No, it's not the Etheridge car. They're going through shot. It's a little bit further back, I think. Safety car lights still on, and as I say that, they're turned out. Safety car's got its windscreen wipers on, and it looks like there's a bit of rain in the air now, but it does look like we're going to get a restart because the safety car's pulling away from the field, so it looks like we're going to get going again with just under 40 minutes of this race left to go, 43 laps completed. Anyone that's not made their stop now is going to have to do it not under the safety car, I would say.
But with the safety car retreating to the pit lane this time round, no overtaking until the timing line.
Yes, indeed.
Which is something that catches out quite a lot of competitors.
Yeah, and I think it did yesterday in more than one instance. So we've got the cars heading back round. They come up to the timing line, come up to the green flag being waved. It's the 66 car of Jonathan Hayes that's going to be the first one to take it, but the quickest car in that group is the 69 car, which is Andy Schultz, and he is in 18th, and of course that car made it stop before the safety car went out, so it's not really benefited from that. It's effectively a lap down on the leading cars, and the cars on the lead lap now behind the Etheridge car, which is yet to make a stop. George Heller now has taken the lead from Andy Marston. George Heller in the invitation class car.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I assume that it's made its stop. I think it must have done. I'm sure Josh will let us know if I'm mistaken.
Well, he's only a second clear of Marston. We've seen Marston come in and out.
Yeah, so it must have been.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So there is the erstwhile leading car that's now showing in 6th place on the timing screen. 37 minutes of the race are left to go, and it looks like we've got the cars heading down the hang straight, green flag being waved. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and Josh Barrett, you've got an interview.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, got Cole Swift, who's had quite a difficult stint.
Yeah, 5 laps in, we lost pretty much all front brakes, so trying to defend with no brakes is an absolute nightmare. I've just been parking it on every apex and then just making sure it stopped dead, so I got the run out to defend instead of trying to do it on brakes. And we had a problem with one side on the brake pad change where a bolt got stuck, so I don't know what's happened now.
But it's very rare, obviously, to have to do a brake change, so very good job by the area guys, but I guess they don't practice that for a race situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's easily done in 3 minutes normally, just had a bolt that's stuck on one side. And yeah, like I say, we don't need to change in a 2-hour race, but yeah, the pads have got some kind of issue with them.
Okay. So I think it looks like you're something like 4th still, so that's something that Rob can work at.
We'll just have to pray for rain then now. I think he'll be all right in the rain.
Quite a lot of the Stayers are having front tyre issues. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, we've got it as well. You've got to, well, he's supposed to be driving with it, but I've not been able to do that, so we've killed ours as well, to be honest. But hopefully Rob can cool them down now. He's got some brakes.
Because you were able to keep Alan Henderson behind the Lotus, it forced them to stop early, and of course that's not ideal when the safety car came out later.
Yeah, I think the team said he might have had an issue. They had the bonnet up on it or something. So yeah, I don't know what's happened there.
I think they said it was tactical to get out of because they said you were holding them up.
I was parking it a little bit, yes. Oh, so is he in the lead now?
No, I think because of the early stop means he's further back.
Somewhere near him then.
So I guess the main one of the Tim Gray Motorsport BMW, who was quite close to you.
I think we've probably lost 30 seconds though, which is a lot to catch up, so we'll just have to see what we can do.
Championship-wise, I think you've already won the Class A Championship, and it's more what the other guys do, because you've already got your 4 wins for your 4 scores.
We have, but we've only got 1 fastest lap, so the Class C guys, depending on what they do today, it could all go to that last round.
Well, we'll see what happens. Well done on keeping up at the front, Cole.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
So that's Cole Swift, and I think if we head down here, I think there's another driver we can grab a word with while you're down here in the pit lane, which is Joe Locke, who was Alsager. Joe, you were involved in that lead battle. How was it for you?
Yeah, no, it was good, mate. Yeah, me and Carl had some great battles at Donington, and you know, coming here, we thought it might be our circuit. But I was surprised how fast they are. So I think they destroyed the tyres, and I managed to get back to them. But for us, it was more driving around. So we struggled really bad with understeer then. So we're just driving around the problem, but still trying to find the time, to catch him back. And then I was wondering when he was going to pit. I was waiting for him to pit, and then we both got stitched by a safety car through first corner. So it was it was an obvious decision on what to do. But hopefully Ash we managed. I don't know what's wrong with theirs, but they took a lot longer than us in the pit stop. So
they had changed their brake pads.
Oh, did they?
So they've obviously dropped back. So I guess you're the leading pit stopper now.
Yeah, I think we. I don't know where the Lotus is it Alan driving the Lotus? Yeah, so Alan's quick. He was really quick. He was hard to defend against before when I was doing my stint. So if he can get back past him, then obviously hopefully we can get a win. But I just hope we can, get the first victory that we wanted all season. So and end it on a high,
I guess it's nice to have the whole stint go smoothly after the last few meetings.
Yeah, we've had just random problems, like little cheap parts going, and it's so frustrating. You do all that work to get to the position of, and then you get to the race and you do one lap. It's just, it's not ideal, is it? So.
Coming from the Radical from the last year, how's that been to change to the BMW?
The BM's, it's more. Do you know what I enjoy about it the most? Is the fact that it's a team sport now instead of just me being a solo driver. It's nice to have obviously a co-driver with Ash, but also the team doing a pit stop and everything. It just feels so much more. I don't know what the word is, but it's more enjoyable. But obviously, I still miss, and I still want to go back, and I will be going back to the Rads because I still miss slicks and wings. So.
Obviously huge grids in these races. This is quite a short track, so what was the traffic like?
Yeah, traffic's a nightmare, but at the end of the day, everyone's paid the same amount of money, everyone deserves to be on the track, so it's hard to get frustrated when you get stuck behind someone, but, if I was in their position, I'd be racing other people in their class, so, it's not, we never get frustrated, we just weave our way through. It's the same for Carl, there's odd times where you get stitched in the wrong positions and they get away, but most times we can, have an even race, and I think from the footage then it was quite close, wasn't it? For a good 5-6 laps at least with me and him, nose to tail. So I'm looking forward to going forward, mate. Yeah.
Best of luck. Look forward to seeing how the race finishes. That's Joe Locke out of the number 86 Tim Gray Motorsport BMW.
Which is now the lead of the Class A cars. It wasn't when I think you suggested it might be, Josh, but it is now. So Ash Hicklin now leading Andy Marston in Class A, but the George Haller Golf, the Invitation Class car, is another a couple of seconds up the road now, Marcus.
Yeah, they're lapping in very, very similar times, aren't they? But just a couple of seconds between them, as you say. Hicklin in 86 there on the screen is only 0.8 of a second clear of Andy Marston, yesterday's Road Sports winner in his E46 M3. And in fact, yeah, that's even closer this time round. And then the Etheridges hanging on in 4th place at the moment. Taylor is next in the 7, he's 5th overall, and Rob Baker is in 6th place. There's a gap is around 24 seconds from the 2 BMWs in front to the Baker-driven Area Motorsports SEAT, the championship leader.
That's for position on screen now. We've got Rob Baker in number 1, right behind number 7, Matty Taylor. So that's for 5th position overall. The SEAT chasing down the Holden Commodore and going through at Village. So it's up to 5th place now. Rob Baker, having taken the car over from Carl Swift. There's 30 minutes or so to go in the race. That car getting ahead of Luke Browse, or probably Paul Browse it will now be, actually in the car. That car is a lap down on those though. So down the Hangar Straight, that is Rob Baker getting to the head of this little group now. He is in 5th position. He is about 15 seconds behind the Etheridge car, which we think is yet to make its stop.
Yeah, we'll start to see some progress now, because he's been freed effectively, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's got a bit of clear track ahead of him, or relatively clear track ahead of him, to try to make it through. But up front, the gap between 87 the Golf and 86 the BMW, the first of the Class A cars, that's come down to 1.55 seconds now. So that's for the overall lead. So we'll try to have a look at that. The gap between Baker and Marston, which is possibly more relevant, so 5th to 3rd at this stage, that's about 22 seconds. So we'll see if Baker's able to do anything about that.
Yeah, that's right. And it's about 10 seconds between Marston in 3rd and the 37, the white BMW, and 80 Etheridge. 12 seconds back to what is now Rob Baker in number 1, and in 6th place is 90. No, 7. Sorry, it's the Holden, which is just a second and a half or so behind. 7th is Henderson in 90. 8th is Mercer in 41. Freeman in 4 is the Class B leader in 9th place, and in 10th place is the rival, which is that's just changed, hasn't it? Yes, William Stacey's just got past Chris Freeman, so that's a change in Class B lead.
Those are the cars on screen now, and Chris Freeman goes kangarooing over the grass on the exit of Abbey, having dropped back down to 3rd position. Significantly, as far as the championship goes, though, neither of those drivers are Luke Handley, who needs to win in Class B today. And as far as Class C is concerned, that's still being led by Rory Baptista, as it now is in the BMW, with the John Langridge car second in Class C, but about 5 places behind, and quite some distance behind the BMW now. And that also is a car that can't afford to drop any points today if they want to have any chance of taking the championship.
And this is a challenge for the lead, Ian, because the big BMW is bowling up behind George Heller's left hooker Golf. That very attractive sort of snakeskin livery.
Yep, so only a quarter of a second between them as they cross the line this time. Had them in the invitation class car, and Ashley Hicklin in the championship Class A BMW, making their way around the link onto the Hangar Straight with 27 minutes of the race remaining here, and they are about 4 seconds clear of Andy Marston's BMW as well.
Yeah, that's also on the Hangar Straight, but now they've got traffic ahead of them.
Yeah, they have. That's going to come into play. So this for the overall race lead over the crest there as they head into the Vale Locking up the brakes there is the 87B Golf, I should say.
And that looked quite tricky for a moment. The Golf looked like it would have to go around the outside of the BMW, but that compromised him. Had to come out of the throttle, and the big BMW with all that torque growled up ever closer.
Yeah, 0.3 between them that time, so very similar to what it was a lap ago. Marston took half a second out of both of them. He's got to within 4 seconds of the race lead now, and we think the Etheridge no, that's not the Etheridge BMW. The Etheridge BMW still get to make a stop. That's the Edward Christie BMW making it stop relatively late on in the race. There you can see the yellow wing mirrors on that BMW of Andy Marston in 3rd position. There's Alan Henderson. He's still there in 7th place. He did a slow last lap, a 1 minute 22, but he's done another lap in the 1 minute 12. He's actually gone a bit quicker than he went earlier on, a 1:12.33 for Henderson before that. So he's still pushing on. But there he is now, pretty ruining that early pit stop. It was always going to be a gamble because there's a good chance there would be a safety car at some point.
The other car that has been flying is the 69, the Hampson and Schultz. Well, that's done a 12.8.
Yes, it has, and that's Andy Schultz that will have set that time much the quicker of those two drivers. So he's made some progress in the second part of this race.
He's done some GT racing as well, hasn't he? Andy
Yeah.
Schultz and Aston Martin.
I think so, yeah. Seems to ring a bell.
Right, there's 80 coming in. That's the Etheridges, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So finally they've made their stop. They did it with 10 minutes to spare because you can't make your stop within the last 15 minutes of the race, and they're in with 25 minutes to go. And the driver change there is for Andrew to climb aboard and take over from Christopher for the remaining 20 minutes or so of this race. That is the 6th car, which is Simon Wallace now, and he is trying to get past the 27 car of Will Beach, who's in a Class B car, Wallace in a Class A machine, so in theory at least it should be relatively straightforward for him to get through. We're being told that there may be a penalty for car 87, which is the leading Hella car. Not had that officially confirmed yet. If we can find out and get the details, that will bring it to you. That's the invitation class car out front, so it doesn't really matter from the point of view of what's going on in this race anyway.
Certainly not a championship issue, so...
No. And the two leaders, including that 87 car, are indeed together now. So they turn their way through the right-hander at Abbey.
That's a fast thing, isn't it? It looks like it's a TCR spec car.
Yeah. It looks that way, listed in the programme as if it was going to be a Seat Cooper, but it's actually clearly a Golf. And they've got the car behind it of the Class A leader, which is at the moment Ash Hicklin. That gap to Andy Marston, though, has come down by another 0.3 of a second on that last lap, down to almost exactly 3 seconds, second to third on the road. And Marston looked like he was lapping one of the other Seats as well in the background there. Into the pits has come the Hella car, so that sort of moved itself out of the equation anyway. We thought there might be a penalty for it when it's headed down the pit lane. We'll see where it's going to go. Is it going to go into the penalty box?
Yep.
It is going to go into the penalty box.
In the sin bin, as they call it.
Yeah, so we're not quite sure what that is for. If Josh is
short stop.
Could be.
Fractionally.
Could be. I'll consult my list of possible penalties, and maybe Josh will fill us in if he finds out what's going on.
Scrutineer's just run his hand round the front of the front splitter.
I wonder if it's possibly a refuelling issue, looking at the list of possible penalties, as to why it might have been called in for what we think might be a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty.
It's a long time, isn't it?
More stop than go, certainly.
Lead BMWs then both on the hangar straight. Here is the car of Ash Hicklin, number 86, now leading towards the end of lap 57.
That's the Class C leader into the pit lane. That is Rory Baptiste. They've already made their scheduled stop. That was for Tim Hartland to hand over to Rory. And so this an unscheduled stop there is some refuelling going on, so whether the refuelling didn't get done first time around, I'm not sure, but that's looks like an extra stop being made to me. See how that feeds into things. Any stop that involves refuelling has to be for at least 3 minutes, so you can't do a splash and dash. So if you put any fuel in the car, you have to be stationary for 3 minutes, even if you've already made your 3-minute mandatory stop. If you're having anything else done to the car that's not refuelling, you can be in and out as quickly as the work will allow. Last time through, Andy Martin in second place did his personal best lap of 1:13.93. He was 0.3 per second quicker than Ash Hickley, and the gap 3.35 seconds. On that 555 car, we've still got that wheel arch flailing somewhat. There it is. Doesn't appear to be slowing the car down too much. That's James Alford and Mark Lloyd-Jones Golf GTI. "20 minutes or so left to go in this race," and there is Andy Marston then pursuing Ash Hickley, 2 white BMWs out front, and you can see that they've got pretty much a lap on Alan Henderson there. So Alan Henderson was just starting the lap as these two were coming over the line. 3.54 seconds now between them, and it looks like there's a few more spots of rain on the camera lens as well, and on the windscreen of number 1, Carl Swift, Rob Bakerton. Now, Carl Swift was saying, well, hopefully it will rain. It is raining, and this may play into the hands of the Seat. They're 26 seconds behind the leading cars at the moment, Marcus.
With just under 20 minutes to go. Yep, there is Rob Baker, and Golf is still sitting there in the pit lane. Yeah, it's now become very much darker overhead. It's the Wallace Brothers number 6 Seat there.
Now there's Luke Handley, who is in 4th place in Class B at the moment behind Stacey, Freeman and Drybrough. He needs to be winning Class B to keep his championship chances alive, overall championship chances alive, that is. Class C now, having had that stop for Baptiste, is now back in the hands of John Langridge, who's taken over from Alex Miller. So he leads now, just trying to work out if he's got the fastest lap within Class C, which will take a moment or two of research, but I think he might well do. Yeah, he's been quicker in this race than has Rory Baptiste, I think. He's done a 1:16.59 compared to the best lap time for Baptiste for 1:20.07. So
it's a lifetime, isn't it?
It is a lifetime.
Yeah. The Golf has got the wing hanging off. That needs to be that is now even a jauntier angle than it was before, but it's still attached to the majority of the wing, which is bolted to the chassis or the shell. And there's the Golf. Heller back into the fray with 17 and 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, we just saw the 41 Mark Mercer BMW taken over from his father, David. And that Golf going back into place. There's the Class C leader. That's now John Langridge at the wheel of that car, ex-Fiesta and MX-5 racer. Front runner in both of those categories. King Endurance Racing this season, driving Alex Miller's Mazda MX-5 Mark III, berooved, which is probably just as well in conditions like this. And he is clear of the car, another MX-5 that's been taken over by Chris Webster from Matthew Tidmarsh. That's the number 8 car running second in Class C.
Hickland's extended his lead. It's now 5.4 seconds in 86 over 37. And Rob Baker is about 21 seconds behind Andy Marston in second place. So he is closing in, but it's little by little.
Yeah, and there's only 16 minutes, so perhaps 12 or 13 laps to go, something like that. So not that long to do it in.
The last time round was 7/10 quicker.
So there's the race leading car, Ash Hicklin. Are we then going to see a new outright race winner this season? It looks very much as if we are.
Henderson's Lotus, which you can see on the left of the screen just under the graphic, he is running 5th, but he is a lap behind the leaders.
Yeah, and he was just under a lap behind before, so he's gone a lap down relatively recently, I think. So Henderson, who was so strong in the early part of this race and is still lapping very quickly. Last lap was a 1:13.05 in actual fact. I don't think is going to feature right at the very sharp end of this race now.
Another second gained by the leader. He's now 6.7 seconds clear, and that's going out.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? By the looks of things. Class B being led by William Stacey. He's got Chris Freeman behind him. Class C being led by John Langridge still from Chris Webster. As we go into the last quarter of an hour of this Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race. There's one more of these to go this season. That's at Alton Park in October. The way things are going, I think that may well be the one that has to decide the championship, because I think it looks like Langridge and Miller are going to keep it alive just about going into that final round, because they've got the fastest lap and the lead at the moment in Class C.
Henderson last time round has done a 12:33.
No, that's his best lap. The last
so
lap.
That's
15.
the best. Yeah, it's his best. So 15,
yeah.
But he's lapping quicker than those ahead.
He is.
Significantly quicker than the Commodore. So he's only 5 seconds behind the Commodore. He could get 4th overall.
Yeah, in fact, you can see those on screen now. Just coming out of the club corner was Henderson. There is Henderson in the Lotus, number 90. And he is now only about 3 seconds behind the Commodore. There's the Commodore down at Village, and that's just ahead of the race leader. And then you've got Henderson, who was in contention for the race lead not so very long ago. So you've got cars lapping at a sort of, or capable of lapping at a similar pace all together there, but on different laps, and we might have a change for 4th position, which possibly is as high up the order as Henderson can now hope to get, with only about 13.5 minutes of this race left to go.
Yeah, 2.9 seconds behind the Commodore number 7, which lies 4th. That early lap at the 12:33 is pretty devastating. That's 9/10 of a second quicker than the Baker Swift car, which suggests they're not going to get the fastest lap points.
It rather does, doesn't it? I don't think we're going to see that change now. So it looks like again Baker and Swift have just failed to pick up one of the 16 points that are available for a class win and a fastest lap. Pick up 15 instead. That's 69 Schultz, and he is lapping the 1:13 as well. He's the fastest man out there at the moment, actually, Andy Schultz, in the number 69 BMW on screen now, in 8th place overall. Lapping quicker than and Mark Mercer, actually, he's just on a 13 as well. In fact, Mark Mercer on a 13.7 as his best now, and a 13.89 on the last lap.
And here comes George Heller back in again.
This time at his garage rather than in the penalty box, but there's no one there to greet him. So that was a car that was leading on the road for a little while, but
going away now.
Yeah, car out of the race. So 12 minutes now left. That is the 41 car of Mark Mercer. taken it from David. There's the 98 car of Baptiste that's back out into the race, but now running 27th and 3rd within Class E. Still ahead of Ivor Mares though, but behind the MX-5s of John Langridge and Chris Webster. There's the Commodore, and behind the Commodore is Andy Marston, who's in 2nd place overall, and then Henderson, who's 5th, so 4th, 2nd, 5th together in that order.
Yeah, Henderson looks like he's going to unlap himself from Marston, doesn't he?
Looks that way. And possibly pass, and hopefully from his point of view, pass the Commodore as well, which must be, I would guess, getting on for twice the weight.
He's passed the Commodore,
He
but
has.
that was because the gap was opened by Andy Marston, who dived past the Commodore onto the Hangar Straight.
But in a straight line, the Commodore is a more potent weapon and holds on to that 4th position.
Front splitter on the Commodore is wobbling up and down all over the place.
Can't help. Henderson's going to have another attempt, which is again rebuffed. The Lotus will find, I think, it's much better through the corners, but in a straight line it's hard to keep up with the Commodore. And Stuart Nichols getting in the thick of the action again in the MR2 Roadster. Bob, he's having a little battle there with the 112 Civic Type R of Manoj Patel. He's a tremendous enthusiast. And 41 in the mix as well. That's the Mercer car. Mark Mercer at the wheel. The lead, by the way, has gone out to nearly 8 seconds now between for Ash Hicklin over Andy Marston, who we've been watching for a few moments, and Marston to Baker in 3rd place is about 18 seconds, and that gap not coming down, it would seem.
All big spin, that's Baptiste.
Yeah, and the race coming apart for Rory Baptiste there.
That's a Village.
Led Class C early on, Tim Hartland taking the first part of the race, but second part of the race has not got to plan an extra pit stop, and a spin has dropped that car out of contention now. There's the Treble 5 car, which is running in 18th position, the Ogford and Mark Lloyd-Jones car. There's the 126 car, that's Brad Kaler, he's running in 15th position. Just behind him is the number 8 Chris Webster Mazda, that's the car that's 2nd within Class C behind John Langridge at the moment. Just checking my screen to make sure that Langridge is still ahead in Class C. Yes, he is, and it looks like he's still got the Class C fastest lap as well, which will mean that if they do pick up maximum points and keep the championship alive going to Alton Park.
Baker quickest of the top 3 in recent laps. He's cut that gap to Andy Marston down to about 16.5 seconds, but he hasn't got enough time really with another 8 minutes to go, I don't think, to reduce that, not at the rate of gain currently anyway. Henderson still 4th in the White Lotus. Oh, the Nichols MR2 Roadster has pulled off. It's just at the start of the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too seriously wrong with that car. It's, as I say, just parked up on the grass, just on the exit of the link start of the Hangar Straight. So a shame that Stuart's not able to bring that home. Just 7 or 8 minutes away from the checkered flag in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, 100-minute one. And there's Henderson. He's getting through now ahead of Matty Taylor to take 5th place, and that's only 5th place because the Mark Mercer BMW has gone ahead of both of them now. So Mark Mercer's got himself up into 4th position in this second part of the race.
That's just showing us one Mercer, isn't it, on the screen, which is interesting.
But on our information, it was David Mercer starting and Mark second.
Was Lotus slowing?
It is a little bit. Its lap times have been pretty irregular over the past few laps, but that's certainly looking like it's slow down the Hanger Straight, isn't it now, the Alan Henderson car? He is about 20 seconds clear of the Andy Schultz car, which is, on the last lap, was 6 seconds a lap faster, so it's in danger of losing another position if indeed it can make it to the end of the race. There is the number 1 car, that's Baker putting a lap on the 6th place car of Matty Taylor, and he is still there in 3rd position, Rob Baker, and that time through he falls a little bit further behind Andy Marston in 2nd place, in actual fact another 8/10 or so behind him. There's Henderson, he's continuing on, but that lap time for Henderson was a 1:21. The previous lap was a 1 minute 20, so he must have some kind of problem, maybe an intermittent problem that's affecting his lap times.
Fuel starvation perhaps in the corners, getting low.
Yeah, it's possible. It's more than possible. 6 minutes of the race left to go.
Seems to have no urgency about it, that's for sure.
No, and he's got 15 seconds in hand over Schultz, but Schultz on that lap did a 1:13.73, so it was 7.5 seconds a lap faster, so would catch Henderson at that rate of progress before the end. And again, it's slow down the straight, isn't it?
Yes, very slow. Which might indicate that the fuel's just not getting to the engine under acceleration.
Yeah, that would certainly stack up. So that's a shame after a race that promised a lot for Henderson. I mean, he didn't start that high up on the grid. He was only 7th on the grid after that slightly bizarre qualifying session that we had this morning with the red flag a few laps in and then rain, which meant that there was scant opportunity to get a number of quick laps in. There's the race leading car. 10.7 seconds clear of the rest now. Ash Hicklin in this BMW. Had 1 second place finish this season, but as Joe was saying earlier on, they've had some frustrating reliability issues as well that have really proved something of a setback. So if the Tim Gray Motorsport car can come home with the victory, that will be a tremendous fillip for them, and a great success for Tim and his team. Not seen Tim racing himself for a little while, but very successful racing driver at club level in his own right. Lots of championship wins under his belt and very rapid. These days more involved in winning cars for other people though.
Heavily involved in the Pragas, isn't he? Which he was driving and then sort of gets involved with running behind the scenes. 10 seconds is the lead between the 2 big white BMWs. 86 the leader, Ash Hicklin, took over from Joe Locke. Andy Marston in 2nd place.
Over the line goes Rob Baker once again, and that time is just a fraction quicker than Marston, but the gap between them 16 seconds or so as we're into the last 4 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Baker's around a second away from that car's fastest lap in the race so far.
Yeah,
wheel was locked there. Did you see the front wheel was locked as it went over the curb?
Yeah, those two drives pretty equal, Swift and Baker. Swift in the first part of the race, Baker in the second part.
Always very advantageous if you've got that luxury on a team to get the same feedback from both drivers as well, in all probability.
So they'll have 3 laps to go, I reckon, as they go across the line to complete lap 72, which will make it a 75 lap race. And down towards Village comes this great gaggle of cars. Just having a look, see how many cars I think are still circulating. I think probably during the course of this race we've lost maybe 10 or so cars. Some of them may have come back out again to complete some more laps, having made an early start, but I think we've lost about 10 or 12 cars maybe during the course of this race, so still well over 30 circulating right into this into these dying moments of the race. Just on the class situation, it's still Will Stacey leading Class B in number 49 from number 4 Chris Freeman and 16 Phil Driver, so Luke Handley only 4th within that class still. And within Class C, it's still John Langridge and Alex Miller leading the way from Webster and Tidmarsh and Baptiste and Hartland. So
BMW Compact just had a big spin, has continued. Henderson down in 7th place, just slipping away, being caught 4 seconds a lap by William Stacey in the B class leading Lotus.
.4 seconds now the gap between Hicklin and Marston.
Yeah, and Baker's back in the 13s. Just a concerted effort getting that fastest lap in the class.
But
he's got a way to go.
He's got a long way to go. He's got to get to a 12.3, hasn't he, to get ahead of Henderson.
Watch it over the curbs here again. We'll see whether it, the wheel just locks up.
Onto the hanger straight goes that car for the final time, 13 seconds behind Andy Marston, who did a slower lap that time. Both he and Hicklin did a slower lap, actually 1:16.5 for both of them. As Marcus said, Rob was in the 13s.
The Wallace Seat was off the wrong side of the curbs up in the link last time through.
There's the Browse BMW, the green and black one. That's running in 12th place. Paul Browse now at the wheel. But
that's Papa Browse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lad went first.
Here's the race leader, though, on his final lap of the race, Ash Hicklin. Of course, it was Joe Locke that was aboard for the first part of the race. And he's handed over to his fellow former Radical racer, Ash Hicklin, for the second segment. There is the last lap board being shown and the checkered flag being prepared. The clock's counted down to 0. There's Phil Dryborough going through, and there's Martin in second place.
And the Lotuses are switched. 49 Stacey up into 7th, 8th now is Henderson, and he may well lose up to 23 seconds. That could end up behind Freeman as well. Not in the same class, but he could end up 10th out of this.
Leader, meanwhile, as we watch the second place car, is already heading down into the Vale and Club for the final time. There it is, number 86. Ash Hicklin behind the Chris Webster MX-5. Doesn't need to pass it though. Comes out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag and wins round 5 of the 2021 Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. And it is the first different winner we've had apart from Swift and Baker during the course of this season. So congratulations to Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin for getting the win. This time, second place goes to Andy Marston, 11.8 seconds behind, and then a third. There goes the Seat, and that's another just under 10 seconds behind Rob Baker and Carl Swift in third position. So, for extra 30 seconds they took in the pit stop to change those pads. Well, I suppose it got them some better brakes for the second part of the race, but it did prove crucial with that. I think that bolt being the problem that Carl Swift referred to, costing them dear in the end. Rest of the cars making their way through. We've had some of the class positions already settled. Will Stacey just about to cross the line now. There he goes to take 7th place overall. He's a lap down but wins Class B in number 49. So that in its own right means that Luke Handy can no longer win the overall championship. I've not yet seen the Langridge and Miller MX-5 go through to win in the other class, in Class C, but I think they were due to, and if they've not already done so, they will be over the line very shortly. So I think they have already been across the line, because that's the last car across the line now. So it looks like Langridge and Miller have taken the Class C victory and got the Class C fastest lap, and that prolongs the championship to the final round at Alton Park in about a month or so's time. So Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, the race winners. Let's have a look at the results of that race now. Winning by just under 12 seconds in the end, number 86 from number 37, Andy Marston. Rob Baker and Carl Swift were third, 21 seconds off the lead. They were the only 3 finishers on the lead lap. David Mercer and Mark Mercer were fourth, a lap down. Number 7, Taylor and Ashman with the Holden Commodore were 5th. 69, Hampson and Schultz in the BMW were 6th. 49, Will Stacey 7th, winning Class B. 19, Alan Henderson fading away towards the end, finished 8th. Number 4, Chris Freeman, was 2nd in Class B and 9th overall. 16-field driver in the Porsche, 10th overall and 3rd in Class B. Bit further back down the order, Luke Handley only finished 4th, so a bit of a disappointing day for the Golf driver. Number 51 in 13th position overall, and confirmation that in 20th place overall, number 71, Alex Miller and John Langridge won Class C. They also got the fastest lap within that class as well. Bit further back, Michael Downey, 21st, 22nd, Martin Gadsby, but then 2nd in Class C, the Webster and Tidmarsh Mazda. And then despite various dramas, the Baptiste and Heartland BMW, number 98, finished 24th overall and 3rd in Class C. And still a couple more screens to go, but we're getting into the drivers here and the teams that didn't make it to the end. Stuart Nichols we saw retiring, so I think all of these drivers you can see now failed to take the checkered flag, unfortunately. But the win going the way of Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin, and hopefully we'll be able to head down there very shortly. Ash Hicklin, I can see, with a garland round his neck. So let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from Ash with Josh.
So we're down here in the pit lane with our race winner. Well done, Ash Hicklin. Great second stint there to win.
Yeah, thank you very much. We just pushed and pushed. We knew we had the pace this weekend. We've been after it all season. We've had a lot of bad luck. Joe did a mega first stint. We'd like to thank Tim Gray, and it's just about time that it's all paid off.
I was saying to Joe earlier, the last 2 meetings were horrible for you. I don't think you even got to go in the race, did you?
No, I haven't. So I haven't done that much time in the car in the last couple of rounds. So we had a good one at Brands that we came back quite strong, and then obviously Snetterton didn't go anywhere near the plan. So it's nice that everything's paid off for us and the team and everyone involved.
There was a long time where you were behind the Invitational Golf, and I think Andy was starting to catch again. Was that a bit nervous for you?
Yeah, I was trying to push past him, but at the same time I didn't want to end up him taking me out, because I could see that he had a penalty lap after lap. I thought it's only a matter of time before he finally comes in, and eventually he did, and yeah, we just kind of got going.
I said to Joe earlier, because obviously you're the same coming from Radicals, it's a big change to an M3.
Oh, massive change. For starters, you haven't got the wind noise coming past your ear, with it being a tin top, which is quite nice. But yeah, I'm loving it. Absolutely loving the Enduro.
Well done. Let's have a quick word with Joe. I know we spoke to him earlier, but now you're the race winner, Joe. Well done.
Yeah, no, it's great. Well done to Ash for finishing it off. You know, team effort in it. We're made up. You know, it's been a hard, long time, and you know, all credit to Ash, myself, Tim, the team. You know, everything. We've been through a lot of bad luck, and eventually it's all come together. So you know, we're made up.
Congratulations. So that's our overall race winner. We were hoping to get the class winners, but they have seemed to have disappeared. So let's get Andy Marston, who's over here. Andy, who took second place. Away yourself, and not far behind the winner either, really.
Oh man, it was close. I just didn't quite have the pace today. So I think I took too much curb early in it. I've got a steering wheel like that, but it's mega. Absolutely mega. Joe, just couldn't catch him.
You obviously did Club Enduro a few years ago. How do you feel the competition's changed since then?
It's just gone up about 20 levels, I would have said. But no, it's good. It's good.
Okay, well done.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get our class winners. Do we know? Okay. No. Okay, we're not going to get our class winners. Apologies for that. But well done to our overall winners then, Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin.
So next up we have the 40-minute race for the Bernies V8 and the Calm All Porsche Trophy. So this is not a championship event, but part of a series of races, or two series of races, one for the Bernies V8s and one for the Calm All Porsche Trophy, but they do share a grid. It's a 40-minute race. Some of them will have two drivers. We've got more than 40 cars. We're expecting to have more than 40 cars on the grid as well. I will do my best as I go through to give you the start drivers where I have them for these cars. So pole position is the number 571 car, which is that of Aaron Moyse and Matthew Ellis, the TVR Tuscan. It's going to be Aaron Moyse starting that one, and alongside is the number 20 car of Ricky Can. The second row, the first of the Porsches, is number 45, Adam Southgate, and 82 will be started by Pete Holford, the Ford Mustang, with which Josh Cook will also drive. James Coleman, number 47, is on the inside of row 3, and alongside him is number 23, James Plant. On the fourth row, it's number 911, which is going to be started by Stephen Archer, and 39, which is going to be started by Phil James, who's racing alongside Cheng Lim. On the fifth row, it's going to be 40, James Harvey, and 56, Thomas McHugh. On the sixth row, it's going to be the 25 car, which is going to be started by Trevor Lewis, and alongside him is going to be Martin Reynolds, number 27. The seventh row is 188, Paul Simpson, and 41, Graham Walton. The eighth row, number 11, Adam Wilkinson, and number 30, Jason Clegg. And then on row 9, it's 22, Marcus Bicknell, and 73, Mark Horton. The 10th row, 80, Matthew Smith, and number 9, Andrew Knight. The 11th row, 122, John Livesey, and 48, Matt Snowball. And on the 12th row, 66, Andrew Lambert, and 35, Daniel Crago. Row 13, we've got the 57 car, which is Ben Tovey to start that, and the 141, which is the Porsche. Just looking to see if we've got the start driver for that. Yes, that's Carl Rossin starting that one. He'll hand over to Sam Callahan. Clayton Sampson starts number 30 alongside number 142, Alan Drain. And then it's Mark Lillington, 72, and Michael Blake, number 150. On the next row, Andrew Pritchard in number 11 on the inside of row 16 alongside 154, Robert Frost. Chris Valentine is going to start the number 88 Porsche. He'll hand over to Anthony Sahota, and 28 is Andy Baker. And then on row 18, it's 194 Brett Carpenter and 26 Alan Breck. Pete Samuels in the MG, number 87, and Darren Constant, number 42, on the 19th row. Richard Jones, number 69, and Adrian Block, 187, on the 20th row. And Raymond Barrow and Jeff Hansen, 97 and 91, round out a very busy 42 car field for the Calm All Porsche Trophy and the Bernies V8s, and these have had various races already this season, some of them together and some of them separately. So far this season within Bernies V8s, Matt Holborn has had a couple of wins in his TVR. But last time out at the American Speedfest on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, the wins were shared between Sam Wilson, Michael Saunders, and James Plant. That's within the Bernies V8s part of the race. Within the Calm All Porsche Trophy, the wins so far this season have gone to Jonathan Evans at Donington Park and at Brands Hatch, and James Coleman last time out at Snetterton, with Adam Southgate, the perennial bridesmaid. He's taken second position on all three occasions so far this year. Calm is the campaign against living miserably, and that is a movement that is leading the charge against suicide. Every week 125 people in the UK take their own lives, and 75% of all UK suicides are male, and Calm exists to change this. And you can find more on their website, thecalmzone.net. But the All Porsche Trophy raising the profile of that organisation, which is doing such fantastic work. Bernies V8s and the All Porsche Trophy. The car's coming out onto the grid, and we're saying earlier on today, Marcus, at the beginning of proceedings, that this is an intriguing mix of vehicles.
It is, and we're going to see cars which tackle this international circuit here at Silverstone in very different ways. You've got some thundering V8s that'll rocket down the straights and maybe tiptoe through the corners, and you've got some very good handling Porsches in there as well. But it's the mix which is absolutely extraordinary. You've got things like this wonderful Plymouth Barracuda, just seen go through a screen, and that's Matt Snowball, who we see occasionally elsewhere with that car. We've got some of these tube frame ASCAR stockers, like the American NASCAR racers, but slightly different spec running over here. A big Aston Martin there, and the omnipresent and ever popular TVR Tuscan Challenge cars, which are absolutely fabulous and really good fun to drive too. Gorgeous Mustang there, and that's a sort of a late 60s type. There's one of the Porsches, really well turned out too. The plant, whatever it is this week, because it's been an Allard at some point. It's a sort of Healy now, I think.
Yes.
But really, it's what started life as a Cougar chassis, and ended up with a big American V8 in it, because they're short oval stock car men at heart. That's where they started their racing, and it's very, very rapid.
It certainly is, and John Plant actually won on this circuit the last time these cars were here. That's James's father, I think, isn't it? And that was back in 2017.
Yeah, the Plant's run that's sort of there's dad and lad and grandson, I think, all sort of share different points, but
we're going to get another lap, aren't we, behind the safety car, as we did with the Club Enduro, just to make sure everyone is there in neat 2x2 format, because this is the size of the grid that's needed to be released from the pit lane. It is going to be a rolling start when we do get underway for the 40-minute race. Both the Bernie's V8 and the Carmel Porsche Trophy, yes, we can see the clock has started counting down, although they're still running behind the safety car on our screens. They both won power to weight divided classes. So in the Porsches, the splits are at 240, 200, 180 and 165, plus there's cars that previously ran in the Porsche Boxster Porsche Racing Drivers Association Championship, and the Bernie's V8s, they have splits at 400, 400 and above, 399, 329 and 259 maximum brake horsepower power to weight ratio. That's brake horsepower per tonne. So the car's heading around Village on the second of the green flag laps. As I hoped, it is dry for these cars for their outing, so hopefully we should see them at their best. I think a few of these cars wouldn't really fancy streaming wet conditions.
It's a very even mix, isn't it, between the two sides of the equation here, the Bernie's V8s and the Calm Porsches.
Yep, so that's good, and the sort of pretty equally mixed all the way down the grid as well. It's not like we've got all the Bernie's cars at the front and all the Porsches at the back. They're pretty evenly spread all the way down the order. So they've been mixed in together. So you've got the pole position car, which is the car on the outside in this case, which is the Aaron Moyes machine 571, the TVR Tuscan, and the 20 car, which is the Ricky Can Aston Martin. So down towards the Vale, the safety car has peeled in. We're going to get a start this time. Car's just picking up pace then for this rolling start. We've already had a couple of minutes of the 40. Race then about to get underway. The red lights will be on the gantry. You can see that they're already on. There we go, and they go out now, and the race gets underway for this 37.5 minutes that we have remaining. Fantastic sound made as they blast down to Abbey for the first time. It was Ricky Can in the Aston Martin that's got the lead then as they turned into Abbey. Still cars making their way out of Club Corner. It's the TVR in second. Look, the Austin Healey thing of Plant is there in
one of the clone
yes.
Healeys, yeah, the other being the Sebring of Martin Reynolds, number 27.
Absolutely. So, but he's up to third, James Plant, as they headed through Village for the first time.
It must have some grunt in that Aston Martin, because it must be considerably heavier than the TVR that sat on pole. And Ricky Can, very experienced hand. And still they come through. Absolutely amazing. There's the black Martin Reynolds Sebring, another Healey clone in the middle there. Other TVRs, some Porsches. There's the Mustang S car in there too.
Yeah, try and pick up who the best of the Porsches. It was Adam Southgate, number 45, as they went over the line. They got a bit of a gap back to James Harvey mentioned Adam Southgate's yet to have a win in the Porsches this year. But we're watching there the 27 car, which is the Martin Reynolds car that Marcus mentioned. Going through, here's some of the Porsches, including the 25 car, which is being started actually by Trevor Lewis rather than Matt Kyle-Henny, who is probably the driver that we've got on our screen for that one. Turning their way through Abbey for the second time. There's the 911 car, which is, I think, the Stephen Archer and Angus Archer Porsche, being started by Stephen Archer on this occasion. That was Southgate's Porsche going through shot there, and he does lead the... No, he doesn't. He's second now. He's behind James Coleman in the Porsche part of the race.
And here comes Plant into the lead down the Hangar Straight. 39 chasing. That's the Phil James and Cheng Lim Cobra.
Yeah, the Moyes 571 Tuscan has dropped back down to fourth position, hasn't it? Moyes sharing with Matthew Ellis. He'll have the car in the second part of the race.
Comes James Plant then, leading into Club for the second time. Ricky Can in behind.
Yep, over the line to complete 3 laps of the race. The lead 1.01 seconds. Plant doing a 1:15.82. Phil James in third place, a 1:16.76. So gaining on Ricky Can by about a third of a second on that lap. And James Coleman up to fourth position now in the first of the Porsches, number 47. He is out there in, let's say, fourth place overall now. James Coleman, who won last time out at Snetterton. Yeah, it's shown in our programs as 1:47, but it's showing on our timing screens as 47, which momentarily confused me.
Plant very quick in a straight line in that number 23 car, the Healy clone, with the big V8 under the bonnet. There's the Cobra. And both Phil James and Cheng Lim, the Singapore-born driver from Essex, are very rapid in these cars. They've won numerous races at Spa over the years, the big historic Spa 6 Hours event, September's and October's past.
Lap 4 being completed then, and Plant's on another best lap of the race, a 1:15.45. To extend his lead by another 0.7 of a second over Ricky Can in second place. Phil James taking a couple of tenths out of Ricky Can as he pursues him for second position, and James Coleman still there in third, but Adam Southgate was a little bit quicker that time through.
Peter Holford in 82, the Canadian from nearby Daventry, loves his big banger Americana. Competes in various different examples. There's the big Ford Galaxy 187, which is Adrian Bloch, 7.3 litre Galaxy.
Not far away.
In the Wilmot colours.
Indeed, not far away from being lapped by the race, because there's James Plant herring down towards the Vale after him, lapping several seconds a lap faster. It's a good scrap between a couple of the Porsche 924s going on down the order, trying to home in on who's involved with that in a second. There is the 27 car of Martin Reynolds, who's now got the 80 car behind him of Matthew Smith. You can see, and there's the 187 car that's spun around. We also had a spin for 69. That's one of the Porsches as well. That's Richard Jones in his 94 who's got back on. But Adrian Bloch, that's a big old car to have a spin around. It'll take up the width of the track if it's broadside. There's Ricky Can. Briefly saw him, and he's got Phil James right behind him now. It was 1.7 seconds at the start of the lap, but that gap seems to have come down, possibly amid that yellow flag situation down towards Village. So we've got Phil James in the 39 car now, right with the Aston Martin. 30 minutes of the race or so left to go, and let's have a look. There's one of the Ascars heading down the hill towards us. That's the number 9 car of Andrew Knight, a former MR2 racer, and he is running in 12th position. He's got the 911. No, he's got the 188 car behind him on the road, which is not what I was necessarily expecting based on the timing screen. So that's the Paul Simpson and Colin Tester Porsche 986 Boxster.
I've been trying to work out which the Jason Clegg car is, number 30, because it's not that on my list. This is a change of driver. It's in our programmes as Clayton and Edward Sampson in number 30, but
okay, right. There's this is where there are two
versions, which is handy.
Yeah, Jason Clegg is 30, but he's one of the Furnace V8 drivers. So I think it's 130 for Clayton and Edward Sampson, probably, that we've ended up with, or possibly 301. No, we've actually got 2 30s on the timing screen. Whether they're actually both running 30 on their cars is another matter. Got one car heading into the pit lane there, unfortunately. We're watching 47-45. This is the lead for the Porsche part of the race, though. James Coleman and Adam Southgate. James Coleman in Class 1, Adam Southgate in the Porsche Racing Drivers Association class. So that's for the old Porsche Boxster Championship. These two absolutely together, lapping a couple of the 924s there as well, which aren't quite on the same pace as the Boxsters. But a good little scrap going on between those two Porsches down towards Village.
Yeah, they're battling in the same group as the 571, which is the Aaron Moyes and Matthew Ellis TVR Tuscan.
And we've had the change for second look. It looks like Phil James in the 39 car has got ahead of Ricky Can. So he started in 8th place, did Phil James, and that car was sharing with Cheng Lim. He's got ahead of Ricky Can now, who started in 2nd position. Well, James Plant's lead 6th to more than 9 seconds. So there's the 39 car, 2nd place. 4th is James, and then we've got the what appears to be the Jason Clegg TVR in 3rd place, which was a change to our programme entry list, but he is running with car number 30, and he is right with them now.
Yes, he's 3rd in that group, isn't he, Jason Clegg?
Then you've got the two Porsches together, and it's still James Coleman ahead of Adam Southgate. 45 there in 6th position overall, 2nd of the Porsches. And they are ahead now of the Moyes and Ellis TVR, that's about 5 seconds adrift off them in 7th place. Matthew Smith 8th, and the Pete Holford number 82 car is 9th. Let's hear the two Porsches heading on to the Hangar Straight.
It's a Cayman and a Boxster, isn't it? Very evenly matched.
That's right, heading down the straight. Meanwhile, there's the change for 3rd place. That's Jason Clegg, number 30, getting his TVR ahead of Ricky Can's Aston Martin now. And he's lapping, well, he's done on 15, so he's been lapping a bit quicker than Ricky Can. There is pit stops to be made between 15 and 30 minutes into this race, so pit lane window will be open in a couple of minutes. And look there, now you've got the Boxsters, or the Cayman and the Boxster, about to pass Ricky Can as well, or trying to.
Cleverly boxed there by the Boxster. Looks like he'd boxed the Cayman in behind the Aston, but the Aston's still got much more grunt in a straight line. What it doesn't have is the agility in the corners. They're coming up to that Galaxy again. And up the inside go the two Porsches as one into Village. There's no real room for Ricky Can to respond. They now work their way past the lumbering Galaxy.
Yeah,
I think the handling of the Aston has sort of gone away a bit, hasn't it?
It does appear that way, doesn't it? So we've now got James Coleman and Adam Southgate, although Can gets back ahead of Southgate down the straight. Might get back ahead of Coleman as well. Not quite going to do it, I don't think, before he gets to Stowe Corner. So So that's split up the battle for the Carmel Porsche Trophy for the moment. Ricky Can slotting into 5th position overall. He's going to try and get 4th place back, but I don't think he's going to make it. No, he's not. Down into the Vale.
He hasn't got the brakes, and
yes, very, very deep into that corner when he realised how little in the way of brakes he had, I think.
Well, in comparison to the much lighter Porsches, I mean, there was absolutely no way that was going to happen there. But it was still a great tussle, and the Porsches reunited. 47 James Coleman ahead of the Southgate car.
Almost side by side. Southgate up the inside into Village to get the lead of the Porsche race away. He does so. So Adam Southgate looking for his first win in this competition of the season, having had 3 second-place finishes. He's now clear as this fight for 2nd position. Plant 12 seconds up the road, but we've got Phil James and Jason Clegg now together because Clegg took 2 seconds out of James on the previous lap.
Tuscan coming back at Phil James. That's Jason Clegg in the Tuscan, number 30.
Over the line goes that gap. The gap between them is just 0.2 of a second now as they cross the line that time. Jason Clegg in the number 30 TVR. Just look and see where we started on the grid. There's a little bit, yeah, it was 16th on the grid, so it's been a good drive from him in his Tuscan. It looks like he's going to get the place there. No, not quite. He's still there for second, and he does it at the link. He's got his nose in front now as they come onto the hangar straight. So it's now going to be a battle of who has the most potent engine between those two. They've got a range of cars to lap. Porsches mostly. There's Datsun in there as well, though. But the 39 car of James has held on.
Yes, much more GGs, many more GGs under the bonnet.
Yeah, that's certainly told, but Clegg, you can bet, will have another go. We're into the pit stop phase of this race now, and a couple of cars are heading in. I can see the 142 Porsche of Adrian Drain, and also the Datsun has gone in as well.
Yes, in comes leader Plant.
Yeah, Jeff Hansen in the 240Z GT2 as it's described.
7 litres under the bonnet of that Cobra. Cobra looking like the fake snake.
As Coleman
explains why it can out-drag the Tuscan Challenge car.
Certainly does. Is the Tuscan Challenge car having another go? We saw James Coleman into the pit lane as well.
Oh, he's boxed Phil James in there.
That Capri's not going anywhere very quickly, is it? Looks like that one's out of the race.
Yeah, the Jägermeister liveried car.
Alan Breck's number 26 car out of the race.
Up ahead of him was the TVR Mongoose, wasn't it? The ex-Tommy Entwistle car.
There's the change we've had. Number 30 is through to second place now, Jason Clegg. Happened the link down the hangar straight. So that's the change for second place. Both of those cars staying out there. Now in this race they all have to make a mandatory 1 minute pit stop, whether or not they're going to change drivers. About half of the competitors perhaps have 2 drivers lined up. And there is the 39 car now down to 3rd position. Well, with the lead, James Plant having made his stop earlier, then up into 2nd position. So Clegg now leading. Phil James 2nd, Adam Southgate 3rd, Matthew Smith is up to 4th. Ricky Can, number 20, is into the pit lane as well to make his stop in the Aston Martin. So pit lane getting a bit busier once again.
Pete Halford's brought the Mustang in as well. white Mustang up there, and BTCC racer Josh Cook will climb into it.
Yeah, Josh, who cut his racing teeth with the 750 Motor Club with Sax Max, which was the junior racing series based around the Citroen Saxo. Did that for a season or two, and then he switched to the Stock Hatch Championship, which he won in 2010. And since then, in the last few seasons, he's been away racing in the British Touring Car Championship with some success. A few wins he's had.
Big influx of cars into the pits now. 154. That is stopping. That's someone near the penalty box, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it. Robert Frost in the Dax Tajero. We'd also got the Adam Wilkinson Lotus 11 replica in as well, number 11, fittingly adorning that car.
Some of those Dax chassis designed by Adrian Reynard. Interestingly, of course, John Tajero designed the chassis which became the AC Ace, then was modified into the Cobra.
That's the 45 car of Adam Southgate in then from the lead of the Porsche part of the race. How efficient will his pit stop be? Will he get out ahead of the 47 car of his rival James Coleman? That's the big question there. Pit stop in these is costing you about a lap, I would think, just a little bit over by the time you've got going. That's the 911 car.
Just past the halfway mark here.
Yeah, 911 being driven by Stephen Archer at the moment. I think Felix Archer driving it in the second part of the race. So as many cars in the pit lane as there are on circuit at the moment, I would think, pretty much. They have another 9 minutes or so in which to make their stops and driver changes if they would, if they want to. And the race goes the 154 car. There's the 47 of James Coleman then. So it'll be interesting to see if we can see where he feeds into things in comparison to Adam Southgate once he gets back out into the race. That's Ricky Can's car. That's been into the pits, hasn't it? Datsun's back in again for the second time, I think. And has there been
NASCAR has not come to grief, it's sort of come to a halt, pretty much. That's the 22.
Marcus Bicknell, Steve Averill car, that one.
Clubman's racers of yore.
Not sure which one was aboard.
There's the Martin Reynolds Construction Sebring going out, MRC.
I think Jason Clegg is still out there. And Phil James car, I could see, just going through shot as well behind the 22 Ascar. Ford Ascar V8 Mustang. That's turning its way through Club Corner now, behind the 194 Porsche Boxster, which is Brett Carpenter, the driver from Beckenham.
Of course, the NASCAR series in the States, apart from having the big sort of high-profile Daytonas and things like that, did do quite a lot of racing on road circuits, places like Watkins Glen back in the day.
Right, now there is James Plant, and he's showing 9th, but he was with the Phil James car, so effectively a lap behind that car, which is yet to make it stop. And there we can see the 45 car of Adam Southgate as well. So he has come out. Where has he come out in relation to the 47 car of James Coleman? I'm not quite sure that's all sort of fed through on our timing screens yet, so we'll give that another moment or two before we have a look at how that's impacted the order. But the leader out there at the moment, I think, is Phil James in the number 39 car, but he's just had James Plant unlap himself effectively.
Yeah, he's 27 seconds clear of Andrew Knight, who's yet to stop in the number 9 Ascar.
And Jason Clegg, of course, has now gone in his TV automated stop, as has now Phil James, to hand over to Cheng Lim for the second part of the race in the number 39 Cobra.
Yes, there's Phil James in then at 16 laps. Yeah. 17 laps.
Yeah, 60 and 3/4 minutes have remain still, I should say. And we've got Andrew Knight then will assume the lead of the race. I think Michael Blake, another driver, yet to make his stop. But once they do, I think we'll find out that James Plant does indeed come back out in the lead again once all of the stops shake out. Oh, that's the TVR off.
And that's out, isn't it? Pulling off for good 571.
Yeah, that was the pole position car as well. So Matthew Ellis now aboard.
Oh, he's got it going again.
Yeah, that is Cheng Lim, who's going to take over from Phil James in the Ram SC. And there is the Mustang heading through shot.
Yeah, Cheng, who won a race with Phil James at Spa, and I apologised to him after not being able to play the Singaporean national anthem, putting the flag up. And he said, "Oh, I shouldn't worry." He said, "I left there when I was a baby." He said, "I don't know I'd recognise either."
15 minutes or so to go. There's Plant then. Effectively, he will assume the lead of the race once the timing screen catches up with the Cheng Lim pit stop. I'm now a bit more confident that he's Adam Southgate comfortably in the lead of the Porsche part of the race, actually, because it looked like the 47 car must have lost a lot of time in the pits, James Coleman. Although I do wonder if that's a transponder issue, because he was having a transponder issue early on in the race. But he's showing in 23rd at the moment. But I do wonder if that's not a accurate summation of where he is on the road.
Plant's effectively a lap down, isn't he? And then, as is Clegg, as are all of those guys catching up.
Yeah, once the screen takes account of the pit stop that Cheng Lim has just made, and he's about to go back out onto the circuit, we'll see James Plant back out in the lead, I think. So, impressive grid of cars here. Porsche-wise, it's still Southgate ahead. Second of the Porsches now looks to be Stephen Archer, and third of the Porsches is the 25 car, which is now being driven by Matthew Kyle Henney. Trevor Lewis having been at the wheel for the first part of the race. But there is the leader. Yes, he's flashed upon the timing screen now ahead. So James Plant back into the lead of the race in car number 23. And Jason Clegg is second, but only about 4 seconds behind him. So, and then about 5 seconds behind, no, about 1.6 seconds behind that is Adam Southgate in the Porsche. So actually it's all pretty close up front. There's Plant in the Healy clone leading the way. And there's Jason Clegg in second place in the TVR Tuscan.
It's those Tuscans that started off with the Rover V8 engines in and then went to the AJ P8, TVR's own engine. Flat plane crankshafts in them.
I don't think we've seen Jason Clegg out in the Bernie's V8 so far this season, just casting my eye down the results of previous races. But James Plant we did see out. He's had a win, a second and a fourth so far this season. That win coming at in the last race at Brands Hatch, when these cars were part of the American Speed Fest, which is a big popular spectator event down there in Kent. There's the 48 Cuda of Matt Snowball, providing a great spectacle, but it lumbers around a little bit. Up to Stowe, we've got the Porsche going through. Twelve and a half minutes left then, and it is a 35 car that we are watching at the moment, which is the Daniel Crago and Alvaro Crago 968 Club Sport, and that is running in 24th position. In fact, I think it's just Daniel Crago driving it today.
And that'll be Josh Cook in the Mustang, won't it, in Peter Holford's car?
Yes, it will. I'm just looking to see where that is.
Sixth place.
It's good going.
Yeah. Last lap of 19.
It's been down to the 16s though, hasn't it? Well, that was, I'm sure that was Josh doing that lap. 16.48. Difficult to get a clear lap in though on such a busy circuit. Lots of traffic out there. One of the 924s going a bit wide. That's the 69 car, which is Richard Jones. little bit of Porsche action going on here. Involved in the mix is number 28 Andy Baker in his Boxster.
Yeah, a lot of them all together.
They are having a very entertaining scrap amongst themselves. Into Stowe with 11 minutes of the race left to go. 73 it is at the head of that group. That's Mark Norton's 986 Boxster S. It runs within the SP2 class. That's the second of the 4 power to weight classes. Plus there's the PGA Boxster class as well. And 142 is Alan Drain.
Oh, that's Knight, isn't it?
I think it is, yes. Number 9 car of Knight's gone round on the exit of Club. I don't know if he made it as far as the pit wall.
A bit of scuffage down the side.
There's some scuffing, possibly. Looks like he's going to get the car back out into the race, though, which is good news.
Whoa.
Southgate, that is, has to take some slightly avoiding action in the Porsche.
I think he might have got away with that.
Yep, I think he did. I've seen cars spin into the pit wall there before. Out front, James Plant leading by 1.6 seconds now from Jason Clegg. There is Plant, there is Clegg. Going through shot, and there's a squeal of tyres from someone, and that's the 142 car of Alan Drain. And just avoided collecting, I think, Adam Southgate in 3rd place overall and our Porsche class leader. So there's Plant, and where's the TVR? There's the TVR. I wonder if he's got caught up behind a yellow flag or something, because all of a sudden he's lost quite a bit of time. 1.6 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap, but it's more than that now, I would suggest. There is 28, which is Andy Baker once again.
22 laps down for James Plant, local driver, local team based up at Long Buckby. 4.6 seconds, 4.6 between him and the number 30 TVR now, and a similar gap back to Adam Southgate in 3rd place in the 45.
Yeah, in Southgate at that time, I mean, he was slow, but not as slow as Jason Clegg. I think everyone's lost time with a lot of traffic and incidents going on.
There were quite a few things out on the circuit to miss at that point, weren't there?
Yeah, indeed. That's 41, which is Graham Holborn, is it not? Graham Walden, I should say. And he's TVR Tuscan, slated to share that with Dominic Mooney, so it might well be Dominic in the car by now. He's just in behind the 27 Reynolds car.
Martin Reynolds in the number 27, all his cars are 27. The Martin Reynolds Construction Sebring, a Healey clone with a V8 engine. He's still finishing off his amazing Ford Consul Classic, Pro Consul 27. It's like a sort of transformer of a kid's game.
James Plant's going to cross the line in a more competitive lap time again, but Jason Clegg's taken about 3/4 of a second out of him at 1:16.03, gets the gap back down to less than 4 seconds. Adam Southgate, Porsche leader, on a 1:18.21. There's that TVR Grand Tourer, the 122 car.
Ricky Cairns doing a good job in that. Aston Martin to keep it in 4th place, number 20, given that we know earlier on that its brakes were wilting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Martin Reynolds bounding back up the order.
Down towards the Vale goes that particular scrap. And Reynolds running in 7th place, Walden and Mooney in 8th position, so that's a scrap for position within the Burners V8 part of the race. Six and a half minutes left to go then, and Still that scrap going on for 7th between number 27 Martin Reynolds and number 41 Dominic Mooney, trying to get around the outside in the TVR. He's done it. Changed them for 7th place. In that Martin Reynolds has gone through. Up ahead, and a spin there for 194. That's Brett Carpenter's Porsche Boxster. Outside of the top 20. I was just about to say though that Josh Cook had just done a personal best lap of the race of 1:16.08, which is only about 8/10 of a second off the best lap of the race altogether, which is set by James Plant, I think, of 1:15.24. There's the 571 TVR now, so that's the car that was in trouble earlier on. I think it has finally expired now.
Black flag for somebody, but we can't see what the number is on the board at the moment.
Looks like a 3-digit number, but there's quite a few 3-digit cars in this race, with a few getting an extra 1 to avoid any clashes of number where possible. There is the 130 car. That's the 154 car. That's Robert Frost in the Dax Dejero, isn't it?
Yeah.
Drama for him. The Southgate car, I didn't see how that happened, but the front bumper section on that car
is very, very low to the road. The whole valance, I think, is tipped forward.
Yeah, it has, isn't it?
The splitter is sitting in the floor.
It's like there's been a little bit of light contact, perhaps with the rear of another car under braking or possibly on acceleration. It's just been enough to dislodge that, but not quite enough to take it off completely. Now, whether that's something that will get the attention of the officials in terms of a potential black and orange flag.
Very close to the end, aren't we? It won't pass any single-seater ride height test, that's for sure.
No, it wouldn't do. Not the way it is at the moment. This is the scrap involving the 130 car, which is Clayton Sampson, Edward Sampson, I think, now aboard that one.
Here comes Cheng up the inside. Cheng Lim in the 39, trying to get a place back.
Well, that's, I think, if the screen's to be believed, to unlap himself, because he's running in 9th place, and that's Clegg that's let down. So I think Cheng Lim has lost quite a bit of time in this second part of the race, and possibly in the pit stops as well.
Yeah, last time around 1:21.
But yes, that car was going well in with Phil James in the first part of the race, wasn't it? It was up there in contention for the lead.
Here comes leader James Plant. It's like a dragster in a straight line, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's absolutely phenomenal as it breezes past some of those other cars.
It's going to lap Martin Reynolds fairly soon, and Martin's running 7th in the 27. And you'll see the two pseudo Healey's together. Neither of them actually look very much like Healey's apart from the grills.
That's just about it, isn't it? Over the line. There you go. James Plant completes lap 26. He's going to get probably 3 more laps out of this, I would think, because there were 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go and he crossed the line, and a lap is taking about 1:15. So yeah, he'll complete 3 more laps before the checkered flag comes out. 2 more before the time elapses. So it's number 23, James Plant, that leads, from number 30, Jason Clegg in 2nd. Number 45, Adam Southgate, is in 3rd position. Number 20, Ricky Can, is 4th. Number 80, Matthew Smith, is 5th. 82, Josh Cook, is 6th. 7th is number 27, Martin Reynolds. 8th is number 41, Dominic Mooney. 9th is number 39, Cheng Lim. And 10th is number 911, which is Felix Archer, in the second part of the race, and he's 2nd of the Porsches, behind Adam Southgate. Southgate, the only Porsche amongst the first 9 cars overall. It was a bit more of an even spread between the 2 sets of cars in qualifying, but the V8s have come to the fore in the race.
Yes, they're prevailing because the conditions, I guess, are conducive to that.
Yeah, I think you're right. The slight mystery is what happened to James Coleman in the pit stops, because he appears to have lost a lot of time to Adam Southgate, who's now out and uncontested in the lead of the Porsche part of the race. There's the 91 Jeff Hansen 240 Z.
Yeah, pretty car that, and we don't often see the more highly developed versions these days. Reminds us of the days of Big Sam doing its sort of mod sport stuff over here. Plant in a straight line. Whoa, he's having to fight it. Cool, that was a bit wide into the marbles, wasn't it?
Wider than he intended, certainly.
I think he was just trying to go for a speed record down the straight. Very nearly didn't stop for Stowe.
Well, he had got 3.5 seconds in hand over Jason Clegg. Let's see what the gap is. He's about to come on to start his last lap, I think.
Yeah, he may not know that, but he's certainly pushing on, that's for sure.
There's Clegg in the number 30 TVR in second place. Last lap board has gone out, and the gap was 3.57. It's now 3.52, so it's only coming down by a few hundredths of a second. Confirmation that we are now running the last lap of the race. There's Clegg in second position, having put a lap on the 27 Reynolds Healey clone. So Clegg, I don't think he's quite going to do this. He's going to need an even bigger error from James Plant down into Stowe this time if he's going to win the race, I think.
Josh Cook has got very, very close to the car's personal best time. They did a 16.24 last time around, 16.10 for Ricky Can. So that's Aston's really going strongly, isn't it?
Yep, it's doing very well indeed. Best lap time of 14.66, which actually I think looks to be the best lap of the race for Ricky Can.
I just think it probably is.
Yep, so it's going to be fourth place for Ricky, but here comes James Plant into club corner for the final time. The checkered flag is going to be made ready for him. Out of club he goes. Last lap board is replaced by the checkered flag, and James Plant makes it 2 wins in a row in the Bernies V8s, having won last time out on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch. Second place goes the way of number 30 Jason Clegg, about 4 seconds behind James Plant in the end. And then there'll be a little bit of a gap back to the first of the Calm All Porsche Trophy cars. There is Adam Southgate, goes across the line to complete victory in that class. 18.25 seconds behind James Plant, but well clear of the second place Porsche car, which I think may well already have finished a lap down, which is the 911 car of Felix Archer, as it now is in the second part of the race.
That's 80, isn't it? Matthew Smith just coming home in the kind of Benetton Formula One liveried TVR with its one-off hardtop. Josh Cook makes it home in 6th place, converting Peter Holford's start. Good consistent run for him, and quick too last few laps in the 16s.
Yeah, I think pretty much all of the cars are over the line now. Everyone seems pretty pleased to have brought it home, and a good race that, and it did stay dry throughout the race, so that's great as well, because it meant that we were able to see these cars showcased to their best. Let's have a look at the results of that race then, and get confirmation that it was a win for number 23 James Plant by 4.05 seconds from number 30 Jason Clegg. In third place, number 45 Adam Southgate, he won the Calm All Porsche Trophy part of the race. In fourth place, number 20 Ricky Can in the Aston Martin, which did the fastest lap of the race. Fifth, number 80 Matthew Smith in his TVR Camaro. Sixth, number 82 brought home by Josh Cook, that was the Ford Mustang. Seventh, number 41 Dominic Mooney bringing home the TVR. Eighth, number 27 the Martin Reynolds Sebring V8 clone. Then ninth, number 39 Cheng Lim bringing home the Ram, and second in the Porsche part of the race, and 10th overall the Felix Archer Porsche. Then next up in the Porsches was the Matthew Kyle Henny car. That was one of the Boxers as well, 25 in 11th place. Then Bittland Everson, Tom McHugh winning his class in the Porsche 944, 13th overall in car 56. And as we scroll through, James Coleman eventually finishing 20th in car 47, having won the last round at Snetterton. And as we go through there, we see that the Matt Snowball Plymouth Cruiser finished in 23rd position. Carl Rossin and Sam Callahan, the X Factor contestant, he finished in 28th position. And I think we've probably got one more screen of cars to bring you. Chris Valentine, he shared with another reality TV contestant, Anthony Sahota, in car 88. Brett Carpenter, 194, was 32nd. And then we get into the cars that didn't make it to the end, including the TVR. Well, we're not going to, I don't think, be bringing you interviews after this race. But we'll get confirmation from that in just a second. So we're not indeed going to get an interview after this race. Although maybe we are. News just coming down from the pit lane. So let's head down to Josh Barrett. Josh, who have you got?
Seeing you, I've got the winner, James Plant. Well done, James. Very, very busy track out there.
Yeah, very busy. Yeah, just coming through the back markers was, trying to give him as much space as possible. But yeah, just trying to think ahead and keep the space there. So
your lead gap wasn't that big. I don't know if you were able to monitor it at all.
No, it wasn't. The TVR was, I saw he was catching me. The harder I was pushing, the tyres were sort of getting a bit too hot and running off. And it was a bit hard at the last few laps. Yeah.
Tell us a bit about your car.
Well, it's an Austin Healey 3000 with a bit of a twist. It's got a Chevy small block in there. A lot of the work was done in the workshop, so a lot of hearts in there. So yeah.
What's it like to drive?
A bit of an animal, yeah. Yeah, a bit of an animal, yeah.
This track suit it? Obviously, you were Brands Hatch last time, which is a very different track.
Yeah, completely different track. Brands Hatch, there's a lot of off cambers and everything. You're having to try and get the power down. But here, a little bit flatter, and it's suits it.
Well done.
Yeah,
well done on you. In second place was Jason Clegg. Jason, second place for you in the TVR, and not that far behind the winner.
No, happy with that. Had a shocking qualifying, P16. Only the second time I've been in the car, so to come second, it's not first, but we're having a go at least.
And the much bigger engine in the car in front of you.
What's in that? A 6 litre or something?
Something big.
Oh yeah, so that's 4.5. But I mean, these were quite quick in the day.
Is it in Tuscan Challenge spec? Or?
Yeah, totally standard. It's just come out of the museum. Spent 15 years in the museum in the Isle of Man.
So who raced that originally?
A guy called Jeff Evans. Yeah. We bought it last year, decided this year not to do the Peter Auto, which is all the European events because of what was going on. So we recommissioned this, got it out, and it's absolutely great fun.
Great to hear. Well done on your second place. And Adam Southgate, he was the winner of the Porsches. And you had a battle with James at the start of the race, I saw.
Yeah, definitely. James just came and got a little bit more power than me, but I think we've got a slightly better setup this weekend. So good battle at the start. I managed to get him just for the pit stops. I think he had a bit slower pit stop than me, so I was just able to extend after the pit stop into the lead, which was great.
At Snetterton, you were sort of not quite able to keep up with the Caymans, but this track obviously and your setup suited it.
Yeah, it's the high speed stuff especially. The benefit we've got over the Caymans, we run front and rear downforce, whereas the Caymans can't. So yeah, especially around Stowe, first corner around here, we're gaining quite a lot of time. So it was a really fun race, really enjoyed it.
You like this new format that's going on this year?
Yeah, it's good fun to do 40 minutes. I've previously done 20-minute races, more sprint types, whereas you've got to look after your car a bit more in these 40 minutes. Not that you'd know from the front of mine. I think I did the last 20 minutes with half a front bumper, but still, we pulled it over the line in first, so happy days.
Well done. So that's our top three from that race. Sprint racing are coming up next, and already our first race is heading onto the grid.
This is round 7 of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Let's have a look at the grid. Let's have a look at the grid then for this K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship race. Earlier on today it was a win for Jack Kingsbury, his 4th victory in a row, ahead of of Jason Pelosi and Scott Edgar. This grid based on the fastest lap times from race number 1. So it's number 3, Jack Kingsbury, on pole position. Alongside him, number 14, Jason Pelosi. Second row is 7, Stephen Richardson, and 21, Scott Edgar. Third row, 11, Jack Dwayne, and 77, Andrew Harding. On to the fourth row, it's 22, Christopher Keir, and 55, Justin Griffiths. 23, Jason Powell, and 66, Ross Borman on row 5. Row 6, 12, Greg Hill, and 73, Brian Reed. 7th row, Scott Smith in number 27 and Chris Lawrence 56. Gareth Tansey 26 and James Hayden 83 on the 8th row. 42, John Lovell, and 30, Darren Ramsden on the 9th. 10th row is going to be Samuel Johnson, number 24, and Harrison Fox, number 29. Jamie Flynn, number 46, and Christopher Noah, number 80 on the 11th row. 12th row, 99, Neil Heath, and 79, Christian Little. 13th row, number 13, Josh Larkin, and 33, Nick Brady, and 44, David Garside is going to be at the back for this 15-minute race for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. With the results of the race that we had this morning, the points now look like this. Jack Kingsbury on 190 and Jack Dwayne 182, so they were level coming into this weekend. There's now an 8-point gap between them. Andrew Harding has moved up to third with 152 points, ahead of Oliver Wayne, who's not here this weekend, the Cadwell Park double winner, so he's dropped back down to 4th position, and Andrew has moved up to third. Christopher Key is 5th, and Stephen Richardson is 6th. But certainly Jack Kingsbury, who did the treble at Donington Park in May, which was the last time these cars raced, nearly 3 months ago now. He was the class of the field in race 1 here as well, winning the race by a healthy margin. It was 9.68 seconds, the gap that he had over the rest of the field at the end of the 12 laps of racing that we had. Josh Larkin is going to be there at the back. Hopefully he's now got a working transponder. He wasn't timed in the earlier race because of an issue with that. And so there we go, the cars on the grid. Last car coming into position looks like it is Larkin, so I don't think we've got 33 Nick Brady or 44 David Garside. We are then ready for the off. The green flag is waved at the back. 15 minutes around the 1.85 mile international circuit here at Silverstone are about to get underway. The red lights go on and they go out, and it's a good start by Jack Kingsbury from the outside of the front row. That's pole position here though on the international circuit, and the number 3 car is fully ahead of number 14 Jason Pelosi, who's got about 3 cars side by side behind him. This very colourful field of Clios making their way through Abbey, down through the left-hand curve at Farm and towards Village, the first heavy braking area of the lap for the first time. So it's Kingsbury from Pelosi and Edgar as they make their way out of the hairpin.
Yep, that's the way it is, and they work their way through the link now and prepare to organise the cars to dive off that link road down onto the Hangar Straight. There's that widened exit from the corner, which gives them a little bit more room to jostle for position, but it's the grey car of Jack Kingsbury which leads from Jason Pelosi, and in 3rd place it's Scott Edgar. In 4th place it's the number 7, which is Stephen Richardson, and it's behind is Dwayne and the rest, and they all won very, very wide through Stowe, but that's the other deranged motorsport car down the field, isn't it, Ian?
It certainly is. Right, that's Larkin there in the 13, so that's 66 coming through shot now, and that is Ross Borman, of course, as the leaders come through to complete the first lap. Then Kingsbury ahead by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second from Jason Pelosi. Another 6 or 7 tenths back is Scott Edgar in 3rd, Stephen Richardson 4th, Jack Dwayne 5th, Andrew Harding 6th. Andrew, who came on strongly towards the end of the first race, got 2 places on the last lap or so to move up into 5th position. That's put him into 3rd place in the championship as well. Jack Dwayne there in number 11, losing out, it would seem, to Stephen Richardson, so he's lost a place there.
Blew one backwards at Village in the background of our shot back there. I think it'll get going again. 24, Samuel Johnston.
Yeah, was in 15th at the end of the lap, but joining at the back. Yes, in fact, Dwayne was ahead of or behind Richardson at the start of the lap anyway, so he's not lost a position. He might gain one now, though. He's on the inside line for Stowe Corner. The right-hander at the end of Hanger Straight. Looks like he's going to go through. He's done it, so Jack Dwayne goes through.
He's made it, and Pelosi, meanwhile, is challenging the leader. He was tucked right into the slipstream down the Hanger Straight, and Jason Pelosi, we heard, bounced back from that roll before then Richardson back past Dwayne. Dwayne trying to get back past Richardson. They're side by side. I reckon he does so because Richardson using just a little bit too much road to get back to the apex, but he's got a bit more exit speed. They're side by side over the timing line, and it's Dwayne from Richardson at that point by 0.02 of a second, and Richardson pops out, and 7 is Richardson, and 77 gets the better of them. Andrew Harding splits them going into Abbey, now goes around the outside at Farmian.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what happens towards the end of the first race as well. They've been battling, and they've brought into the equation Chris Lawrence as well in the number 56 car, Jason Powell in the orange car, number 23, and Ross Borman as well in car number 66. Jack Dwayne, who desperately needs points here to limit the damage, with Jack Kingsbury, his main championship rival, looking set for a second win of the day here and a 5th win in a row. Kingsbury down the straight. You've got the top 3 having broken away from the rest, and Dwayne now has just made a little mini break from the next group of half a dozen or so cars.
Yeah, the peloton back there, looks like something out of NASCAR, doesn't it, on a sort of small scale. They're running 2 abreast in those slipstreaming groups, and Pelosi still pushing, cocking his car onto 3 wheels through Vale. And into Club is our race leader, taking a lot more speed out of it. It's 21, Scott Edgar in 3rd place, runs a little bit wide, but he comes back at them and makes it 3 for the lead.
Yeah, the gap has halved on that lap, 0.24 seconds now, the distance between Jack Kingsbury and Jason Pelosi, just over half a second covering all 3 of them, so much closer in this race. In the first race we saw Jack Kingsbury make his escape, but so far he's had no such luck because Pelosi and Edgar piling the pressure on here. These 3 about 3 seconds clear of Dwayne in 4th position, and it's side by side there, Pelosi and Kingsbury now, and I think Pelosi, as they head down to the link, has got through. Yes, he's done it. He's taken the lead ahead of Jack Kingsbury now. So number 14, Jason Pelosi, ex-stock hatch racer, between Village and the link, takes the lead of the race away from Jack Kingsbury. It's the first time he's been headed all day, I think, in the Clios, but now is deep in the slipstream. He tries to pull out. He goes to the right, he goes to the left as they head down Stowe Corner, but I don't think he's going to be able to find a way through. They're almost leaning on each other through Stowe Corner there. Only a matter of inches between the cars, but Kingsbury looks to have made it back through, Marcus, or has he?
I'm not sure it's all over yet. No, he lets Pelosi go, probably in the hope that Pelosi might outbrake himself, but he doesn't. He's a little bit deep for the turn back to the right. As he does so, Kingsbury is settling in behind, but it is Pelosi over the timing line from Kingsbury, but there in 3rd place it's Edgar. Those 3 together, then the gap back to the car with the turquoise front on it, which is Jack Dwayne.
Yeah, Jack Dwayne, who closed the gap to the lead group by about 0.6 of a second on that last lap, but Andrew Harding also closed in on Jack Dwayne as well. Look, there they are for 4th and 5th positions. Justin Griffiths, number 55, trying to go with them as well. It's Jason Powell at the head of the next group in the 23 car. He's got the better of Ross Borman now, and so it's nip and tuck in the pack.
Yep, the top 8 have all lapped in the 21s, as has Josh Larkin in 10th place, as has Brian Reed in 14th in the number 73 car.
In fact, the whole of the top 20 have lapped in either the 121s or 122s, and we often see that in Clios. The lap times very similar indeed across most, if not all, of the drivers in the field. Meanwhile, at front, it's Pelosi and Kingsbury. Kingsbury getting out a bit wide there on the exit of Stowe Corner. Edgar in behind him as well. So these 3 still separated by less than a second as they go into the Vale on lap number 5. It was a 12-lap race earlier on. There's 8.25 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, that was almost a car's length between Pelosi and Kingsbury going through Club that time. This is for the completion of 5 laps. There's 0.28 of a second between them. 3 more cars behind. Dwayne and Harding in there. And I think Justin Griffiths and Ross Borman aren't far behind. But there's 3 in that next group. Here they come.
Yeah, and then a gap back and another.
That'll be Borman, won't it? Leading the next about 7 or 8 through.
Yeah, the one that's lost out a little bit is the Jason Powell car, number 23. The orange car's dropped back to 12th position. He was in 7th position previously. 2 leaders are side by side down the Hanger Straight this time. It's going to be the inside line for Stowe Corner for Jack Kingsbury. He's got the nose of his Clio 182 in front. In fact, he's got the whole of his Clio 182 in front. So down the Hanger Straight on lap number 6, Jack Kingsbury has retaken the lead from the deranged motorsport car of Jason Pelosi. But Scott Edgar's still in there as well with this watching brief in 3rd place. I know he was happy to be back on the pace again this weekend after a start to the season that wasn't as strong as he would have liked. Had a couple of podium finishes at Cadwell, but was nowhere to speak of at Donington.
Yep, Kingsbury leads then by a length, and then a length and a half back from 2nd place Pelosi. In 3 is 21, which is Scott Edgar. Then the 3 chasing Dwayne Harding and Justin Griffiths. And there's a long gap back, and then there's 7 or 8 of them scrapping over 7th place, led by Josh Larkin.
Yes, and of course Josh came from the back of the grid. He made up a few more places on that lap to get to 7th position. Obviously has a transponder working now, which is great news. There he is. He's ahead of the number 22 car of Christopher Keir. He's got about 5 seconds to bridge though to get on terms with Julian Griffiths in 6th. With only 6 minutes of the race to go, that might be something of a tall order, but he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he has got 6 or 7 cars in this group behind him, hasn't he? Christopher Keir there, Ross Borman, Chris Lawrence, Stephen Robinson, Gareth Tansey, certainly involved in that little gaggle down the straight.
There's 6 of them in line astern there, and then a gap back to the 7th, but there was another set of cars on the outside line coming down towards Stowe Corner. 66 is Ross Borman.
Yeah, they're making their way down towards the Vale on lap number 7 of this race. 5.5 minutes of it left to go. It's the 66 car of Borman, teammate to Edgar, I think, this weekend. And talking of Edgar, there he is, race leader Jack Dwayne and Andrew Harding together, and then Justin Griffiths in the 55 car, somewhat on his own. Just about the only driver who is on his own during the course of this race.
Yeah, Greg Hill lost a few places on the first lap, but is now picking people back off again. He's down to the 21s, which is a good effort. Newcomer to car racing, not a newcomer to racing, having competed in with radio-controlled vehicles for many years.
He's in 15th position at the moment.
Car number 12, that is.
Yeah. There's the 66 car of Borman with 56 Chris Lawrence behind him in those sort of Works Renault type colours. Here is the lead battle though. It's still Kingsbury ahead, but he's certainly not escaped from Pelosi here as we are working lap 8. 4.5 minutes to go. 14 Jason Pelosi in the purple and yellow car. It's the mostly sort of gunmetal grey and orange car of number 3. Jack Kingsbury still in the lead, but barely a fag paper between the front bumper of Pelosi's car and the rear one on Jack Kingsbury's there, as they come out to complete lap number 8.
Yes, they seem to be sort of taking this very seriously. There's no touching, that's for sure, and they've been precious close, but it's been a good clean fight. Through Abbey they go, and you can see that Kingsbury's just a little bit quicker through that very fast right-hander at Abbey. Through Farm, the kink takes them back the other way. Then it's down on the brakes into Village. There's number 11, which is Dwayne. He's got 77, which is Harding, right up behind him in the blue car. And Harding makes a little bit of impression going up there, gets some more exit speed from Village, but he's not close enough to get through there. But he gets a better run out onto the Hanger Straight, and this might allow him midway down the straight to get that place, which would mean a move up into 4th place. They're coming down towards Stowe. Here are the 3 leaders, and it's still Kingsbury, and there's a change behind them. 77, Andrew Harding got through going into Stowe. He snaked a little bit wide, but it's not all done yet. But here's the lead, Ian.
Yeah, Jack Kingsbury ahead of Jason Pelosi. Pelosi, by the way, has the best lap of the race, a 1:21.06. Not as quick by quite a long way as Jack Kingsbury went in the first race. He did a 1:20.41. Harding has got the move done on Dwayne, by the way, for 4th position. So 77.11 and then 55, Justin Griffiths in behind. So yes, the lap times in this race very close. In fact, Kingsbury has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:20.98. First driver under the 1:21 barrier, but he's still half a second or so behind the lap time he set early on. But he's been much busier in this race, trying to deal with Jason Pelosi, whereas in race 1 he was just able to ease away and had no particular traffic to deal with either.
Oh, and Dwayne's come from a long way back into Village, but he's not able quite to unseat the 77 car of Andrew Harding. Lost that place into Stowe last time through. Pelosi settles back into the slipstream. We're now working lap 10. We have 2 minutes left to go. So with this lap, and with a fair wind, a couple more, won't it, in just?
I think so, yeah. I say it was 12 laps in the earlier race, so you would expect it probably to go the same distance this time, all being well. So down out of Stowe towards the Vale and Club Corner. Kingsbury ahead, but not by very much.
Oh, Seven's a bit out of shape. He's on the grass. He's fighting it all the way. That's Stephen Richardson. He does get away with it, so keeping his foot in, I venture. That's what did it.
Yeah, he's 10th at the moment, is Stephen Richardson.
One thing you don't do is suddenly let off the throttle and the back end overtakes the rear pretty quickly in these cars.
He's still ahead of the 73 car of Brian Reid and behind Chris Lawrence. I don't think he's lost any positions in all of that, so that's good news for him. Didn't see the last lap board there as the cars flashed past the lines. I think we are going to get 2 more laps for the race leaders.
Is that identical 2098 on that lap?
It is, yes. He's done a couple of those now. Jack Kingsbury in the lead.
2102 is and 2105 are Pelosi's time, so it's scant hundredths in it.
Oh, absolutely, very close indeed. Andrew Harding's at 21.07 as well a few laps ago.
Greg Hill's had some good runs. He's up into 3rd place, son of the Super Saloon maestro of old, the late Mick Hill, who died in 2014. Favourite here at Silverstone, as he was at Donington, his home track.
There is Josh Larkin and Christopher Keir going through. Then a gap back to Chris Lawrence in 9th place. That is the number 12 car. That's Greg Hill, who you were talking about.
Yeah, in the X-Ray car.
Morvis Cross on the back of it, as you say, only his I think 2nd meeting in these Clios.
Said it's great to be out racing. He sent me a message, so really good news.
Well, he's clearly enjoying it. He's had quite a race here to regain some positions lost in the early stages, and he might yet get back into 12th, which is where he started. We're on to the final lap of the race now. Kingsbury started at 6/10 of a second clear of Pelosi. Scott Edgar in 3rd place has dropped back a little bit. We'll try and pick up the leaders in a second, but for the moment it's that's the 26 car of Gareth Tansey chasing after number 12 Greg Hill and 66 Ross Borman, who's in 12th place. There is 7 Stephen Richardson with 73 Brian Reid behind him. And here are the 2 leaders then. They're down to Stowe for the final time. It looks like it's Kingsbury that's going to hold on.
Yeah, the clock's ticked away. Hasn't been for lack of trying by Jason Pelosi. Ooh, he's out on the curb. He keeps his foot buried on the throttle.
He was ahead for about 2 laps, wasn't he? I think something like that.
Yes, he was. For laps 4 and 5, he led.
Yeah, and so he's come close here, but it's going to be a 5th win in succession for number 3, Jack Kingsbury. Then many congratulations to the man from Hoddesdon. And he comes home to win round 7 of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship to extend his lead. He's done another fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 1:20.66. So getting a bit close to the time that he set in the earlier race. So he extends his lead over Jack Dwayne, who's come home in 5th position because he was beaten by Andrew Harding in the end. So it's Kingsbury, Pelosi, Edgar, Harding, Dwayne, Griffiths. And there's that gaggle of cars coming over the line. Greg Hill couldn't improve on 13th. They didn't get past Ross Borman on the final lap, by the way. But you can see how close this is. The first 20 cars at the end of 15 minutes of racing covered by less than half a minute. It's really good.
Yeah, very, very good stuff. And the vast majority got into the 21s. In fact, I think 15 of the top 16 lapped it in 21s or better. 2 of them in the 20s. The top 2, no surprise. Jack Kingsbury, number 3, our race winner, and second place, number 14, Jason Pelosi.
Just looking at the results from the first race, that's more in the 21s than we had in the first race as well, so people have got quicker as the day has gone on. Some of these are relatively new to racing as well, so they're getting experience all the time.
Yeah, really good stuff. You mentioned Hoddesdon, yes, home of the Rye House kart circuit, and Zip and Stevenson kart factories were there.
It's only another 2 weeks before the Clears are back in action at Anglesey. They'll have a triple header there. Let's have a look at the results, though, of round 7 of the championship. The win for number 3, Jack Kingsbury. 12 laps he completed, and he was 3/4 of a second ahead of number 14, Jason Pelosi, at the end of them. Third place went to number 21, Scott Edgar. Fourth to number 77, Andrew Harding. Fifth to number 11, Jack Dwayne. Sixth to number 55, Justin Griffiths. Seventh was 13, Josh Larkin. From the back of the grid, a good drive from him. Eighth, number 22, Christopher Keir. Ninth was 56, Chris Lawrence, and Stephen Richardson, despite his eventful race, completed the top 10 in car number 7. Outside the top 10, Brian Reid, Ross Borman, Greg Hill, Gareth Tansey, James Hayden. They rounded out the top 15. Christopher Noah, a non-finisher in race 1, got to 19th, so he'll be pleased with that. And just a few more cars to see. Harrison Fox there was 21st, Samuel Johnson 22nd, then Jamie Flynn, Neil Heath and Christian Little, but it does look as if all 25 cars that started made it to the end of that K-Tech Racing Clear 182 Championship race, which is absolutely fantastic to have such a great record of reliability. Down in the pit lane there you can see the 3 cars lined up, Jack Kingsbury, Jason Pelosi and Scott Edgar, so the same top 3 and in the same order as in the first race. Everyone else heading back into the pit garages or Parc Ferme as directed by the marshals. But it looks like we are now ready down in the pit lane, so let's head once again to Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, another win for Jack Kingsbury, another Garland, but that race was much more difficult than the earlier one.
Yeah, that was a lot more exciting race. I couldn't get the car in the 4th, and it just dropped me that managed to let him make a pass on me. Just stayed calm and fought back for it, and managed to get past him again, and then was just fending off the whole race.
Although you were so close, it looked like there was no contact at any point.
No, we didn't make no contact. It was clean racing. Contrast that from the ones that are at the front, and they all respect each other.
It's great when it's like that, isn't it? So close, but so good.
Yeah, it made it a lot more exciting race than the first one, that's for sure. Yeah, that was good. He done well.
And a nice championship lead you've got now going into Anglesey in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, that'd be exciting. That's a track I haven't raced, so it'll be all new to me.
Well done this weekend. So double winner Jack Kingsbury. Second place was Jason Pelosi. Jason, do you want to make your way over here? Second again, but you were in the lead at one point there.
Yeah, got a better start that time, and kept with Jack. But I've obviously got a little opportunity. He doesn't make many mistakes. Made a little mistake, got past him. Unfortunately, I made a little mistake. He got back past me, but we were so close. It was, yeah. But I'm pleased with that. It would have been nice to get the win, but obviously, but.
I was going to say, you must be so pleased, like we said earlier. Your pace was there at Donington, didn't quite get the results, but now you've got 2 races, 2 second places, and you know you can battle for the win.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it worthwhile now, doesn't it? Just get somewhere in the championship. So yeah, it's all good.
Jack was saying he's not been to Anglesey before. Have you been back in there?
I've done a test day at Anglesey, that's it. So we'll see how I get on. If he hasn't been, then hopefully, because I haven't been here before, I raced on the international circuit. So hopefully it'll be a little bit. Maybe. I'm looking forward to Brands because that's my home circuit, so we'll see what I can do there.
Obviously you raced in Stock Hatch before. This is sort of the modern version of it. Do you think they're quite different cars to the Saxos?
Yeah, it's similar sort of setup and handling, but obviously a lot more power, so it's a lot more fun. I really enjoying driving the car.
And it's so competitive. I think everybody finished, and most people within 1 second of the fastest lap, which is amazing, isn't it?
No, exactly. I mean, it's that's what it's all about. Close competitive racing. All the cars are even, and it just comes down to the driver on the day and the setup, I guess.
Well done on second place. And in third place it was Scott Edgar again. And Scott, you were in that lead battle that time.
Yeah. Again, we're making a little bit of progress, but we're not quite there yet. So we need to find something before Anglesey. Definitely.
But now you know you're say much closer than you were earlier in the year.
We're heading in the right direction, so that's the main thing. Yeah.
Back to where you have been in previous seasons.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Yeah.
Well done and good luck for the rest of the season.
Cheers.
I think already our next cars are heading out on tracks, so we move into Toyota MR2 action next. Yes, they're already coming towards the grid and they're going to line up in this order. It's going to be number 96, Aaron Cook, that is on pole position. Alongside him, number 26, Paul Cook. This is based on fastest lap times from race 1. Second row, 50, Cam Walton, and 27, Sean Trainer. Third row, 18, Sam Harper, and 22, Nick Williamson. On the fourth row, it's going to be 86, Lee Brown, and 24, Daniel Sylvester. 11, Adam Lockwood and Ben Rowe, number 2 on row 5. Jim Mew, 78, and Darren Aldworth, number 6 on row 6. On the 7th row, 13, Rhys Dorman and 4, Peter Heaton. Row 8 is 36, Georgios Georgiades and 72, John Wilson. Shane Mansbridge, 34, and Veer Aldridge, number 65 on row 9. Row 10 is 84, Neil Stratton and 49, Josh Lambert. Row 11, 79, Jonathan Grimes and 95, Larry Andrews. 23rd on the grid is going to be number 74, David Mustard, and alongside him on row 12 is 51, Andrew Strange. Maxine Nichols, number 17, and Dave Hemingway, number 5, run up on row 13 of the grid. Then it's 19 and 68, Cameron Bell and Jim Cook on row 14, 42, Michael Jappin, 12, Gary Patterson on row 15. Row 16 is 30, Andy Williams, and 56, Nathan Harrison. Simon Quinn, 67, and Gareth Baxter, 14 on row 17. Nick Emily, 52, and Stuart Bridey, number 70 on row 18. Row 19 is 59, David Rowe, and 55, Martin Davis, and row 20 is 21, Patrick Furman, and 28, Phil Collins. So that is the grid, a big grid of cars in this Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship race. Earlier on today we had a win for Aaron Cook from Sean Trainer and Cam Walton, and that means that in the championship now Aaron Cook has a lead of 17 points over Sean Trainer by my reckoning, and Cam Walton another 29 points behind in third place, because they sort of finished in basically championship points order. So there we have the two leading, or those aren't the two leading cars, that's the 11 car on the grid a bit further back there, but there we can see the full grid in view now. Yeah, the 11 car was Adam Lockwood with 2 Ben Rowe next to him, those two lining up on row 5, but on the outside of the screen you can see 96 Aaron Cook and 26 Paul Cook next to him. Green flag is waved at the back. It looks like a pretty full field then for this 15-minute race for the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Red lights go on and the race gets underway. Looked like a good start from Paul Cook in his Mark II car on the left-hand side of shot there with the Dayglow bumper as he heads down towards turn number 1 at Abbey, and certainly the two leaders were side by side as they went into that corner. Bit of shuffling further back in the pack, but it looks like it is Paul Cook that is ahead of Aaron Cook. Sean Trainer is in there as well. Nick Williamson in the 22 car is up into 4th position, the blue and turquoise car, but it is Paul Cook in the Mark II car that's ahead of the Roadster of Aaron Cook, Marcus.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's what the guys were saying after the first race, that they'd actually quite prefer the 2-litre cars round here, given perfect conditions. But of course, they're much more used to them. But now we've got decent numbers of the Roadsters. It's all changing, and Trainer comes down the inside, and he grabs the lead going down into Stowe Corner. Paul Cook's to his outside, but right round the outside is the 22 car, and that was interesting as 4 of them lurched through Stowe Corner. 2 Roadsters emerging ahead of 4 Mark IIs. Will they all go into the corner? I'm not sure they will.
Well, Paul Cook there went from 1st to 4th. He's about almost going to go. Well, he's got back to. No, he's still 4th. He was about to go down to 5th, thought, because it looked like he's going to be passed by Cam Walton as well. But we've got the Roadsters back out in front then. So Shane Mansbridge, Sean Trainer even, and Aaron Cook leading the way about a third of a second separating them. Nick Williamson third, Paul Cook fourth, Cam Walton fifth as they come over the line at the end of the first lap of this 15-minute race, which earlier on today was an 11-lapper for these cars. So it's the two championship protagonists, Traynor and Aaron Cook, out there together. Cook, the winner of the championship last year, Traynor, a 4-time champion. Cook there using some of the curb on the way back onto the Hanger Straight. He gets his car alongside that of Sean Traynor now. No, he ducks back in behind to get the slipstream. Traynor moves to the right-hand side of the circuit, not necessarily taking the racing line there. He drifts back out to the middle of the road. Cook tries to go around him. That's Rhys Dorman off in the gravel at the Vale, so there'll be yellow flags there for them to deal with. So they're side by side now. They're going to need to get back in line, I think, as they make their way down towards the Vale. It is double waved yellow flags and Sean Traynor controlling the pace. So through the Vale they go, and they've got the JCB on hand to pick up the car of Rhys Dorman. We've seen that work very efficiently during the course of the weekend. So it's Sean Traynor leading, Aaron Cook second, Nick Williamson third, Paul Cook fourth, Cam Walton fifth, and Sam Harper, number 18, completing the top 6 at the moment as they head on to lap 3.
Yep, indeed, the marshal's working well down at Vale to remove the Dorman car, the bright pink car. No excuse for not seeing that in the gravel pit, but there you go. Sean Traynor continues to lead, but by a tenuous margin from Aaron Cook, his principal rival at the top of the table, and Aaron Cook comes out onto the chute down towards Stowe Corner, absolutely hidden from view behind the sort of Martini-esque striped car of Sean Traynor. Williamson continues to lead the 2 litres in third. He runs wide down towards Stowe to get the line, the ideal line through the middle of it. We've got the car of Paul Cook, the yellow back end of from here. You can see that stands out too. 26, that's fourth. Fifth is Cam Walton. Up the inside comes 22, which is Nick Williamson. Do you know he's managed to nick the lead tenuously?
Yes, and now he goes wide. There were waved yellow flags though, I could see in the background. So we'll see how that one all shakes out. There was another roadster off as well, wasn't there? I could see in the back of the shot. Try and work out who that one might have been. I'll get a look at the timing screen maybe to figure that one out. But for the moment, it is Nick Williamson that was leading over the line, and he is still there now. In front of the race, but we'll see if there's anything done about that. Aaron Cook second, Sean Traynor third, and fourth I think is it's Cam Walton now that's appeared in fourth place.
Yeah, I don't think that Sean Traynor will be terribly pleased because he was kind of squeezed up over the curbs, wasn't he? Oh, and Williamson is hoisted by his own petard because he's gone straight over the grass, as has Traynor. In fact, the third car did as well, coming onto the Hanger Straight. So 3 of them took a sort of bizarre line that was involving the green stuff. But it's Williamson who leads down. He gets a bit snaky under braking. He's got absolutely everything on the line going down there. Brakes really late as he dares. Car dances. Aaron Cook sits in behind him.
Yeah, Nick Williamson leading the way, then number 22, 96 in second place. Aaron Cook still can't see the number on that car. I couldn't easily work out looking at the time.
It's a red roadster, that's all I know. Side by side. Oh, and there's been a touch, I think there must have been, to throw him so sideways. Aaron Cook caught it brilliantly on reflexes, didn't he, Ian?
He did, but he's lost 3, maybe 4 places because of that. He gets back ahead of Alan Lockwood. So you say there was a touch. I thought I could see daylight between them, but I may be wrong.
He certainly went very sideways very quickly.
He did. But anyway, so that's Cook with a bit of work to do now. He's dropped back down to 5th position. Aaron Cook, we should say. We've got Paul Cook in this race as well. So just to clarify, scraps going on down the order. We see the number 6 car on screen there. That's Darren Aldworth. He's outside the top 20 at the moment. And number 19, that's Cameron Bell. So that's a scrap going on a bit further down the order in around about 27th position. I reckon here are the leaders. So it's Sean Traynor this time taking the attack to Nick Williamson.
Yep, that's down at Stowe. A bit of sunshine overhead, which is nice. Always happens late in the day. And down they come into the Vale, that very tight corner. Trainer up for trying to relieve 22. Nick Williamson of the lead. I think he feels probably a tad aggrieved about the way it was done before. And but he knows that his main rival, Aaron Cook, is behind. And not immediately behind either, because there's a car between them, that of Cam Walton. Safety car.
Yeah, safety car's coming out, so there must be something else I would have thought that has gone on that we've not seen. But safety car is going to come out, and it is picking up the lead as it was waiting there on the circuit just before Village. So it has picked up Nick Williamson, but I'm not quite sure what this is for. There was nothing evident as we were going around that lap. I'm just looking at our screens here now, and I can't see any particular reason why we'd need a safety car. So the safety car, the Renault Megane leads them around. Nick Williamson leading, Sean Trainer second, Cam Walton third, Aaron Cook fourth, Paul Cook fifth, Adam Lockwood in sixth position. 7 minutes of the race to go. And of course, we don't really know how long it might take to get back under racing conditions, because we're not quite sure why we're not under racing conditions at the moment.
Yeah, it's a balance, isn't it? If it's something that's just off the circuit, then if the safety car goes really slowly, it eats into the time, but it might give them an extra lap. If it goes around quickly, then they'll use those laps, and might just be just a safety car call to say, right, we need 30 seconds to do some work.
Yeah, possibly so. Not seeing. I can see on our screen there is a car that's gone off at.
Oh yes.
That's the link, isn't it, into the gravel?
It's one of the Mark 1s, isn't it?
I think it looks like it probably is. Don't see the number on that car at the moment, but yeah, that's a bit of an obscure position to go off. Really, it's into the gravel trap there on the exit of the link. So we'll see what can be done about that. Safety car's gone around for another lap anyway, so there'll be at least one more lap under these caution conditions. In this penultimate race of the day for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, we've still got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship to come to round out the day. And
yes, that red Mark 1.
Yeah, it's been got the JCB on scene now to pull it out of the way. And again, you'd think they'd be able to pull that possibly onto the Grand Prix circuit back towards sort of Beckett's and kind of area, and quake that out of the way. There you can see the JCB in action. It's got the MR2 hooked up.
It's 56.
56 is Nathan Harrison. So Nathan Harrison's got stuck in the gravel trap. I can't see too much damage on the car, but hopefully they're able to hoik that out of the way. And if they can, because the safety car is going at a very sedate pace, it's just approaching Village now, I would think they will be able to get the race back underway at the end of this lap, which will give them maybe 3 more laps to go, something like that. I had a couple of races yesterday where we just had a 1 lap dash to the flag. 3 laps is a little bit more satisfactory than that.
What it has done, of course, is reunited the field.
It's worked in Aaron Cook's favour, hasn't it? After his big moment. Yeah.
A momentet.
He's back ahead of Paul Cook already, but it would give him a reasonable crack at the race lead, the race win.
Yeah, he was back ahead of Paul Cook on the lap before the safety car. Obviously, no overtaking under that safety car.
Safety car lights out.
Yep, and away it goes. We've got 3.5 minutes, so they are going to get.
Yeah, I would
2 laps, I think.
Yeah, it just depends how quickly they get there. What are we, 1:22 is a quick lap, so that's 2:44.
We might just get into the third.
I think we could just get into a third lap. It just depends how quickly Nick Williamson takes them round, really, doesn't it? It's very much in his gift.
Yes, exactly. He may think that he would like to remain ahead. And
can I string this out for 3 minutes before I get to the timing line?
Yeah,
I think probably not.
not.
So I think we're going to get probably at least 2, maybe 3. I'm leaning more towards 2 laps now, actually, because there's less than 3 minutes to go. So I think it's going to be 2 laps to go until the checkered flag. Aaron Cook with 5 wins to his name this season. He's there in 4th place.
He's tried to bottle them up. Now he's going.
Yeah.
And that's going to get him clear.
It is. It's worked out well for him. Sean Traynor had not really gone with him. So Nick Williamson has stolen a march over the rest of the field. He was 5th in the championship coming into this weekend, yet to have a win this season. Sean Traynor 2nd, Cam Walton 3rd. Aaron Cook not as close behind those two as I thought he might be.
No. But he's had a real good go up the outside towards Village, and if he gets the exit right here, he can make some ground towards Cam Walton and maybe come out onto the straight with a little bit more momentum to make up for that lack of capacity. He's a couple of hundred cc down, and he's a few horsepower down, but in the slipstream there's every chance that he can out-handle the Mark II and just shuffle ahead down into Stowe. Same for Traynor, who's chasing Williamson. Traynor swings out to the outside. And does he have the handling to make it happen? Not at the moment.
No, it doesn't. So, and actually Cam Walton seems to be a bit closer now to the back of Traynor as well. Walton trying to take, or
trying to go round Traynor, isn't he? He's managed to put himself in a position where he can get by use the curb. Inside, Traynor goes out wide. Walton tries to get back to the apex. He's got Aaron Cook right behind him, going on to the final lap by the looks of things. And we've got 4 for 2nd place, and they're not that far behind Williamson, half a second or so.
No, absolutely not. So Nick Williamson leading, and here comes Cam Walton up the inside of Sean Traynor. That's going to put him on the outside line for the left-hand curve at Farm. It's the right-hand virtual hairpin at Village. You've got Aaron Cook going to his left-hand side, trying to go around the outside, which he's tried before, and Aaron Cook has gone through ahead of Walton there. I think he's got 3rd place. The pair of rogues have swapped positions, and it's Cam Walton trying to come back up on the inside of him through the link, but no, Aaron Cook has made that place his own. So now he wants to try and get past Sean Traynor. They probably don't need to worry too much about Nick Williamson for various reasons. It's really between Aaron Cook and Sean Traynor now, although Cook is under pressure again from his namesake Paul Cook and from Cam Walton as they head down to Stowe.
Yeah, Cam Walton's gone round him. Paul Cook's trying as well, but Aaron Cook holding on the inside. Very, very wide is Williamson, out over the runoff area. And that's, Walton is now definitely 3rd. And Paul Cook locks up down the inside, tries to get through. There's a touch. They go round. Paul Cook clonks into Cam Walton. That won't be very popular. And he spun him round, but Walton gets going again. Paul Cook gets going again. That's changed the complexion of it.
Checkered flag goes out, and the race win on the road goes to Nick Williamson, then Sean Traynor in 2nd place. The 3rd place is Aaron Cook, Adam Lockwood 4th, Sam Harper 5th, Jim Mew in 6th. Cam Walton did come back to finish 10th, and Paul Cook 12th. That incident had an air of inevitability about it, I thought, as they headed into the Vale for the final time.
It certainly did once Paul Cook's wheels locked up. There was no stopping it at that point. And he clonked into Cam Walton, who thought he had a run round the outside.
Looks like the best lap of the race actually went to Adam Lockwood, a 1:21.92 in 4th position.
How does that compare to the first race?
Oh, now you're asking. Let's go back to check my results from earlier.
Just ask Bill Frendle here in the
1:21.63, so about 0.3 of a second slow, and the fastest lap in race 1 went to Aaron Cook. But this time, as I say, Adam Lockwood getting the best lap of the race, Nick Williamson getting the win, and Sean Traynor finishing ahead of Aaron Cook, and that will narrow the gap again in the championship.
We've now got Paul Cook running well ahead of all the rest of them.
The reason he'll be doing that is to get back to the pit lane to get in his car for the next race, because he's out in the BMWs, isn't he? So I'm not sure you're supposed to overtake people on the slowing down lap, but perhaps make an exception in this case. Anyway, Nick Williamson takes the...
Might just extend the discussion.
Exactly. Nick Williamson takes the win then. Car number 22, 9 laps completed in that race for, how much we thought it was 11, but anyway. Sean Trainer second, Aaron Cook third, Adam Lockwood fourth, so 27, 96 and 11, second, third and fourth. Number 18, Sam Harper was fifth, 78, Jib New was sixth, Lee Brown, number 86 was seventh, eighth to number 2, Ben Rowe, ninth to number 34, Shane Mansbridge, and 10th to number 50, Cam Walton. It was 9 laps, I was reading the wrong screen. 11th to number 4, Peter Heaton. 12th to 26, Paul Cook, after that last corner incident with Cam Walton. 13th was 65, Fear Aldridge, then Neil Stratton, 84, and John Wilson in his last race of the MR2s. He rounded out the top 15 in car 72. Then it was Jonathan Grimes, Georgios Giorgiades, Josh Lambert, David Mustard, and Jim Cook. A bit further back, Maxine Nichols, 21st this time. Andrew Strange, I think, a slightly better race from him this time to finish in 23rd position in car 51. Dave Hemingway winning, I think, the Mark 1 class. Yes, he did, in 27th overall, ahead of Gareth Baxter, who was 30th. And final screen, you can see some of the drivers that didn't make it to the end, including Gary Patterson, Nathan Harrison, and Rhys Dorman.
Nick Emmoney there is a name from the past. I remember him racing donkeys years ago.
And so a big grid of MR2s, and they will move on to Castle Combe at the end of the month for their next round in the championship. So Nick Williamson it was that took the checkered flag to win round number 10. I think we are at now in the MR2 championship. I can see that he's waiting there down in the pit lane, so let's go down to Josh Barrett.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Nick, that was a quite eventful race. Talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I mean, the car was going well on the, now it's dry actually, compared to the first race, which was actually very wet. So, yeah, had some good grip and good round stow, which was a bit of a problem before. That was all good there. There was a car in the gravel, so obviously the safety car came out, so I had to manage that, sort of the restart from the safety car, which worked okay for me, yeah.
Enjoying the championship this year? It's very competitive.
It is very competitive, yeah. It's very close, so it's good fun, yeah, really good fun.
And around this circuit, it's really interesting to see how the two different cars perform, isn't it?
The Mark IIIs are going better this year actually around here than last year, so yeah, that's something that we've got to deal with. Different corners, they're better, different styles. So yeah.
You've been in the championship for a few years now after racing the M3s.
Third year now, yeah. But it is very competitive, so we'll see where we go. Yeah.
And that's something you're enjoying?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Yeah.
Well done to Nick, who is currently classified as the winner, but it might go to Sean Trainer yet. Sean, there's obviously lots of discussion going about what happened there. Talk us through it from what you saw.
There is no discussion. He overtook both of us under yellows. We'd backed out. Aaron had backed out. And then the next thing I know, I could see him coming, and I thought, no, he's going to back off in a minute. He just come straight through. And then then also managed to give me a clout as I come onto the straight as well. So I've got to replace the bumper. But yeah.
And obviously Aaron got caught out a bit as well. You saw his big slide in front of you.
Yeah, and I was far enough back that it didn't tangle me up, and I got the run on it. So and to be fair, Nick was quick enough, but I thought after what he did, I thought he's not in the race, so it's not part and parcel of it. So
as what the results may be, you and Aaron basically have a same day with one beating the other in the other.
That's the way it looks, yeah. So, and I think, to be fair, I think Aaron's done a great job after losing it there, and I think at one point he was back in fourth. So I think the little roasters have held their own today.
Well done, Sean. And then it was Aaron Cook who was next up. Aaron, who's saying to the other guys, quite an eventful race there.
Yeah, that was one eventful one. I mean, me and Sean, we was having a great battle at the front, and unfortunately, Nick decided to just either not see or ignore the yellow flags, and yeah, dive bombed us both, which really was gutting because I think we was having a really good battle up until then, and it put me a little bit back, and I had an issue with coming out of this corner here. It went completely sideways, but yeah, we gathered it back up and was catching up, but it was a shame that move happened, and I am 100% certain that Sean will win this. There's no way he'll win that. No way.
For the championship then, I was saying to Sean, it's pretty much even Stevens between the two of you today.
Yeah, today we haven't gained an advantage, neither has Sean, but no, it was a good day of racing. A few little bumps and scrapes, but we was pushing each other down the back straight, but there's no harm in it. You know, we both know what we'll be doing. We're not going to take each other out, so yeah. I
think it's Castle Combe next. Have you been there before?
I've never been to Castle Combe, so they might they might have an advantage on me there. So we'll see. I'll try and tuck behind some of the quick boys in practice or qualifying and see if we can tag along, and hopefully we'll do well.
Well done today. Cheers. So that's our top 3 as it stands in the MR2 Championship. One more race to go today.
It's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship to round out the weekend's action here at Silverstone on the international circuit with the 750 Most Club. And this grid for the second BMW race of the day is based on the finishing order from race 1. So on pole position, it's number 47, Niall Bradley, and alongside him is number 2, Rick Kerry. 61, Lee Pearcey, and 26, Paul Cook on the second row of the grid. And then 80, Mike Eustace, and Kaz Singh, number 3, on the third row. Fourth row is 25, the Class 6 winner from earlier on, Ben Pearson, and 83, Gary Burstow. The fifth row, 66, Mark Colmer, and 35, Colin Whitmore. Row 6 is 77, Paul Travers, and 55, Rahim Balloo. On to the seventh row, it's 40, Sean Jackson, and 10, Clive Watson. 8, Bill Redrop, and 23, Thomas Singleton, row 8. And 37, Kevin Granger, and 18, Saranga Soti Srihari on row number 9, number 82. Row 10 is 60 and 48, Carl McMillan and Mike Nash. Row 11, 16, Andy Wynne, and 31, Paul Laramie. Row 12, 96, David Morris, and Sam Walton in 6. William Lake, number 4, and 79, Sergei Maniv is on the 13th row. 14th row, 59, Jim Benson, and 7, Wayne Lewis. 28, Brad Sheehan, and 30, Dan Harborough on row 15. And then on the 16th row, 44, Mike Cutt, and 67, Adrian Williams. Now, some of those drivers did not make it to the end of the first race, so we'll have to see if they're all there. If they are, then we could be in for an intriguing contest.
Yes, Mike Cutt got as far as the first corner, didn't he? He was halfway up the field from the back, and then there was some kind of drama, and he went flying off on the outside into the gravel at Abbey. So we'll see if his bewinged red machine is there in the background.
Absolutely. Jim Benson, one of the Class 6 front runners, he got tangled up in an instant at the final corner in race 1, didn't he? So he will have to come through from the back if indeed he is out there. That allowed Ben Pearson to take the Class 6 victory. I think he was ahead anyway. But Pearson winning his class and Niall Bradley winning his early one means that they both sort of maintained their gap between them in the championship, with Ben ahead of Niall at the moment.
That's Mike Cutt, isn't it, in the background there?
It is the red car, the E36 M3 of Mike Cutt. So that's good news to have him on the back. And also Brad Sheehan, white and pink car, we just saw as well. That was very much a front runner. So we should see both of those cars, I would think, come through from the back of the field in this 20-minute race. Hopefully we'll get the full 20 minutes this time after a slightly shortened race earlier on for a 15-minute race. This BMW Car Club Championship, third season of championship status, and it's been very successful since its reintroduction. BMW Car Club did run a championship many years ago. That sort of morphed into something else, and then BMW Car Club have got back involved in racing once again. There's Jim Benson's car, the blue and red car, sort of 3 or 4 from the back. So he's going to be there as well. Be interesting to see him pick his way through the order. Not going to be quite as quick as Brad Sheehan and Mike Cutt's cars, I don't think, but he should nevertheless make some progress. And also you've got the lovely Dan Harborough E30 there, which we're having a good look at now. You see on the side window they've got the power output of the car and the minimum weight that car has to run as well, and effectively it's a minimum weight situation that we have. So coming on to the grid, Niall Bradley on pole position, the white and green car. Rick Kerry, the white and turquoise V8 engined 1 Series alongside. Then we should have 61 Lee Pearcey, we do, and 26 Paul Cook. Quick turnaround for him after the last race. Lee Piercy, the car with the Dayglow mirrors, and the all-black car for Paul Cook. And third row is going to be number 80, Mike Eustace, and number 3, Kaz Singh. There they go. Just forming up, waiting to be shuffled into positions by the start line marshals. And of course, once again, many thanks to all the marshals who have done such sterling service here at Silverstone this weekend. It's the final race of the day at this 750 Motor Club event, but not the final 750 Motor Club action here at Silverstone this season, because we've got the Burkitt 6-hour relay race coming up at the end of October, and entries are available for that now. So if you're interested in getting a team of up to 6 cars for you together for a 6-hour relay race, then head on to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. So waiting for the cars to come up to the grid, and it's looking like a pretty colourful sight. Certainly you would think that Ben Pearson's going to be in a pretty good position to get another Class 6 success, with not too many of his rivals around him. Paul Travers, the next Class 6 car, is 4 cars further back on the grid. There's Mike Cutt, former Northern Sports and Saloon Car champion. He's raced that car with the Classic Sports Car Club as well, and has had several wins in the BMW Car Club Championship over the past few seasons. And that should therefore be one to watch. So almost ready. There we see, I think that's Kaz Singh's number 3 car, the orange car at the front shot with a sort of diagonal stripe down the bonnet. Green flag is waved at the back then. 5-second board is shown. And 20 minutes of racing for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship about to get underway. Red lights go on. Out they go. Pretty good start by Rick Kerry from second on the grid there. Let's see if he's got the lead by the time they get down to Abbey. Lee Piercy also has got away well. Niall Bradley might be down to third here as they turn into the first corner. And looks like Rahem Baloo with the yellow car without the bumper on it. After that was lost in the first race a bit further back. But here is Rick Kerry leading Lee Piercy, trying to go around the outside of him. They're side by side. Paul Cook makes it 4 cars for the lead as well. And as they all head through Village for the first time, it's all happening out in front. Rick Kerry has got it. Paul Cook trying to come up on the inside of Niall Bradley. Lee Piercy's shuffled out wide a little bit. He goes back down to 4th position from P2, which he held briefly.
Yeah, it's Rick Kerry down the Hangar Straight towards Stowe Corner now. We've got Niall Bradley in the white and green car. Up the inside is Paul Cook. And then we've got Lee Piercy, the ex-single-seater racer, up on the inside as well, the FSR car there. And Cook makes a good line through Stowe. Does he squeeze ahead? He might just, but under braking for Vale. The white and green car of the Irishman comes back underneath him. And that is the winner of the previous race, Niall Bradley. But there is Cook in the all-black car in third. Rick Kerry, though, trying to scarper up the road and make a bit of a break while he can. The rest of them come through behind. Mike Eustace is in 5th. Kaz Singh is 6th. Gary Burstow in 83 is in 7th. Then it's Michael Cutt from the back into 8th, with Brad Sheehan in 9th in 44.
That's a remarkable first lap from those two. They started around that 30th position, something like that. So they've made about 20 places or so. 44 Mike Cutt and 28 Brad Sheehan on the first race. So they've had just about as good of one as you could hope to have, I would think, on that first lap through a very busy field of BMWs, and they're not all that far behind the leaders. Cutt is only 6.5 seconds, no, sorry, 8 seconds behind the leader, he said, reading the right line on his screen. That's not too much. That's something that you can close in the course of the next 18 minutes or so of this race. So it's Kerry leading, Bradley second, then Cook and Piercy third and fourth at the moment.
Yeah, and if those lead quartets get involved in any sort of squabbling, that's going to help the chasers. And they're down at Stowe, but here they come into Vale. A lock up there for Lee Piercy. I'm trying to unseat Paul Cook. In fairness, it wasn't quite close enough. Cook gets a bit of a slide on there, and they power through. Kerry leads by a second.
Mike Eustace just getting over the line in 5th position. There's a bit of a gap between him in 5th and Kaz Singh in 6th. There's Lee Piercy, ex-single-seater racer. I think may also have raced motorcycles as well in the past. Oh, and he locks up hugely there down into Village. clobbers the curb in a way that he wasn't necessarily planning, and loses a bit of time to Paul Cook there as a result of that. So he's there still in 4th though.
Mike Cutt in 44 is 7th, incidentally.
Yeah, so he made up another position, got ahead of Gary Burstow. Brad Sheehan though up to 6th, so Brad Sheehan 6th now at the end of lap 2, so he's had an even more stellar run up the field, and he is only 9.47 seconds behind the leader. There's 25 Ben Pearson, who is 11th overall but leads in Class 6, but he's got Paul Travers only just behind him, so Pearson being run close within that class. And is this Travers? That's Colin Whitmore's car, I think, coming up the inside of him, who's in a different class. He's in a Class 1 car. Yes, it was Colin Whitmore, very experienced BMW racer.
Yeah, gets past and then pops out to the outside and gets retaken by the more powerful car with the bigger aero kit.
It's down the straight into Vale, so Pearson is number 25. He is in 10th position again, it will be. Travers a couple of places further up. There's Travers in the 77 car. He's now got the 66 car of Mark Coleman. That's another of the Class 1 cars ahead of him that's sort of not involved in that class battle. So Pearson has now 2 cars between himself and his nearest class rival. Jim Benson, though, I can see, has made it up to 17th position, but he's got a few more Class 6 rivals to pass before he gets on terms with the leaders. There's Mike Cutt, takes a lot of curb at Village, but he's with Mike Eustace now. Sheehan has got ahead of Eustace, so that's for 5th, 6th and 7th, the 3 cars you see on screen.
Yeah, it's great stuff, and here's the white and pink car of Brad Sheehan. You won't miss that one, coming down into Stowe Corner. That's car number 28. Out to the outside comes 44, which is Cutt, and he corners really stably, which is nice. Stays very level. Down in the braking area, he's not really close enough to have a go there. He compromised his entry to the corner, and now it's another chance. He needs to get the exit speed. Little snake at the back end, these rear-wheel drive cars. And he looks up the outside towards Abbey. This will have to be well executed, because I don't think he's going to be given too much room on the inside by 80, but Mike Eustace has to give midway through the corner, and he takes him in Abbey, and now concentrates on trying to get back with number 28, which is Brad Sheehan, up ahead of him. Here's the leaders on the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, Rick Carey ahead of Niall Bradley, who's got the best lap of the race and a lap record as well, a 1:12.53, faster by about 3/10 than he went in the first race, in setting the lap record in that one. But it's Rick Carey that's got the lead, Bradley just behind him, turning their way through the right-hander at Stowe Corner, dropping down towards the Vale. They've not got into the traffic yet, but it won't be too much longer before they do. Bradley still in behind Kerry as they turn their way through. You've got Cook and Piercy battling over 3rd place, about 4 seconds behind them. Over the line they come to complete lap number 4-5, but it was a big moment for Niall Bradley as he came out of Club Corner. Really had to work hard to save that one, which he did, and he crossed the line only about 0.72 seconds behind, but with a loss of momentum he'll be a bit further back by now.
I think his arms are a bit longer now. That was very dramatic, wasn't it? But yeah. He's still there, safely in 2nd, but his heart rate's gone down a fraction again now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's given Rick Carey a bit of breathing space, hasn't it? That must be a couple of seconds he's now got over Bradley. Cook is there in 3rd, Piercy 4th, and Sheehan in 5th. That lap Sheehan did a 1:13.3, took about 1.2 seconds out of Piercy, and Cook up ahead of him. So Sheehan and Cutt actually are closing down on that battle for 3rd.
Yeah, 13.14 and 13.19 are their best laps, 13.30, 13.63 respectively last time round, and they've lapped quicker than the 3 cars ahead of them. In fact, they're pretty much quicker than all the cars ahead of them. Brad Sheehan on that lap is making good progress. Cutt is too, and his lights are ablaze on the big M3, and he's closing in on Brad Sheehan. There were 4 seconds between them, 3 seconds between them at the end of the last lap. It's much closer now.
Yeah, so it's Kerry leading by 2 3/4 seconds from Bradley, then Paul Cook 3rd, Piercy 4th, but Sheehan's taken 6/10 or so out of Piercy, and Cutt just done a 1:12.68. So that now is the 2nd best lap of the race. After that, set by Neil Bradley, but he's closed in about 0.8 of a second on Sheehan that time. So Cut, certainly one to watch. There's still 12 minutes to go in this race, so quite a lot of time left in it. 11.4 seconds separate first to sixth, but I think that gap from first to sixth is coming down rather than going out during the course of this race. Class M2, by the way, being led by Gary Burstow at the moment, number 83, 9th overall. Ben Pearson in 10th overall still leads Class 6, while in the Cup class, that is going the way at the moment of Carl McMillan, who's 24th.
Interesting cambers on the front of the Mike Cut car, so they've got a good view through Stowe. Puff of smoke there, tyre smoke, lock brakes for Sheehan, 28, going into Vale. And Sheehan's lap time, a 13.29, a 12.70 for Cut, within a couple of hundredths of his best in the race. And one of 3 drivers into the 12s.
It's got the gap down to 0.9 of a second, and now traffic starts to come into play as well. We're starting to get into, in particular, the Cup class cars at the moment are the leading contenders. That's for position. That's Gaz Singh and Gary Burstow. Burstow in the number 83 car, the black and yellow and white car. That is the M2 class leader, and he goes around the outside, does he, or tries to, of the number 3 car. Gaz Singh into Abbey there to get the lead away. He's running side by side with Kaz all the way through Farm and down towards Village, but the extra power possibly just telling on the Kaz Singh number 3 car. He's there in 8th position, Gary Burstow 9th, and actually Ben Pearson only a couple of seconds behind them in 10th place. So that Class 6 car really doing very well to stay with theoretically much more powerful and quicker machinery.
Yeah, Jim Benson's up to 3rd in Class 6, isn't he, behind Paul Travers, and was a couple of seconds down the end of the last lap.
Yeah, in 14th position overall. Here's Burstow having another go at Kaz Singh, but Pearson only just behind them as well.
And Bradley's chipping away at Rick Kerry's lead meanwhile, Ian.
Yeah, that's come down to 1.65 seconds now. Bradley about 0.4 faster on the last lap. And just looking at Sheehan and Cumming, both of their lap times slower that time as they've been delayed by traffic, no doubt. That is the Paul Cook car, isn't it? Number 26. There's Piercy. They are getting involved with the traffic. That's the number 82 car of Saranga Satisrihari in his 330 CI, the drive from Buckhurst Hill. Here with the blue flags waving at the back markers to show that the faster cars are coming through, including now Sheehan and Mike Cut to get past those two relative tail enders. The other car involved there is number 60, which is Carl McMillan in the first of the Cup class cars.
I reckon that Niall Bradley in 47 is closer still to Rick Kerry in that V8 1 Series car. Here they come. He is closer still. He's half a second only behind, and he's made up a chunk of time on that lap, a quarter of a second or so. And Rick Kerry, the man from Ipswich in Suffolk, now having to go defensive.
A bit further back, Mike Cut's done another lap in the 12, so 1:12.74 to take half a second out of Brad Sheehan, but the gap between those two has yo-yoed in the traffic, so it's getting back down to what it was a couple of laps ago, and I thought it might get more difficult for Sheehan and Cut to make progress as the traffic went up. But the two leaders side by side now coming out of the link, and it's going to be Bradley on the inside line for Stowe Corner. There's a couple more slower cars for them to lap, but the V8 power of Kerry may just tell down the straight or not. No, I don't think it does. Bradley goes through on the inside. He takes the lead of the race on lap 10.
Yep, and Kerry now has to regroup, charge again. In some cases it's easier to chase than be chased down. Let's see if that's the case, but Niall Bradley's done very well to recover from that moment at Club. Let's go 0.6 of a second between them now.
Yeah, that's right. So Bradley and Kerry out in front, about 6 seconds behind you find Paul Cook. Here are the two leaders there. They've got a lot more traffic to deal with. In the next lap or so, there's a gaggle of about half a dozen cars that they'll need to deal with well before the end of this race.
Sheehan and Cut haven't been closer together than they are now, so that's interesting.
It's for 5th and 6th, and they are
half a second or so behind. Sheehan's half a second behind Piercy in 4th.
Yeah, so that's going to get interesting as well. Paul Cook's got about 2 seconds between himself and Lee Piercy now. So we'll try and see how that shakes. I mean, Bradley is pulling away from Rick Kerry here, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Kerry might have used his tyres up.
You may be right. It's done so with 6 3/4 minutes of the race remaining, or thereabouts. Kerry, the Suffolk driver, had a spell in the BTCC. Yeah, the handling, I'm not sure is there that it was in the early stages. And from 0.65 seconds, the gap has gone out to 1.76. And partly because Bradley's done another really good lap of 1:12.67 underneath the lap record that he set earlier, but not as quick as he's been during the course of this race.
Now some cars to be lapped for the leaders. That might alter the complexion of the lead battle.
And we've had a change further back, haven't we?
Sheehan's ahead of Piercy, as is Michael Cutt, or as was Michael Cutt.
Yeah.
And seeing them go through the shop there,
it looked like it changed around again.
They changed around again.
That's right. So we'll try and get a view of that in a moment. Watching cars head down the Hamilton straight here, and now down the Hanger straight. There's Sheehan, and he's now bearing down on Paul Cook. So it's Sheehan, then Piercy, then Cutt. So Cutt was ahead over the line, but Piercy grabbed it back probably at Abbey, I would think. And there's Dan Harborough going wheel to wheel with the number 8 car, Bill Reddrop. That's a battle for 17th and 18th position within Class 6, so they're having a very enjoyable scrap there, those 2 cars. But there the 2 leaders are in shot, 2 3/4 seconds. It's gone out by another second on that lap between 47 Niall Bradley and 2 Rick Kerry. Paul Cook's there, he is in 3rd, Brad Sheehan 4th, and there's the scrap for 5th and 6th. Cutt trying to get back up on the inside of Lee Piercy there into Abbey, running alongside through the left-hand curve at Farm, on the brakes now for Village, and it looks like he's going through. So Cutt does get back through into 5th position this time, but he's lost contact really with Sheehan because of that. It's now 2 seconds or so behind Sheehan, who in turn is about to take the fight to Paul Cook, I think.
Yeah, it was a good move that, round the outside of Farm. It was quite brave, wasn't it? And he hung in there.
There's Sheehan and Cook side by side down the Hanger straight. The pink car of Sheehan goes through into 3rd place. So Brad Sheehan, who had to start from the back of the grid up into the top 3 places here. It's been a great drive. He was just a few points behind Niall Bradley in the championship coming into this race, 5 points behind him, but coming into this weekend, I should say, because he'll have lost ground with that non-finish due to a mechanical issue in the first race.
We might find out what that was when Josh gets to speak to him.
Well, not if he goes wide like that too often, because he might fall out of the top 3 if he does that. But he's there for the moment, so he's there in 3rd place. Number 26, number 28, Brad Sheehan. 26, Paul Cook in 4th. What of Mike Cutt and Lee Piercy? Well, they're 1.5 seconds apart as they come over the line to complete lap number 5. Gary Burstow, by the way, in the number 83 car, eventually got the better of number 3, Cass Singh, and Ben Pearson still a fairly comfortable leader in the 6-cylinder class, number 25.
Cut in 44 and 5th is only 1.3 seconds behind Paul Cook in 26. Maybe that will change.
Possibly so. There's 3 minutes of the race left.
Jim Benson 2nd in B now from the back in 59, ahead of 77 Paul Travers.
Yeah, he is about 9 seconds behind Ben Pearson there, so he's not going to make that up in the last 3 minutes of the race. Goes the Lee Piercy car that's just dropped back to 6th position. He was on the podium in race 1, Lee Piercy, behind Niall Bradley and Rick Kerry, but the better fortunes this time for Brad Sheehan and Mike Cutt in particular have meant that he's been shuffled back. Paul Cook also ahead of him in this race.
So what we have now, we've got 2.5 minutes to go. Niall Bradley looking for a double here. He's 3.9 seconds ahead of Rick Kerry, who's comfortably clear of Brad Sheehan. Don't see that changing. Still a about 5.7 seconds between them. Writhing through the link there. 23. A good battle.
Tom Singleton there. And 37 Cavan Granger there in 19th and 20th positions. Singleton pushing on.
Yeah, that was a little bit snaky through there, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I suggest probably a few of these drivers now have perhaps used their tyres up. Often the case in these BMW races, you get into the final couple of minutes. You've pushed hard in the early stages of the race and you've not got the grip that you'd hope in the final stages.
There's a bit more squealing going on, isn't there?
Yeah.
Tortured rubber.
So now Bradley's gone through. He will be starting his penultimate lap now. He's 5.5 seconds clear of Rick Kerry now. Brad Sheehan, Mike Cutt and Paul Cook now in that order. So Paul Cook's fall back to 5th. And those three separated only by 1.6 seconds. And Mike Cutt actually is just on his personal best lap in the number 44, the red BMW. So perhaps pick up him if we can, because we'll see if he can take the fight to Brad Sheehan in the last lap and a half or so. There he is now.
Yes, he's caught Sheehan, which is interesting. And there's Jim Benson going pretty wide to get out of the way of Paul Cook, lap apart.
Yeah, so there they go.
And they've got 40 odd seconds to go. They've got one more lap out of this, unless the flag is flown a few seconds early, but we've still got time on our side. And is that the change on the exit of... No, it's not quite. Down to the Vale they go. And Brad Sheehan places his pink car number 28 cannily to avoid an opportunity for his rival to dive through on either side and to go on to the last lap.
Yeah, the board out there. Niall Bradley 5 seconds ahead of Rick Kerry, but then it's these two, Brad Sheehan and Mike Cutt, both of them now with their headlamps ablaze. Not because it's dark, it's as bright as it's been all day here at Silverstone, I think, but to let any slower cars know that there's quicker machinery coming through.
That's leader up inside, is that Burstow?
Yeah, it is.
Inside, yeah.
So he's lapped everyone up,
behind.
Lapped everyone up to 8th place now, the race leader. Down the straight comes Bradley. It's been a good day for him then. A win by 2 seconds earlier on over Rick Kerry. It looks like it's going to be an even more convincing margin this time for him, and it will be his 5th victory of the season, so he'll take the lead in terms of number of wins this year from Brad Sheehan, who's had 4. Lee Piercy has had the other one. And we've got 3 more meetings to go, I think, in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship this year. Now Bradley showboating a little bit as he goes through Club Corner for the final time. He takes the checkered flag to win the latest race in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Rick Kerry not yet out of the final corner. There he is, and takes 2nd place. But who is going to be 3rd? It is going to be Brad Sheehan, just from Mike Cutt. The gap between them only about 1/4 of a second in the end. Lee Piercy comes home in 6th place, about 3 seconds behind Paul Cook in 5th. The rest of the field coming through, Marcus, but a good drive that from Niall Bradley again.
Yeah, it was very, very good, particularly with that big moment he had at Club midway through the race. And it could have spat him into the wall, but he managed to back out of it, apply some corrective lock, and yes, he lost some time, but he made it up again soon afterwards. Some good driving right through the field, Sheehan and Cutt, and they finished in 3rd and 4th, which better than they dreamed, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. They had great fun, no doubt, on the back of the grid to get up into those relatively heady positions. Final few cars taking the checkered flag. So Class 2 being won by Gary Burstow in number 83, 8th position overall. Class 6 by Ben Pearson, number 25, who in the end finished about 12 seconds clear of his big rival in that class, Jim Benson. And the Cup class victory going the way of actually it looks like David Morris, because Carl McMillan, a non-finisher by the looks of it. So David Morris winning the Cup class. Let's go through those results for you. And it was a win for Niall Bradley, 7.31 seconds. The victory margin for number 47 ahead of number 2, Rick Kerry in the 1 Series. 3rd to number 28, Brad Sheehan. Great drive from him from the back of the grid, as it was for number 44, Mike Kurt. Those two separated by less than 3/10. 5th to number 26, Paul Cook. 6th to number 61, Lee Piercy. And 7th to number 80, Mike Eustace. Gary Burstow was the best of the M2 class cars, number 83 in 8th overall, ahead of number 3, Cass Singh in 9th, and 25, Ben Pearson, who once again was the top man in class 6. Colin Whitmore, the very experienced BMW campaigner, was 11th in car 35, ahead of number 59, Jim Benson, another driver to burn from the stern, 2nd place in class 6, and 13th, Mark Coulmer, 14th, Paul Travers, and 15th, Sean Jackson. Cameron Granger and Tom Singleton, 19th and 20th, had that entertaining battle. For the back, it was 21st place as it scrolls through. Went the way of Mike Nash, I can tell you, in his E40 330. There we go. So he did well down there. Looking back, we can see Sergei Meniv did make it into the race, but Dan Harborough, he was a retirement, as too was our Cup class front runner, Carl McMillan. So that's the results for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They are next in action at Alton Park in September. So let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll speak once again to Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Ian, and another win for Niall Bradley. Niall, I'll let you take your winner's garland. That race, you had to get past Rick.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Rick got a very good start, got through. And I'll be honest with you, I thought, right, I'm going to have to stay in second here. But no, it's kept my head down, kept calm. Really, really big moment coming onto the pit straight here. I went to catch 4th and I caught 2nd. So then he pulled a bit of a gap again, and then I just kept the head down and kept working. But no, again, great drive, and I'm really, really happy. Really, really happy.
A super weekend, couldn't really gone any better, could it?
No, it couldn't, no, to be honest, yeah, definitely can't knock it. Really, really chuffed. Like I say, great bunch of drivers here. Everybody that watches it from the TV don't see what's going on inside. Like, it is challenging out there at times, it really is.
Is that the traffic? Is it the type of car? What causes all those challenges?
Yeah, it's traffic, it's tyres starting to go off. You're trying to consider traffic and obviously watching your mirror if you're in front. There's loads and loads of it under heavy braking. Somebody could take a dive on you. So yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Well done to Niall Bradley, our overall winner. We've also got our class winners here. Gary Burstow won the M2 class. Well done, Gary. I think 2 wins today for you.
Yeah, I'm really chuffed. Qualified really badly, back of the grids, and 2 wins out of that. That's not bad.
Enjoying racing in this championship?
Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, it's competitive. You know, there's similar cars, and there's not a lot of difference between the cars. So, in the classes, of course. So yeah, very happy.
Well done to you. The Class 6 winner was Ben Pearson. Ben, well done. I think 2 class wins for you as well. That one was a bit easier, I think, after Jim fell out earlier on.
Yes, unfortunately, he did have a collision with one of the M3s earlier on in the day. But keep out of trouble, and you can take the wins when you can. Score points.
And that's been the case. You two have been so close all season, but I think you've now got more wins than Jim over the year.
Yes, just about leading the championship, and hope to keep it that way.
And obviously, for the overall championship, you sort of have to win every time because other people are doing similar things.
Yes, that's it, and get the fastest lap as well, just get an extra point for that. So,
I think the first season for you in this car, how are you finding it?
Yeah, really good, really competitive. Love the car. Good fun.
Well done to you. And then our Cup class winner was David Morris. Well done, David. And a really close battle with Paul, I saw there.
Oh, I have to be fair to Paul. It's brilliant fun racing. We had an absolute ding-dong at Silverstone. It's just great fun. It's so fair. Hats off to the guy. It's superb.
You've got the opposite catered, Noel. You've got all the fast cars coming past you. How's that?
Interesting. A little bit unnerving, but we're getting used to it. And to be fair, the guys are really good. They keep their lights on. We know where they're coming, and yeah, they get it done relatively easily. So yeah, all hats off to them.
You done any racing before this?
I did a little bit of go-karting, endurance racing, but mainly the BMWs.
And how do you find like this as a way to get into BMW racing in the Cup class?
Absolutely brilliant. It's relatively inexpensive. Well, no motorsports is inexpensive, but they're fairly standard cars. You can then, as you go through, you can put 3 litres and you go to class 6. I'm not sure about an M3, but yeah, you can progress with them, and they're great fun.
Great stuff. Well done on your class win there.
Thank you very much.
So that completes our day of racing here at Silverstone, and I'll hand back up to Ian to conclude our day here at Silverstone for the 750 Motor Club.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Josh, for your sterling work down in the pit lane all weekend. It's been a tremendous weekend's racing, Marcus. We had a great day yesterday, another good day today, and mostly the weather gods have been reasonably kind to us, it seems.
Yes, we've certainly been very fortunate. The sun shines on the righteous, as they say.
Absolutely, a very entertaining enduro race earlier on. That was good, but the sprint race as well have delivered really high quality action and drama too.
They have. I think this international circuit works really well because there are a couple of places on the circuit where the cars get compressed if they are a little bit far apart. The traffic comes into play very, very regularly, particularly at the big fields we've had here with the 750 Motor Club. It's been a really stonking weekend.
Yeah, very much enjoyed it. Thanks for your company here in the commentary box, Marcus. Many thanks as well to all of the marshals who've done a tremendous job all this weekend to keep the meeting moving along smartly, and to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club, of course, the spectators for watching, the drivers for driving as well. It wouldn't be any point in me being here without all of you. So many thanks to everyone for how they've contributed to the weekend. 750 Motor Club are next in action in 2 weeks' time at Anglesey Circuit for a rearranged meeting. We're not live streaming that one, but you'll be able to keep in touch with what's going on via the 750 Motor Club website and social media. We'll have, I hope, more live stream action before the end of the season, courtesy of Alpha Live. But for now, from Josh Barrett, Marcus Pye, myself, Ian Seven, and the whole team here at Alpha Live, have a very good night, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.